here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being betrayed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What? Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century. Climate and everything are the same word.
Put your drum up.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought. I don't want reality.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
That's hot.
I'm staying in the race.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Precision of language.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy. Jesus, I say that. Jesus, I say that. Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
It's a great day. For being sad.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Come on!
It's science.
I see that you know your judo.
So hot right now.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Give me a joke.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Winter is coming.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
I did everything right and they indicted me. Welcome to the Resistance. China? Have to have China. China!
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
A fucking bitch.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. Are you not entertained? Yeah!
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
We're not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Aren't I a good guy?
Rid of the Second Amendment?
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Well, here we are again. Floating
somewhere between Earth and space. It's been an entire day since we've seen each other last, which means we've got a hell of a lot to talk about, space fams. As always, safety first. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts on this here spaceflight. They are often dangerous and filled with perils. Well, good to see you all here on this week-ending report. That's right, it's Friday. TGIF, space fans. Hope you're all doing well. Let's do some shout-outs here. I see Aaron W., Obvious Books, and Moa Noip 123 in the YouTube chat. Jerry McLean, a close fourth. Hermit Horologist, Sue Fairy Does to Be. Man in Autumn. Pitchforks Dragon. Chef Bongi. Michael Reich. Apache Aldo. Kirkenstein's Monster. That might be everyone, I think. And Mish. Okay. Got you right at the end. Alright, chat. Well, hope you've had a good week. I know mine's been a little bit stressful. Hopefully we can manage to unpack some of what's happened over the last 5 or 6 days. Where shall we start? So many choices, so many things that have happened. Truly is a difficult decision to make. I know. How about we start in that little-known country, the United States. Let's go here. The Colorado Capitol Building. Here's the Associated Press from 3 days ago. Ahem. Go web go. Fly web fly. Go web. Hi ho silver.
As far as I'm concerned, this portrait is a beautiful portrait. It captures his likeness to an impeccable degree. I think the command of form and light and shape and proportion is fantastic. I'll be frank, it looks
this
great.
This man is clearly an art critic.
Not distasteful, as the president says. I feel like it's a pretty egotistical point of view to think this is purposefully ugly. And I know that this piece was approved by the Republican Party of Colorado. So, I mean, it was put in here by people who have shown their support for him. So I don't really know why he's reacting this way to such a lifelike painting.
I know I will often look at selfies and pictures that other people take of me and groan, literally groan out loud, thinking, oh, do I really look like that? I don't know that that's any reason for it to be pulled down.
Absolutely right. But our current president is a raging narcissist. If you remember that other version of this that we watched, I think it was like Monday or something, Donald Trump had complained on Truth Social that President Obama looked great, but that his portrait was horrible. Oh, it's so sad. So sad. But this Republican funded portrait of Donald Trump which sat in the Colorado Capitol building, is no longer on the wall. Instead, a blank spot now sits there. Next to, yeah, I would agree, a good portrait of Barack Obama, very lifelike. Same thing for that Trump portrait. No, it's very nasty portrait. How could they ever think that I look exactly like I look? That's not fair.
How rude.
I prefer the Rambo-esque version of me. I think we should replace it with that. Now that's art. Keep it classy, Colorado. Yeah, but Donald Trump had his, he basically ordered Republicans, the State House here, to take down this portrait of himself. Very upset. Very upset. You know what else made Republicans upset? Not specifically Trump, but Republicans were very upset that this happened earlier this week. Let's see what Jasmine Crockett had to say, which was taken very poorly by Republicans. They couldn't have been more upset.
Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot-ass mess.
That's hot.
It's true. Now, of course, Republicans were in an outrage. How could Jasmine Crockett
Donald Trump
say
is demanding an apology from the New York Times
excuse
after
me,
the
ma'am.
paper
I'm talking. Thank you.
called his latest comments
why are you doing this to me?
At a rally in
Why do
South
you hate
Carolina Tuesday, Trump appeared to impersonate a
Okay,
disabled
excuse me. Thank you. I know you're trying to do your job, but you are ruining this right now. Yeah, okay. I'll get you your emotional support characters while I finish up what I was talking about here. I was so rudely interrupted by CBS News. Ooh. Starting with the women's here. Starting with the women's, emotionally speaking. What was I saying? Oh, right. Yes, people were very outraged. We saw earlier this week a number of Republicans just utterly beside themselves after having heard Jasmine Crockett refer to Greg Abbott, a man in a wheelchair, as Governor Hot Wheels. Oh, they were outraged. They were just as outraged about this. You remember this one? Sorry, not
Donald
outraged.
Trump is demanding an apology from the New York Times after the paper called his latest comments outrageous. At a rally in South Carolina Tuesday, Trump appeared to impersonate a disabled reporter. He was one of the authors of a 2001 Washington Post article that Trump has used to back up his claims that Muslim Americans were seen celebrating after the September 11th attacks.
Written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Oh, maybe that's what I said. This is 14 years ago. They didn't do a retraction. 14 years ago, they did no retraction.
The reporter in question is Sergei Kovaleski, who's now an investigative reporter with the New York Times. You can see him there.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Remember when Donald Trump actually wanted an apology? He made fun of a reporter. There were no apologies given for that impression, something which some Republicans were demanding of Jasmine Crockett. I don't remember the outrage back then. It's weird. Goal reminder. I should start a goal. Chat's reminding. Look at you all, reminding me to set goals, but forgetting to remind me to give you your emotional support characters, who I just completely... Yeah, there we go. Starting off with the ladies. Jessica Fletcher, Jocelyn Bell Burnell. Goal. I will start a goal right now. I would not want there to be some sort of a riot in chat people raring to support but don't want to have those not counted towards the goal. Totally understandable. Very reasonable requests from chat. There we go. Goal started. Thank you for the reminder, chat. By the way, we are at a 1 like per minute rate right now. Great job. There was no Discord blast off. Could you do it for me, Moana? I don't have my phone with me. It's so much easier to do it than to try and sign on a web page right now. It would be super, super nice of you if you could do that. Okay. Now, Donald Trump was asked this question in the White House earlier this week, a few days ago. I think it was Tuesday. Trump asked if Planned Parenthood could be investigated. For what? Oh, let's find out. Let's find out. Why would you want Planned Parenthood to be investigated? Probably something super normal.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I just want to follow up on that. If Planned Parenthood is defunded, would you look into the harvesting of baby organs that they've done throughout the years?
I'm still fucking flabbergasted by this.
On that?
Well, I think you're talking about a subject that is a heated subject, and we'll look into it. We're going to look into everything, but that's certainly a subject that's been debated for a long time, and we will look into it, yeah.
Mr. President. It's been debated for a long time whether or not Planned Parenthood should be investigated for the harvesting of baby organs? Since when? Oh, you mean stem cells. Right. That is what they're talking about, of course. And, yeah. I'm sure that'll have no implications for the future. You don't have permissions to do mods not have permissions to @ everyone? Is that not possible? I could have sworn I gave mods permission to @ everyone. Yeah, this old... They're bringing this old ringer out from the past, you know? Yeah, the pro-lifers, as they like to call themselves, have, been after this for a long time. Stem cells, which are important, greatly important in scientific research studies, things like that. But they're trotting it back out because they're running out of shit to do. I mean, they got an anti-vaxxer for HHS. They've got dismantled. I mean, I'm just talking about right-wingers in general now, not just the, although the Venn diagram is basically just a circle, between right-wingers and anti-abortion people. Yeah, I mean, Roe v. Wade's already done, right? That's gone. Supreme Court got rid of that. They got the Supreme Court majority. They're destroying the dismantling the entire, administrative state. And, they're just running out of things to do. That's why we've seen people like Katie Britt, new senator, good housekeeping Barbie, introducing legislation for shark attacks. They don't have anything serious left to work on. So, they got to come up with new things and or bring out the old stuff. And it's much easier to just bring out the old stuff than to come up with new stuff, because that requires a little creativity, little thinking, all of that. Oh, God. Now, let's talk some more stuff relating to pregnancy, healthcare, women's issues. Here was Donald Trump yesterday, 2 days ago, actually.
We're going to have tremendous goodies in the bag for women, too. The women,
goodies.
Between the fertilization
and
all
ladies?
of the other things that we're talking about. It's going to be great. We're joined today Fertilization.
Let's hear that again. I'm sorry, I talked over it. What was that you're saying?
Tremendous goodies in the bag for women, too. The women, between the fertilization and all of the other things that we're talking about, it's going to be great. We're joined today.
Fertilization. Gonna get all you ladies fertilized. I know you all love being inseminated. It's a great word, actually. People tell me, sir, you are the king of fertilization. I said, yes, I know. I know that. I'm really great at it.
I'm still very proud of it. I don't
So very proud of my
I'll be known as the fertilization
fertilizing
president,
abilities.
That's not bad.
Fertilization president.
That's not bad. I've been called much worse.
Don't be creepy.
Yeah, like a
Actually,
sexual
I like
assaulter.
it, right? I like it. Thank you. We're joined today by many of the women members of the House and Senate who make up.
Ugh. There you go, President Fertilization. He's got a grab bag of goodies. Now, when he's talking about this other stuff, I'm not even going to say what it's too much.
That's too much, man.
It's too much. Oh my god. It'll just be a bag full of notes, like, no condoms in here, ladies, and like neonatal, I guess, vitamins. Oh god, and a ticket to speed dating. I don't know. One voucher for personal fertilization from me.
Don't be creepy.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Let's continue talking about some health-related issues. Let's go here to CNN from yesterday. Former CDC official reveals why he left after RFK took over. Yeah, CNN had on a former CDC official who quit after RFK was put in place at head of HHS.
Measles cases in Kansas have now risen to 23. State health officials say that the outbreak there could be linked to the one ongoing in Texas, New Mexico, and Oklahoma that's infected at least 379 people. In both cases, unvaccinated children represent a majority of the cases. Now, this comes after comments by HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in an interview this month. He's previously and wrongly linked the MMR vaccine to autism. In the interview, while he did say that the vaccines, quote, do prevent infection, he also downplayed their safety instead of their effectiveness, quote, for many people it wanes. There's no evidence it wanes in most cases. Then yesterday, Kevin Griffiths, the now former director of communications office at the CDC, published a new editorial in the Washington Post about why he left the agency the previous week. At one point, he wrote, Kennedy has promoted unproven treatments for measles. He also suggested distributing vitamin A, which does not prevent measles. Meanwhile, in my final weeks at the CDC, I watched as career infectious disease experts were tasked with spending precious hours searching medical literature in vain for data to support Kennedy's preferred treatments. I'm joined by Kevin Griffiths for this exclusive interview. Kevin, I appreciate you being with us. I do want to play some of what Secretary Kennedy said on to Sean Hannity that you referenced.
There are adverse events from the vaccine. It does cause deaths every year. It causes all the illnesses that measles itself causes, encephalitis and blindness, etc. And so people ought to be able to make that choice for themselves. And what we need to do is give them the best information and encourage them to vaccinate.
I'm sorry.
The vaccine does stop the spread of the disease. Yeah, we're providing vitamin A.
I really do love how RFK, just like Donald Trump, tends to contravene his own points in the middle of the same sentence. Like, the vaccine actually causes a great great deal of the thing, but actually we should encourage people to vaccinate. It's like, wait, which one? Is it bad or should people get it? This guy's in charge of health and human services in the United States. That's great. It's so good. So good and so great.
Well, he mentioned that. Yeah. Which, there are many studies, some showing 87% of effectiveness of vitamin A
to help
against serious disease and death.
I mean, there's a whole host of issues with what he said, as we just talked about. Why did you decide to leave your role at CDC? What was it about that interview in particular?
Well, I mean, one of the fundamental things, actually, that Secretary Kennedy talked about there, which was that it's important for us to provide the best information to the American people. The problem is that's not Secretary Kennedy's strong suit. And so a couple of different things that played into my decision to leave CDC. One, public health communications overall.
I'm sorry, I got to hear that again.
Which was that it's important for us to provide the best information to the American people. The problem is that's not Secretary Kennedy's strong suit. And so a couple of different things that played into my decision to leave CDC. One,
I just want that to sit with everybody here for a second. This former CDC director of communications just said. You just said the communicating information effectively. Accurate information effective. I think. Wait, I do have to hear that one more time. I'm sorry. Say it again.
To the American people. The problem is that's not Secretary. It's important for us to provide the best information to the American people. The problem is that's.
Yeah. It is not RFK's strong suit, providing accurate information to people. Poor RFK.
That's Secretary Kennedy's strong suit. And so, a couple of different things that played into my decision to leave CDC. One, public health communications overall has really ground to almost a halt. It's certainly just a trickle compared to what it used to be. I mean, that's important because medical information changes all the time. And there's essentially a pipeline, a circuit of information that is happening all the time that goes from the federal government, state, local governments, all the way down to your medical provider. So having a halt of communication could have an impact on your
Why
your
are
health.
they not giving press conferences? Why are they not communicating?
Well, I think that's something that you would need to ask them. But I think one of the things that's clear is that the communications process, the public health works best when the folks who are experts are the ones who are saying, hey, this is something we need to communicate, and we need to communicate it now, and not.
Yeah, except now they're not taking any of this stuff seriously. They've already canceled, like he was talking about, multiple meetings that should have been, would have been public communication on various important issues, like updates to the vaccines for the flu and other things like that, all canceled. Every year, towards the end of flu season, they convene public health officials to talk about how this flu season has gone, what changes they've seen, what they think might need to be done for the future to improve upon their response for next season. Get ahead of it so they can research, so they can edit whatever they might need to edit in a vaccine, right? And that takes time. Instead, we just said, fuck it. Not a big deal.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
All right, let's go here to
into the Department of Disease. Here
to Forbes. This is from yesterday. Senate Democrats convened a press conference where they discussed the cuts that have been happening at the HHS.
into the Department of Disease. Seriously, do you know what Trump and RFK Jr. are doing about the measles outbreak?
Immediately,
they are
if not
ripping
sooner.
away funding Congress already provided to respond to the outbreaks. They're stopping public health work in its tracks, even as this outbreak is threatening to spiral out of control. What are they doing about the opioid crisis, or maternal death rates, or bird flu for that matter? More cuts. And don't forget mass firings. What are they doing about vaccine hesitancy? Unsurprisingly, these anti-vaxxers are slashing vaccine research, and at the very same time dedicating resources to launch vaccine conspiracy investigations and resurrect debunked science.
Yeah.
And now RFK
Yep.
Jr. announces he is pushing out some 20,000 work.
Yeah, that's, if you don't know what she's talking about, basically, like, within the first week of RFK getting confirmed by the Senate, he decided to have the HHS, and I think basically all the agencies underneath it, CDC, NIH, to investigate things that have already been investigated, including whether or not vaccines cause autism, something that has been studied more than it needs to because of people like RFK having an obsession with this shit and no scientific backing for his beliefs, but is now in charge of this. And so, in an incredibly inefficient manner, we are studying whether or not, once again, for the umpteenth time, unnecessarily, whether or not vaccines cause autism.
At HHS, that is about as good for the public health as a cough in your face. Looking for new ways to make government more efficient and responsive is important. But Trump and RFK Jr. are doing anything but that. It does not take a genius to understand that pushing out 20,000 workers at a preeminent health agency, choking off funding for cancer research, and eliminating funding that prevents infectious diseases like measles will not make Americans healthier. It will just mean fewer health services for our communities, more opportunities for disease to spread, and longer waits for life-saving treatments and cures. These cuts will not reduce the deficit in any way, not at all. Instead, they threaten to incur massive costs down the road when we are caught flat-footed by the next healthcare crisis.
Yeah. By the way, I just realized we didn't get all the way to that part of this other video. Oh, I almost want to go back. I'll just tell you. Fuck. No, you know what? It'll be better if we just go this way. I'm gonna have to go back to this CNN video because there was another part of this that I forgot I wanted. Where is it? Because we have been trying to cover as much as we can the measles outbreak that's been going on in this country, and the fact is it has been spiraling out of control, and we have not been paying enough attention. Probably because we've been completely consumed by the rest of the goddamn news. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Last time that we were talking about this, there was a couple dozen cases in Texas. There was one had popped up in, it was either New Jersey or New York. And there was like a couple of other ones, fringe cases. But like all in all, there was maybe like 30 cases in total. That number has exploded by like over 10x. Let's go here. Back here to CNN. Sorry.
Across federal health agencies. Well, nearly 24 new measles cases in Kansas could be linked to outbreaks in 3 other states, health officials say. The measles outbreak in Texas, New Mexico, and Oklahoma has infected 379 people so far. Physicians there also say that they are seeing patients with vitamin A toxicity.
Oh, good.
They believe that is because U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. once suggested mega doses of vitamin A to ward off measles.
Jesus Christ.
Health experts say only the vaccine can do that. Anderson Cooper spoke with a former CDC official who recently resigned from the organization. He says leadership...
So yeah, there we go. That's really the piece that I wanted. So, did you catch that? There's now almost 400 cases of measles in the United States. They're all due to non-vaccination, mostly in children. And then they're also seeing a spike of people coming to the ER, to the hospital, or to the doctor in general, who are having overdoses of vitamin A because they've been listening to conspiracy theory-esque, just non-scientific advice from the head of the HHS, a man who is not a doctor, who's been directing people to taking vitamin A. But if you take too much, it can cause your liver to fail. And so people have been coming in with non-functioning livers and a massive spike in vitamin A in their blood levels. Probably bad that we have a guy willing to push completely non-scientific theories out to the American people. No wonder that CDC director quit, because he probably didn't want to do all of that. Let's go and quickly talk about those cuts again. Here's Eyewitness News, ABC 7, New York. Health and Human Services to lay off 10,000 workers and close agencies in major restructuring.
Massive cuts are coming to the Department of Health and Human Services. Tonight, RFK Jr. planning to slash 10,000 jobs. That is on top of the 10,000 who already left recently. Secretary Kennedy saying it's all part of his plan to end what he calls America's epidemic of chronic illness. But in the wake of one of the deadliest pandemics in history, does this really make sense right now? With the plan, here's Josh Heidegger.
They're the preeminent public health agencies in the world. But to hear the president's new men in charge tell it, Health and Human Services is a bureaucratic mess.
HHS has more than 100 communications offices and more than 40 IT departments and dozens of procurement offices and 9 HR departments. In many cases, they don't even talk to each other.
HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. today announced he'll be gutting much of the agency the president appointed him to lead. 20,000 people out of work between layoffs and voluntary buyouts. At the Food and Drug Administration, which tests and approves medicine and vaccines, 3,500 will be cut. And at the Centers for Disease Control, 2,400 employees are fired. The agency shifting its focus primarily toward planning for epidemics and outbreaks and away from the causes of most American death, like chronic disease, firearm injuries, and fatal overdoses.
Why?
CDC has incredible...
Why would we stop these things? I don't understand. I thought this guy was obsessed with chronic disease. Is that not one of RFK's favorite things to talk about? The chronic disease epidemic. I mean, what?
Firearm injuries and fatal overdoses.
CDC has incredible expertise in heart disease, in cancer, in smoking prevention. If CDC loses the ability to work on those, someone else is going to have to pick that up, and no one's going to do it as well as CDC.
We're going to eliminate an entire alphabet soup of departments and agencies while preserving their core functions by merging them into a new organization called the Administration for a Healthy America, or AHA.
Oh my God. Wow. The Administration for Healthy America. Why? Why is that necessary? Why is it better to have one organization rather than the already existing, 1, 2, 3, 4? What is the point of this? What the fuck is the point of this? I don't understand. I'm glad I have that sound shot, though. Amanda Bynes, making America healthy. She was a trailblazer, ahead of her time. Maha, indeed, Amanda. Maha, indeed. Okie dokie. So yeah, tens of thousands of workers looking to be cut. I mean, Senate Democrats said 20,000. Eyewitness News, ABC7 said 10,000. I don't know which one is more correct, honestly. Somewhere between 10 and 20,000, let's assume. No, yeah. When this turns out it doesn't work, they're going to go, aha, this is actually a bad idea. Do you know what else might be a bad idea? This next one. NBC Montana. I think this is, if I recall correctly, this is a Montana-specific situation, but apparently we need more laws for bathrooms. You know, have you been in a bathroom before? They're basically like it's like a lawless, almost, you know, like it's like a separate timeline where anarchy just reigns supreme. Impossible to, you know, do what you want to do in a bathroom. And so Montana is putting in some very, very, very sensible legislation, I'm sure. Oh, wait, what's that? Oh no, they're just banning transgender people from using the bathroom, which makes them most comfortable. Okay, that seems bad. I was fine with ending the anarchy, but this? What's the point of this?
Tonight, as we come on the air with our live broadcast at 10 o'clock, Governor Greg Gianforte signs into law a bill prohibiting transgender people from using public bathrooms that don't align with their gender assigned at birth. Illegal. NBC Montana's Phil Howard is sifting through all the details and is here in the studio to break it down for us. Phil.
That's right. The transgender bathroom restrictions and another bill defining sex based.
This dude seems genuinely excited about it. I feel like he got to his job after leaving a Proud Boys Zoom meeting. Like the level of excitement in this man's voice when talking about this. That's right. Haha, yeah, suck it, transgender people.
Right. The transgender bathroom restrictions and another bill defining sex based on people's chromosomes and reproductive biology are now state law. Governor Greg Gianforte signed House Bill 121 and 300 Thursday, saying he is proud to safeguard privacy and security for women and girls. Gianforte also posted a statement to X, standing by the decision.
Because we think it's pretty simple. A man shouldn't be in a woman's restroom, shouldn't be in a woman's shower room, and shouldn't be housed in a women's prison.
Already, the new bathroom law faces...
There's no way that this winds up causing huge problems or, I don't know, violence, right? What do they think that this is getting done exactly? If anything, this is the reverse of privacy. This is going to out a bunch of transgender people who are forced to make this, you know? And, you know, how are there going to be genital inspectors? Are there going to be, you know, bathroom police to make sure that all of this stuff is abided by? I mean, are people going to be forced to strip naked to prove their what was it he said, their chromosomes, right? Is that what's going to happen now? You know, are they going to, you know, or maybe just regular people in bathrooms will be outraged when they see someone who they think is not the right gender. You know, maybe people will be attacked when just trying to, you know, do their business, if you will. And, you know, it's not, I don't see how this is going to be a good thing. I'm sure we'll see plenty of legislation like this across all sorts of states, not just Montana. Pretty horrifying stuff, if you ask me. Like, if anything, this is just going to embolden people with horrifying beliefs, right? Stop people from using the bathroom. Oh, you don't look woman enough. They're just going to be creeps, like hanging around bathrooms now, making sure transgenders don't go in to the wrong stall. All right. Let's see. Now, of course, that's going to affect students too. There's a lot of stuff affecting students. A lot of stuff, including threats of deportation for free speech.
In national headlines, another Columbia University student reportedly faces deportation after she participated in pro-Palestinian protests on campus. National correspondent Kaylee Gaskins brings us the latest from Washington.
21-year-old Yunsa Chung, a Columbia University student who protested against Israel on campus, filing a lawsuit Monday accusing the Trump administration of illegally targeting her for deportation.
Her offense was, as far as we can tell, attending one pro-Palestine rally.
Chung, a legal U.S. resident, moved to the U.S. from South Korea with her family when she was 7. According to the lawsuit, earlier this month, immigration officials informed her lawyers her lawful permanent resident status is being revoked. The attorneys allege this is because of her political views and constitutionally protected protesting. Meanwhile, the families of Israeli hostages filing their own lawsuit against another pro-Palestine Columbia University activist, Mahmoud Khalil, and several other student groups. The suit reportedly calls Khalil Hamas's propaganda arm in New York City. Khalil, also a legal U.S. resident, remains detained at an immigration facility in Louisiana.
The detention and threatened deportation of Mahmoud is illegal and is a direct assault on our constitutional rights to due process, freedom of speech, a right to protest.
In an effort to reinstate $400 million of revoked federal funding over the school's handling of the pro-Palestinian protests, Columbia University acquiescing to a list of demands from the Trump administration. The school's faculty staging their own protest to voice frustration with the leader's decision. On Truth Social earlier this month, Trump promising to stop all federal funding for schools.
All federal funding will stop, all caps stop, for any college, school, or university that allows illegal protests.
Illegal?
Agitators will be imprisoned, or permanently sent back to the country from which they came. American students will be permanently expelled, or, depending on the crime, arrested. All caps, no masks. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
So I guess Donald Trump thinks that he is on the board of every single school and he's allowed to say who gets expelled and who doesn't. And it seems like many colleges and universities who are afraid of losing their funds are giving him that right. Why even have a school board? Why have administrators at all? Might as well just let the president dictate everything in schools, you know? Whoever's in the White House gets to decide all policies everywhere, in every state, in every building. Who gets to be where? Why not? All right, let's go here. See what Marco Rubio had to say a couple days ago when asked about deporting students from campuses.
I thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, for taking questions from us. Mr. Secretary, first to you. You've traveled throughout the region. As you know, China has a growing presence throughout the Caribbean and Latin America. You carried out an effort to limit.
Hold on, I forgot. Where does he actually get asked this question? Actually, I guess it was part of this, wasn't it? Whatever. All right. No.
Hong Kong's presence in the Panama Canal, and you talked with some reservations about Chinese projects yesterday in Jamaica. I was wondering, is it the aim of the Trump administration to try and have the two superpowers reach an accommodation or an understanding where each power limits their military?
It is at the end, isn't it? God damn it. Ugh, I should have written down where this one was at. Oh, now we got a load circle on the stream. What's happening? Are we loading? Alright, I'm gonna skip past this one. I cannot remember. I've got more Marco quotes. Oh god, and we're gray screening now. Why are we doing this today, huh?
This is the moment Tufts University graduate student Rumeysa Ozturk was arrested and taken into
illegal.
Yeah, hold on. I see the gray screens happening. It's very annoying. I don't know why this is happening. Bodes poorly. Alright, let's go to ABC. Oh no, sorry, not ABC. NBC news from yesterday. Talk about the Turkish student who was detained by the Gestapo.
This is the moment Tufts University graduate student Rumeysa Ozturk was arrested and taken into federal custody. Doorbell camera footage obtained by NBC News shows two plainclothes officers approaching the 30-year-old in Somerville outside of Boston. Ozturk at first appears to back away before more agents approach, one eventually taking her phone out of her hand.
Why is she putting a mask on?
Officers then take her backpack off.
Wait, I thought didn't Donald Trump say no masks? It's just for students. Okay, I see. The Gestapo can wear as many masks as they want, but not the students.
Illegal.
If you're protesting, no masks. If you're illegally detaining people for free speech, wear a mask. That's fine. Okay, that makes sense.
Handcuff her and lead her across the street to a car. An onlooker heard questioning why the officers' faces are covered. Ozturk's lawyer says she was on her way to break Ramadan fast with friends on Tuesday night when she was detained without explanation. She says her client, a Turkish national, was in the U.S. working toward a PhD in child study and human development on a valid F1 visa, which allows foreign nationals to pursue academics without the intention of immigration. In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security today, writing in part, DHS and ICE investigations found Ozturk engaged in activities in support of Hamas, a foreign terrorist organization that relishes the killing of Americans. Glorifying and supporting terrorists who kill Americans is ground grounds for visa issuance to be terminated. DHS did not reference specific incidents, but in March of last year,
No kidding.
Ozturk co-authored an op.
No kidding. Wow. And this was pro Hamas, was it? Asking them to adopt Senate resolutions. That makes it pro Hamas. So the Senate's pro Hamas, is it? Interesting. Yeah. You know, we should all be concerned about this. Honestly, whether or not you're pro-Palestinian, because these same sort of methods could be used for all sorts of reasons. They can just make up whatever they want, as it turns out. You know, being pro-Palestinian is the same thing as being pro-Hamas. You know, maybe a Democratic president, you know, comes into office next, and I don't know, maybe Democrats decide being pro-gun makes you a murderer. You know, maybe they decide that being anti-abortion makes you a terrorist, regardless of what your activities are, right? You just have to espouse anti-abortion beliefs, and we can lock you up as a terrorist, put you in Guantanamo. I mean, this is a very slippery slope. I'm just going to point that out to some people right now. Now, the fact is some people do engage in terroristic activities, but, you know, these pro-Palestinian protests were not terrorism, and yet they're being treated as if they are. If we keep allowing words to mean things that they don't mean, allow the wild interpretation of law in ways that contradict logic and reality, we're going to be in serious trouble, everyone. I mean, we already are, honestly, in this moment. Yeah, Hassan certainly seems to think we are descending into a fascist dictatorship. Let's see what he had to say about all this stuff. The Hassanabi stream.
Also, obviously, we still are going to be talking about the Department of Homeland Security's actions, including but not limited to the Columbia student that was hunted by ICE, that successfully was able to sue to prevent her deportation. Yun So Chung, a legal permanent resident who has lived in the U.S. since she was 7, participated in pro-Palestinian demonstrations. Immigration agents visited residences looking for her. Insane shit. Also, Rumeysa Öztürk, who was kidnapped by ICE from Tufts. We'll be talking about that. I think it is really strange, if not terrifying, that this kind of stuff is happening right now in the United States of America. And beyond like some motion on Twitter, there is very little backlash. I have yet to see Democratic leadership call this out under no uncertainty, just like openly say this is completely unacceptable. This is some Gestapo shit. This is fascism in this country. It is unacceptable. It's not allowed. It is terrifying that this is like one of the most damaging aspects of Trump 2025 so far. And I find myself screaming into the void every single day about it. I keep warning people. I know that there are journalists out there in mainstream outlets that have reached out about this sort of stuff to me and you know, privately, to be like, hey, this kind of stuff is really scary. We're seeing what you're saying. I'm not going to name any names, but it is shocking that like the editorial teams are not necessarily covering this stuff. They're not covering this stuff aggressively, and they're dropping the ball spectacularly. And I think a big part of that is because liberal leadership is not saying anything about it. And it leads me to believe that they kind of like it because they don't fucking recognize the damaging aspects of this. The erosion of what remains is what remains is civil liberties that will help you combat fascism is a much larger, much more consequential problem. Like a constitutional crisis over refusing court orders on deportation is truly up.
Off the top here at 5 o'clock, we have just learned that a Tufts University graduate student was taken into ICE custody because investigators allege she was engaged in activities in support of Hamas.
I want to pick the brains of like regular Americans who watch stuff like this. I want them to explain to me how they think this is normal and it's good, actually. Like, this is Gestapo shit, right? You got masked, plain-clothed Gestapo agents in broad daylight kidnapping people because they're just saying they don't like what you had to say about Israel. And everyone's like, yeah, that's normal. That's chill.
Now, they did not give any specifics about what the student is accused of doing. WBZ's Beth Germano is live in Somerville, where a rally will soon be underway with people who are, Beth, supporting that student.
Well, the arrest has certainly sent shockwaves through the Tufts University campus. And as students and friends prepare to gather in support of Ramesa Ozturk, the Department of Homeland Security has now confirmed she's been sent to an ICE detention center in Louisiana, which flies in the face of a federal judge who ruled she should not leave Massachusetts without prior notification.
Yeah, they're also
Illegal.
actively violating court orders, setting up for a constitutional battle that I think is going to determine the next phase of fascism in this country. There are an estimated 2,000 people apparently at this rally that took place a couple hours prior at the Ramesa rally. I don't know what to say. And they always send them to Louisiana because the judge in Louisiana is more favorable and will take like will make insane decisions, for the record. I told my MAGA mom about Khalil, and she was very alarmed and disgusted, and also told me there are several things she's upset about that this administration has done. The MAGA movement is
Well, it seems like Hassan is as disturbed as I am about all this, and seemingly suggesting that even some mainstream media journalists are equally concerned, even though, at least from the coverage we've been looking at lately, they don't seem to be taking it with quite as much concern as you would expect. Although I'm sure that, you know, these journalists who've spoken to Hassan don't represent the entire outlets they may work for. But we're in trouble, people, because at the same time we are running out of journalists, right? And things like that, like actual, like, the kind of journalism that we need is, like, has been dying for quite some time. You know, all existing local media is now bought up by like one or two companies, mostly Sinclair. There's, you know, a real lack of like on the ground independent journalism. Meanwhile, we're getting rid of NPR and PBS, which we're going to get into later during this stream. Elon's going to kill Elmo. Now, today was the final day, according to a judge who made an order earlier this week, Friday, I think at midnight, I think is the deadline for ICE, the Gestapo, to give their justification for why this woman was arrested, the Turkish student who we were just talking about. I love how TRT World, they're the ones who covered this story. Wow. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to journalism, people. We had to rely on a Turkish... We had to rely on a Turkish outlet to get this because this woman is Turkish, right? By the way, I just want to say thank you to Mo and Ope for notifying on Discord. I was about to try and do it in case it hadn't happened yet. Great. I was saying, this is TRT World from yesterday, discussing this deadline. I just found it incredible that I didn't see a single other story entitled this from any other outlet. We had to rely on a foreign media outlet to tell us about what's going on inside of our country. The only reason we have this story is because this woman is Turkish. If we didn't, I don't even know if we'd know this right now.
It's the arrest that has sent shockwaves around America's academic community. Free Rumeysa Ozturk now! Free Rumeysa Ozturk now! And launched protests. Legal experts say U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio appears to be relying on a 1952 law that gives him alone broad powers to decide if a non-citizen represents a national security threat. But in accusing Turkish university student Rumeysa Ozturk of engaging in activities in support of Hamas, Rubio is offering no evidence, no details, and no formal charge. Rubio was asked Thursday about this opinion editorial that Ozturk co-authored last year.
You were at your granny's today and saw this report on CNN? Interesting. I wonder why CNN didn't feel it necessary to clip that and put it on their goddamn YouTube channel. They have a social media budget too low over there at CNN? What is the deal? Oh, right, we have more likes. You deserve another emotional support character. We must pull from the GCU, the Galactic comic book universe. Gary time.
Urging Tufts University to divest from Israel and whether that was the basis for her arrest.
If you apply for a visa to enter the United States and be a student, and you tell us that the reason why you're coming to the United States is not just because you want to write op-eds, but because you want to participate in movements that are involved in doing things like vandalizing universities, harassing students, taking over buildings, creating a ruckus. We're not going to...
Nobody came... I love how Marco's phrasing this one. Nobody... Come on, stupid. Nobody came to the United States to participate in the protests. That's the dumbest assertion I think I've ever heard. Who here actually believes that people left their own country, applied to a school, paid for tuition, right? All of that shit. You know, flew across whatever ocean to get here. You know, get their own housing, whatever they need to survive. Who did all of that just to participate? There were plenty of protests across the world you could have protested. You were, you know, in any, name a country, there were protests. You didn't have to leave your country to come here to protest. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
What'd you drum about?
Oh my god, what an idiot.
Visa.
But Ozturk supporters and families say the administration hasn't offered any evidence that she took part in any of those things.
I don't want reality. It's a witch hunt against those who support Palestine. My sister has expressed the suffering of Palestinians intellectually and not been involved in any aggressive action.
As she sits in a Louisiana detention facility, a federal judge has given authorities until Friday to explain why Ozturk is being detained. Rubio claims his State Department has now revoked more than 300 visas.
Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa.
Pro-Palestinian demonstrations on U.S. college campuses have faded, perhaps because of the student crackdowns, but they...
I wonder how Marco is finding these people, you know? The way he talks about it, it's like they got some sort of a algorithm somewhere. But I know there's actually some people who are going out of their way to report anybody who they're aware of having done anything remotely pro-Palestinian. Pretty sure they got a hotline now. But yeah, fairly certain at this point that deadline is basically up. And I've seen no story about her having been released, nor have I seen any actual justifications given that would satisfy this legal demand from this judge. Let's go back to Marco.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Here's Forbes News from 2 days ago.
From Andrea Chisholm from Television Jamaica.
Thank you. Secretary Rubio, given changes to U.S. immigration policies, there are some Jamaicans who are afraid to travel back to Jamaica, even though they are legitimate green card holders. What assurances can you give to those individuals that they will have no difficulty returning to the United States?
Well, okay, yeah,
And
well, green
very
card,
quickly,
green card
sir.
or residency? I mean, permanent residence. You're asking me about? Yes.
Permanent,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
And secondly, what problems, if any, does America have with China's investment in Jamaica?
Well, look, I mean, China's a rich and powerful country. Our problem with is not investment. Okay, our problem is predatory practices. That's what we're concerned about. What we have seen all over the world is that China comes in and says, here's a bunch of money for a project they never build. They bring their own workers to do the work. They don't hire the locals. They bring their own workers. And oftentimes it comes...
I keep forgetting.
To highlight. On the first point, I would say, let me talk about that. You're a green card holder. You're not illegally in the United States. You're a green card holder. You are legally in the United States. What the president has said, and I don't know how anybody can disagree with this, every country in the world has immigration laws. And immigration laws, if you don't enforce them, you don't have immigration laws.
Well, you're not enforcing them. The United States is not enforcing its immigration laws. We are circumventing them day by day, over and over again, Marco. What are you talking about, stupid? We all know, it's quite clear that the United States government is attempting to circumvent the White House. Trump administration is attempting to circumvent those laws, completely go around them, rather than abiding by them. So we don't have immigration laws in the United States. We're completely going, we're contravening our own, we're contradicting ourselves right now, including Marco.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
You know, like almost every single one of these things has been fraught with different sorts of like paradoxical situations as it relates to our laws, whether it being just completely going around the immigration courts rather than having people go through the deportation process. They're just being removed from the country extrajudicially. You know, or when federal judges demand the administration stops doing a thing, they just keep doing it. Whether it's sending people to El Salvador without any, what's it called? Like concern for their well-being, right? People who aren't from El Salvador, Venezuelans, right? Not Salvadorians, and it's just, God, I don't know how many of these examples, I got a lot of these examples, I'm going to stop. I'm just going to keep going if I do this.
Over the last few years, we've had, 13, 14, 15 million people enter the United States unlawfully and irregularly. No country.
Why does that number keep changing?
By the way, that's not unique to us.
What's the number?
Even here in Jamaica.
What's the number? Why do the Republicans have like 70 different numbers for how many immigrants have come into the United States? 200 million illegal immigrants have taken over. It's an invasion.
You face challenges of migration. And it's not that we don't sympathize with people that are leaving difficult circumstances. It's that no society can absorb mass migration from anywhere in the world. You just can't do it. And we're facing that challenge. That's not specific to Jamaica. I'm just speaking in general. And so the president is doing something that, frankly, hasn't been done in a long time. He's enforcing our immigration laws.
No, he's not.
And that's what we're doing.
No, he's not.
So if you're a green card holder, you're not illegally in the United States.
Yeah, until you take away their green cards, Marco. Something you're doing with complete reckless disregard for any facts, you know, civil rights, all sorts of things. Just, oh my God. Yeah, you're just enforcing the law by ignoring it. That's how that works.
I don't want reality.
Okay, Marco. That's enough from you for now. Let's go here. This is something that I knew was going to happen more and more. We've already seen videos of stuff like this. And it's just going to keep getting worse, especially when they have people showing up in unmarked cars, in plain clothes, wearing masks. Shit like this is going to happen. Shit like this is going to continue to happen. And as long as they play these games... have this fucking secret police going around, picking people up off the streets, shit like this is going to continue to fucking happen.
A 26-year-old man has been charged with impersonating an ICE officer earlier this month in Fife. This happened on March 16th outside of a Ukrainian grocery store. A Ford SUV with an ICE emblem and seal of the Department of Homeland Security was seen circling the parking lot. Witnesses told police the people in the car were recording employees and customers in an apparent effort to intimidate them. Fife police announced today that Ilya Kukar has been charged with criminal impersonation in the second degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. They say the car he was driving was a former Tukwila police car that had previously been totaled and resold to a private buyer, which is...
Wow, who could have guessed? And they keep getting emboldened by this stuff. You know, I mean, who could have guessed that all of these insane decisions, you know, circumventing the law, would give people, you know, the little kick in the butt they need to go out and circumvent the law themselves. Not me. I never. Oh wait, I did predict that would happen. Never mind. Someone else would not have. People. No one could have guessed it. Now, actually, I put these in the wrong order. Let's go to NBC LA. Wait. Oh, no, sorry. Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Quick clip. Another Marco clip.
Can I get a follow-up real quick?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Could you confirm, there's no reporting that 300 visas, State Department has revoked 300?
Maybe more. Might be more than 300 at
Maybe
this
more.
point. We do it every day. Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa.
You're saying it could be more than 300?
Sure, I hope. At some
hope.
point, I hope we run out.
He doesn't even know how many people he's revoking. This is what I'm talking about. When I say reckless disregard, this is what I'm talking about. Dude doesn't even know how many people's green cards he's been revoking. Something that doesn't happen that often, especially for political activity, free speech, constitutionally protected, basically unheard of. And he doesn't even know how many he's done. How great. Look at that competence. Whoopsies, that's what I get for holding something in my hand and sound shotting at the same time. Whoopsies.
You're saying it could be more than 300?
Sure, I hope. At some point, I hope we run out because we've gotten rid of all of them. But we're looking every day for these lunatics that are tearing things up. And by the way, we want to get rid of gang members too.
Oh, okay.
So Venezuela sent us a bunch of gang members. I'm sure you've heard of
Venezuela. Oh my
terrible
God.
Gang.
Venezuela sent us a gang. They invaded us. Why do they keep talking about this invasion? The fact is, it's been the most peaceful invasion of all time. You know, there was no troops at the border. You know, there was, and it was fascinating. I've seen no stories about this invasion. You know, this war that we're apparently at with, I've heard there was supposedly what was it? It was an apartment complex that had been taken over, but it turned out it was just a greedy, shitty slumlord who was lying, like a lie. But aside from that one story, I've seen no, in fact, not even that story. I've seen zero actual evidence for this war. Geez, usually wars, there's like bombs, there's like explosions and gunfire and like troops and stuff, but no, it's
gang. They flooded in there yesterday.
They flooded.
Just so everybody knows, yesterday, one of these gang members who was involved in New York City and attacking a police.
Now, what's interesting is that we were flooded by this invasive force. But yesterday, we got a clip of Kristi Noem talking about how many Tremde Arago members she believed to be in the United States, and I think she estimated it at, I think it was like 10 or 15,000. Even the director of DHS, Kristi Noem, said there was only like 10,000. How is that an invasion of a country of 350? They're going to take over the country with 10,000 people? Right. That's how that works. Yeah, you heard of it. He's going to get rid of as many people as he has to, I guess, to satisfy Supreme Leader Trump's desires. To deport as many people as it takes to satiate Donald Trump. Now let's go to LA.
Immigration investigations underway in El Cajon tonight. Federal agents targeted a business accused of hiring workers who are not legally authorized to work in the country. Around 20 people were arrested. Denora Perez from our sister station, Telemundo 52, is live in El Cajon with the very latest on this story. Denora.
That's right, Kathy. It certainly was a very emotional day for these employees and certainly for their family members. Many of them waited hours hoping that they would be released. For 9 hours, federal agents were inside San Diego powder and protective coatings facilities in El Cajon, while federal agents served a criminal search warrant for harboring and employing undocumented immigrants. Inside, there were over 60 employees, all of them handcuffed and detained.
Yeah. Now, this one's fascinating to me because, they could have gone anywhere to look for undocumented immigrants. I don't know, especially in California, right? There's a ton of agricultural, migrant seasonal workers who work on California farms. But no, instead they went to the detailing shop in, South Central LA. That makes sense. That makes sense. We don't want to go after the whites-owned businesses, right? We want to go after the poor immigrant. We're not poor immigrant, but you know what I'm saying, right? Because, could have gone to Kristi Noem's place in Florida. You could have gone to any number of other places, right? But they're after a specific kind of immigrant, right? You speak Spanish, you're getting deported. Oh, you work for a rich white guy's farm? Oh, okay, never mind.
Follow the rich white man.
Never mind, that's fine. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be skipping right over Kristi Noem's farm in Florida, which has been accused of using illegal, undocumented labor. Okay. Now, one thing that's being used to justify at least some of these detentions and attempted deportations as it relates to students, and really seems to be the only reason, actually, not one of, but the only reason, that being anti-Semitism / being pro-Hamas. Old anti-Semitism. And this regime really hates the anti-Semitism, unless they're the ones doing it. What's Bernie got to say over here in the Senate?
Senator Sanders. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my questions are going to be addressed to all five. We have 5 experts on anti-Semitism, and I look forward to taking advantage of their knowledge. This is not the Foreign Relations Committee, so we're not here to debate the wisdom or lack of wisdom of what the Netanyahu government is doing in Gaza right now. But the reality is that 92% of the housing units in Gaza have been destroyed. Most hospitals and primary healthcare facilities have been bombed. Civilian infrastructure has been devastated. 50,000 people, mostly women and children, have been killed. Over 100,000 have been wounded. If I or any other member of this committee makes that point, that we think, and again, I don't want to debate the policies right now, but if we think that the United States should not be supplying more bombs and artillery to the Netanyahu government, do you think, I don't want the debate on Israel, do you think that is anti-Semitic? Briefly, Ms. Gamble, start it and go right down the line. Am I being anti-Semitic if I say that the United States taxpayers should not supply more weapons to Israel?
That statement alone is not anti-Semitic. It does not attack Jewish identity.
Rabbi?
I must say, you are revered on one side of the aisle and respected on the other side of the aisle for the strength of your convictions. You do not say dispassionate statements. So just like I believe we have to respect the right of everyone to their opinion, I believe the Prime Minister is a democratically elected official and is entitled to his opinion. Do I think it is anti-Semitic to criticize him? I don't think so. If you criticize somebody who's Jewish, that's not anti-Semitic. If you criticize the fact that they're Jewish,
right,
or use that to criticize something,
exactly, right.
Well, briefly, we don't have
Exactly.
So again, I would agree with the rabbi. What you said is not anti-Semitic, but
How many times have I said that? I mean, too many times, way too many times. There's such a wide gap between the two. It shouldn't be hard to figure out. Now, it has been obfuscated by many bad and dishonest actors, but it's a clear distinction. And we don't treat the idea of hatred, right, and or hate speech in the same way across the board. In this particular situation is completely devoid of the normalcy of how we usually deal with this sort of stuff, right? Like, if you criticize the Chinese government, that's not Chinese hate, right? If you criticize the DRC or the Sudanese military, or, you know what I mean? Like, you're it doesn't make you, a racist, right? Unless you're just criticizing them for being Chinese, for being African, right? That's obvious. And I don't see where it is that people lose their minds on this situation. I don't understand where the schism starts and ends. It genuinely confuses me. Like, as someone who grew up learning a lot about the Holocaust, and things like that, like, I still struggle to understand how it is people have this belief implanted in their brains and aren't able to see the clear, paradoxical nature of all of this, right? Like, the strange dichotomy that exists when it comes to discussing the topic of the country of Israel.
I would say, with great respect, is that we have to flip the equation. I think instead of blaming the victim or looking to the victim of Hamas, of the Muslim Brotherhood, we have to understand the ideology at work that's confronting
I don't think there's any
Israel.
debate up here that Hamas is a terrorist organization. What they did on October 7th is beyond disgusting. Rabbi Saperstein.
No, I don't think it is anti-Semitic if you say it, or people on college campuses say it. But on college campuses, there are too many instances in which those kinds of political statements are mixed with rank hatred against Jews, and that steps over the line into anti-Semitism.
Mr. Stern.
Senator Sanders, that statement, that opinion alone is not anti-Semitic.
Okay, now I need your help on something else. I have never met George Soros in my life, to the best of my knowledge. I don't believe I've ever received a nickel in campaign funding from Mr. Soros. But I think, as all of you know, Soros has been a stereotype, a manifestation of anti-Semitism all over the world. Yes? Warren? So when we talk about anti-Semitism, one of the tropes that has always been used, Prodigals of Zion, is that there's this mysterious underground group of zillionaire Jews who are manipulating the whole world, right? Is that the trope? Okay. This, from the Holocaust Memorial Museum, is something that appeared in Hungary, a Hungarian anti-Semitic publication. Jews, puppeteers, right? Familiar with that trope? Mm-hmm. This is from a Donald Trump campaign email. George Soros, puppeteer. Biden is the puppet being manipulated. Okay. I don't want to make a big deal about it. Ms. Gamble, does that look to you like an anti-Semitic trope?
Illegal. I think that there's no question that there is a relationship when you look at the two images that would cause that question to be raised. Again, I think context is key.
Rabbi?
George,
briefly, I want to hear from everybody. Yes or no? Is that do you think that has anti-Semitic overtones?
I think that George Soros is Jewish, although he doesn't really identify closely with the community. 1 minute.
No, I don't have 1 minute. I got 17 seconds, sir.
Okay, 17 seconds.
Is this anti-Semitic?
Very simply, he's being criticized. He's Jewish. I don't know that he's being criticized because he's Jewish.
All right, Dr. Simone?
And I would say very briefly, we're living in a time where the Democratic center is under attack from the extreme right, the extreme left, and radical Islam.
I asked you a question. Does this look like an anti-Semitic trope?
Yes.
Rabbi Saperstein?
Yes.
Mr. Stern?
Anti-Semitism is two things, in its essence: a conspiracy theory that Jews try to harm humanity and giving them an explanation for what goes wrong in the world. That picture is anti-Semitic. Orban was used.
There we go. 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5 here. People testifying before this Senate Committee on Anti-Semitism say that Donald Trump put out an anti-Semitic fundraising email. And if you just want to go back to this picture. Because, I mean, this is verbatim. I'm not sure if they could read it from down there. But, I mean, read the caption at the bottom. I'll read it for you. I thought when I got to be president, and this is supposed to be Joe Biden. I don't know why it's in quotes, because I don't think he ever said this. Maybe he did. I thought when I got to be president, I'd get to give orders. But I take more orders than I ever did. And then it has George Soros being the puppet master.
I'm staying in the race.
Two more emotions. Do we have? Oh my God, are we at 50 already? Great job, everyone. Great job. Galactic Cantina. We need some support. Nope, that's 2 seconds. Okay. 20. I thought Bernie Sanders did a great job explaining the difference between anti-Semitism and the criticism of Israel, a sovereign nation state, which we're reminded about its sovereignty all the time. But not sovereign enough to criticize. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Okay. All right, I got a couple of other stories here. Before we get into our next topic, just a couple of things we may have missed during the week. But let's quickly go to Washington. Here's King 5 Seattle. Protesters gathered to demand the release of union activists from a Washington detention center.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Here's King 5 Seattle from 21 hours ago.
Family says Alfredo Lelo Juarez was exercising his right to remain silent Tuesday when ICE agents smashed his window and pulled him from his car as his wife watched in horror. He's been held here in Tacoma ever since, joining Llewellyn Dixon, who's been here for weeks.
Protesters gathering just feet away from where Llewellyn and Lelo are being detained right now.
Dixon's attorney says she was taken into custody weeks ago at SeaTac Airport because of a misdemeanor conviction from 24 years ago. She's a longtime green card holder.
There are people that support her and do not agree with her being taken like this.
Dale Seward worked with Dixon at a UW science lab.
She's there every day working extra hours to take care of the patients and provide.
I love that. We're deporting people for misdemeanor convictions while we have a president with 34 felony convictions. The irony is not lost on me. Wow. 30-year-old misdemeanor convictions. Meanwhile, the president just last year was convicted of 34 felony counts. Wow.
So we can provide the care that they deserve. And so without her, we're really feeling that loss.
But people without direct connections to the detainees,
I'm 50% a daughter of the American Revolution lineage,
also attended the rally.
I would like for people not to lose hope, just recognize that there are those among us that are willing to stand and fight.
Juarez is
It's a fucked up world we're living in right now, folks. Damn, someone's got their space speakers on full blast out there. Oh, it's not getting picked up by the mic, is it? Huh. Interesting. I assumed it was. 0 of 5 in the top right of chat. What is that? That's a goal. Pitchforks, that is a goal. That is a goal up there for us to make sure that we get all of the content. We need 5 super chats, or super stickers, or donations on either Cash App or PayPal. I count those too, even though YouTube refuses to count any of those last 3 things I mentioned. All good ways to donate, something we've been doing lately. I'm shocked that you're not familiar with this. We've been doing this for a while now, I feel like. Okay, let's go here. Here's a little bit of a, what do you call it? Development. This little secret story we've got in the middle of this first half for all of you here. Actually, I guess towards the end of this half. Little update on the Luigi Mangione case. CBS New York from 23 hours ago has got the story. Apparently, Luigi Mangione may be receiving a laptop in jail as a judge has not objected to the request from the defense.
A judge has cleared the way for Luigi Mangione to get a laptop in jail so that he can prepare his defense in the CEO murder trial. A New York State judge said today that he had no objection to this request, but the decision lies with the Metropolitan Detention Center where Mangione is being held. The Federal Bureau of Prisons says that it would review the laptop request if formally submitted. The laptop would be configured to only allow Mangione to review case materials. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to fatally shooting United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
There you go. Judge allowing Luigi Mangione to receive a laptop while in prison to review court documents and work on his defense. Something I figured our chatters would want to know, generally speaking. Though it's not the biggest breaking news. We have so few updates on this Luigi Mangione case, it's almost like the media is attempting to not talk about it anymore. Even though they were getting all sorts of clicks. It seems like someone somewhere doesn't want them talking about it. So we'd have to go to a random, go to CBS New York. Okay. Hey, Donald James X, breaking the ice with a super chat. This target means if we get 4 more super chats, we get an extra hour of content, something like that. Oh, tonight it's going to be more than an extra hour. I'm pretty sure. We have it's the weekending report, Donald. We have a lot to get through. We have 140 videos to get through today. I think it's going to be a lot more than an extra hour. Oh, God. A lot more. And oh boy, am I moving slowly today. Oh, that's bad. It's good. Oh, God. Oh, God. What have I done to myself today? Oh, no. Oh, God. How many videos? We've only gotten through like 20 videos of that 140 videos. That's bad. It's going to be 7 halves. It's a 7 half. I mean, let's hope we can move through this faster than that. Oh my God, that's a bad rate. It's moving very slow right now.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
My God, I gotta get it together over here. Step it up, StreamLord. All right. Mish with the super chat. Hey, thank you, Mish. Ahem. Pitchforks. Winky emote. Yes, pitchforks. This is what people are talking about right now. Supporting the stream, making sure we get all the content we truly deserve that I've prepared for us tonight. All right, let's go to CNN from 17 hours ago. Scott Jennings, Republican commentator, he knows why everything is wrong in this world, in the United States. He's got the answer for everything. What is it? Let's find out.
The President of the United States has spent his first 2 months in office trying out a new tactic to not answer questions from reporters. The tactic, feign ignorance.
I know nothing about it. I did not. I know nothing about that. I don't know when it was signed because I didn't sign it. I don't know anything about Signal. I wasn't involved in
What's a Signal?
I wasn't involved with it. I wasn't there.
Nothing classified was shared.
Well, that's what I've heard. I don't know. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask the various people involved. I really don't know.
Have you been briefed about the soldiers in Lithuania who are missing?
No, I haven't.
I don't know.
He wasn't involved in the.
I don't know. I hear signal say there's a faulty signal somewhere. What's the signal? I don't know. What's that? I don't get it. Pitchforks. Pitchforks with a super chat. Way to come off your wallet, chat. Right there in your jeans, bud. So true. Although I feel like a lot of people don't carry wallets anymore. But I get the sentiment. But wow, very quickly. We are actually on the road of actually completing a goal right now. There's been no super stickers or other donations yet. We might actually see confetti for once. I'm always counting the non-super chats, even though these goals only count them. So we've never actually seen confetti before, which is apparently something that happens when you complete a goal. I don't know. We've never done it. But wow, that was quick. I mean, we were quiet there on the home front here, goal-wise, for over an hour, and then within a short period of time, getting us to 3 of 5 so quickly, chat. I appreciate you, Space Fams. I appreciate you. Oops. Wait, did not mean to do that.
Soldiers in Lithuania who are missing?
No, I haven't.
Who? Where's Lithuania? Is that South America?
Near me. He wasn't involved in the signal thing.
He wasn't involved in the signal thing.
There's a lot of I don't know.
Well, how's he supposed to know about it if he wasn't
Well,
involved?
they're supposed to know about it.
That the fact that the President of the United States was not briefed on 4 missing soldiers, I mean, having been in a White
Yeah, no kidding. Donald Trump, wow, he's just not getting the briefings anymore, huh? No more briefings for the president? Hold on. Sorry, I just want to go to Scott. I just want to hear what the fuck Scott has to say about all this stuff. I know usually we don't listen to Scott, like we try not to because he's just such an idiot, but he's got explanations for everything right now. He's got it all figured out. Where is it? God damn it. There's no way
All good thing. What makes him a communications genius, and I use the word genius.
Hush. Shut your mouth.
Conceivable that the president, when I didn't see the timestamp on these.
What me? Don't know nothing about that. Let's talk about some or something that's good for somebody.
Would you? If he didn't know and he didn't have the facts or he hadn't been briefed on it, what is the alternative here? To go out and make something up or to say, I don't know. I haven't been told. And my understanding is he didn't know about it. He wasn't on it. Maybe he wasn't even aware what signal is. I mean, it is not inconceivable that the president, when I didn't see the timestamps on these questions, didn't actually have enough information to comment publicly at the time on any of these matters. It's not out of the ordinary for a president to hold back until they have all the facts or all the things they need to know to make a legitimate comment.
Or what would be more concerning, and I think this might be more concerning with the soldiers, or they're not telling him and they're not actually sharing information, or they worry about what he'll say, so they preserve it. I think this is a deeply kind of disturbing thing on basic information. On some political issue, I totally understand. I can even understand perhaps plausible deniability about Signalgate. But I think on national security issues, like issues where soldiers are possibly lost, it is pretty inexcusable that he has not been briefed and he can't speak to it.
And what's worse, a president not having all the information he needs to make a legitimate comment, so he holds back in the moment before being ready to make a comment, or, I don't know, willfully lying to the American people about the condition of the President of the United States, which went on for 4 years.
Oh, here we go.
By all
That
of your
is
colleagues.
totally wrong.
Here we go. Here we go,
Totally
Scott.
wrong. That is totally wrong.
What's worse? What's worse?
Joe Biden.
Professor of whataboutism, Scott R. Jennings. I don't know what his middle name is. I just gave him a random letter. Scott here to remind us, there's other things to be worried about, like the last president who's not in office anymore. What about him? What about that? What's worse? Can we do some comparative politics, please? We can't just criticize the president in a vacuum without thinking about Joe Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
When asked about soldiers lost, was briefed and said it. And so you think Joe Biden had problems? At least he was able to do that. What's the excuse for Donald Trump if he's so capable?
I'm just saying.
I mean,
you guys
I don't
are
know
upset
if you're a judge.
that Trump is exhibiting some, I want to get more facts, and I'm going to be lectured by the people who lied to the American people about the condition of the president.
Oh my God.
I'm not going to take it.
That's first of all,
Is
that's
it?
outrageous. Yes, it is.
You
I
think
did
the
not
truth was
lie.
told? You think the truth was told?
I will say.
Did the White
and
House tell the truth?
I will look forward to this discussion.
See, you all
so
believe
obsessed
the truth
with
was
this
told
stuff.
about Biden?
Scott, do you want government or do you want your lick back? Because even if all of that happened in the past, we're in the present now. So we need a president that is capable.
And so what? He said, I don't know. What did it hurt your life?
Oh,
He said, I don't know.
Biden did it. Biden did it.
Sure, I
Biden did
can.
it. But you
Of
cannot
course I
ride
can.
that for 4 years.
Of course I can. I love Scott. Well, here we go. So for the next 4 years, everybody prepare yourselves for that. Yeah, me and Roy Wood are on the same page with this one. You can't just, don't spend this entire next 4 years. Oh wait, sorry, Scott. No, you do. You're going to. That's your plan, actually. I love how he blithely takes a sip of coffee while he says, "Of course I can. Of course I'm going to be talking about Biden for the next 4 years because otherwise I'll have to talk about how shitty Donald Trump is doing." Okay, makes perfect sense, Scott. Thank you for that. Really appreciate you, buddy. But Roy Wood does make a fantastic point. You really can't spend the next 4 years blaming Biden or trying to do comparative analysis between one thing about Joe Biden and everything Donald Trump does. Just not an effective rhetorical device, if you ask me. PB with a super sticker. Little sour hour action. Lemons, limes, getting together, high-fiving one another. That gets us to 4 of 5. Okay, thank you, PB. Oh God, I'm afraid we're gonna have to take our first break already. We are 4 minutes away from 2 hours. Better now to just do this rather than get into a new topic. Actually, wait. You know, let's do this one video real quick. Lindsey Graham. Lindsey. He's got some stuff to say right now. This is a random, it's actually a great moment to do this because we got another topic to go to here, and this is sort of a filler vid. Forbes breaking news from 21 hours ago. Lindsey Graham enthusiastically endorsing nominee for the Assistant Attorney General Eisenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Durbin. Now to Senator Graham for introduction.
Well, thank you. First, let's condemn violence directed at the judiciary. I'm all for that. Let's make sure that politicians, that we don't create problems for those in that branch of government. And I hope that would include the former majority leader going to the Supreme Court and you know, hurricanes coming your way, Gorsuch and Kavanaugh.
What?
I didn't hear much back then, but yeah, count me in. As to this man, John.
Is it just me, or does something seem wrong with Lindsey right now? Has he been like having some late nights drinking or something? He does not seem all that together at this moment. A little flushed, but also a little tired, sort of sapped. Energy, not making a lot of sense right now here, Lindsey.
Hear much back then, but yeah, count me in. As to this man, John Eisenberg, I have dealt with him to the newer members of the committee. He served in the prior Trump administration. I am completely confident you're the right person at the right time, John. When you look at his resume and his experience, you could not have chosen better. The world is literally in a dangerous place. The previous 4 years has been a disaster. Every conflict zone known.
What does that have to do with the Attorney General? Why are you talking about conflict zones and hurricanes? We're talking about the Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General nominee. What in the fuck are you talking about, Lindsey? You're not making any sense, pal. Anybody home?
Basically has gotten worse, and we're going to have to clean up this mess that was created. And I think John Eisenberg will be a great counsel, not only to Pam Bondi, but to the president. A little bit about him. He's a national security expert. He's joined by his wife, Catherine, his son, Paul, and his daughter, Sarah. Welcome. He received a BS in mathematics from Stanford.
Wow. I thought they hated elitism. The Republicans hated elitism now. Lindsey Graham is taking his time to go over the Ivy League credentials of this individual. And to ramble about nothing? Okay, Lindsey. Great job. Great job. Eventually, we're not going to watch this whole thing because it's just such a nonsense. Eventually, he gets to the point that he enthusiastically endorses John Eisenberg for Assistant AG. Now, John Eisenberg is a massively partisan individual, Trump loyalist. But they don't care about the independence of the judiciary, those Republicans. They kind of like fascism. They're hoping that it can happen as smoothly as possible without any sort of, loss of power to themselves, which is why they keep sort of continually kowtowing to Trump when he takes away their power.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Here we go. Lindsey really using his time wisely in the Senate Judiciary Committee on the confirmation for the new assistant AG. Really using that time wisely. Okay. Break time. Speaking of using our time wisely, I want to use this break time wisely. Before we get into the actual break, just want to remind everybody that we are still trying to crowdfund for our unfortunately lost member of the crew, a piece of hardware which has been with me for a great deal of time. My audio interface, which I've had for over a decade, which died last Friday. No longer functional. Been trying to glean what's wrong with it. Still been trying to locate, honestly, the diagram for this thing before I take it apart. For now, I'm trying to just get a new audio interface because I don't have a lot of faith that I'm going to be able to fix it. At this moment, we're getting very close to being able to do that, so do consider contributing in one of the many ways I'm about to mention right now. Alright, I hope everybody is enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both very important. Maybe even hit that little bell icon as well so you get the latest Galactic notifications so you don't miss a single stream. So long as YouTube remembers to notify you, of course. While you're doing all that, do consider showing your support for the Galactic News Network in one of the myriad ways we have available to you. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, like Kirkenstein's Monster. Can't understand what makes a man hate another man. Help me understand. Sorry, I have no explanation. Well, I guess we could opine on that, but no time. Gotta keep with the galactic messages. Not just YouTube, of course. We have Twitch, bits and subscriptions, Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to avoid giving YouTube or Twitch their cut. Rather, all of your Earth dollars go directly to keeping this stream alive. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a Galactic patron on Patreon. Only $3 US a month to get yourself an unworldly amount of space benefits, avatar shout out, and so much more. I recommend you just go onto the website and find out what level of galactic patronage suits you best. Only $3 a month, like I said. And honestly, if everybody out there who subscribed or followed on YouTube or Twitch donated about $2 or $3 a month, we would be set into eternity. So make your choice. Help this little spacecast stay alive. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, chat. I am back. You know what that sound means, of course. It's time for us to get to the second half of the stream. By the way, I just realized that we completed that goal during the break, and I completely... Not evinced, what's the word? Somehow ignored it. My brain just blocked it out. So great job, everyone. We still didn't get confetti, but we got super close. I wish that I could just make it do the thing. I don't know why YouTube has to determine it. It's a little annoying to me. We deserve confetti, don't we? Maybe I should come up with my own way of giving us confetti when we complete goals. I'm sure it wouldn't take me that long. I should do that. We deserve it. Anyway, second... Oh, and also, who just got third? I missed it. Somebody just got third, and I totally missed it. Great job, whoever that was on Twitch. I'm not seeing any Twitch chats. I wonder if I'm refreshing. I need to refresh this. Why am I not getting Twitch chats? Multi-chat. That's right. We can do chat. We can do confetti in chat. I see nothing wrong with you all giving yourself confetti for now. I'll allow it. All right. Second half. Engaged. Let's talk about the state of the Defense Department and the U.S. Security, if you will, which has been a hot topic this week. Let's start it off with this. This is news that we got last. I think we watched this on Sunday Fun Day for the first time, but this one's honestly still hilarious to me. So we're watching it again. It is the week-ending report, after all. We gotta recap some of the things that have happened. I'm going to try and do that in a slightly different way today, of course, than we have over the week. We got to recap. This is important. It's one of the important parts, I feel like, of the week-ending report. It's for us to sort of find a way to encapsulate what we've gone through in this short period of time, especially considering how much stuff we're being bombarded with every single week. It's almost easy to forget. I feel like doing this, at least for me personally, helps make concrete in my brain what the hell happened exactly. 60 likes, Jerry. My God, that's a lot of likes. Okay, better get you an emotional support character while we move on to talking about the industrial military complex, which Donald Trump is planning on making even bigger and better than before.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Galactic Cantina. Roll the dice. We already 2 crits in one day, 2 20s. We can't have 2 Buddy Jesus on a Raptor. That's too many Buddy Jesuses on a Raptor. That is not the one I meant to hit.
That's too much, man!
Blasted my own ears unexpectedly. Usually prep that sound shot before we do it. Okay. What was I doing now? Ah, yes. Let's talk about the Golden Dome.
As the Trump administration works to drastically shrink the U.S. government, Donald Trump is pushing the Pentagon to build what he calls a Golden Dome defense system to protect the country from long-range missile strikes. Now, this would be similar to Israel's Iron Dome, except Israel is only the size of New Jersey, with America obviously much larger. Experts say it would be virtually impossible, but sources tell CNN the White House is signaling no expense will be spared to make this happen. Joining us to talk more about this.
Oh, man. Defense security experts saying it's impossible. Come on. Sure, Donald Trump will be very sad about that. But of course, Donald Trump had to take the Iron Dome to the next level. And that obvious next level is the Golden Dome. Of course, everyone knows gold is much better, much, much better than iron. But yes, the United States is probably multiple hundreds of times larger. I don't have the statistic in front of me, but so many factors larger. And it covers such a large and expansive area. Doing such a thing is insane and would cost the... and the fact is they've already been talking about upping defense spending. Was that included in this, in that figure that we were quoted earlier? Because we were talking about potentially increasing our defense budget up to 5%. Because of course, even though we're telling our NATO allies to increase their defense spending up to 5%, we only spend at about 3% of GDP, or like 3.5%. It's something like that. So we're not even close. Actually, is it lower? You know what? Don't quote me on that number. I might have.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
It might be incorrect on the number, but I know it's much less than 5%. I don't know if it's 50 or 30% less. So don't quote me on that number. But basically, I mean, we're talking about going from 900 billion to what would be, I think when I did the math earlier this year, it was like $1.4 trillion on defense spending. And if we did this too, I guess we'd probably get close to like 2 trillion, which is insane. Now, of course, the big story of the week has been the fiasco that was the Signal Group blunder, or as someone in chat called it, and as we've been calling it here now since then, the Mistake Sunday with a blunderous cherry on top of the Yemen strike group disaster. Let's do something that's probably going to get me in. I don't know if this is going to get clipped out at the end because someone's going to object to me using this, but I don't know. It's the weekend. We deserve a little fun here this Friday. And I thought this was pretty funny. Okay. There we go. Little daily show for this weekending report. But yeah, that has been the story of the entire week. And this has really caused a great deal of embarrassment for the Trump administration. This blunderous revealing of classified national secrets, intended strikes in the Middle East being revealed to an Atlantic, the Atlantic's editor-in-chief, Jeff Goldberg. And it has just been off to the races ever since then. I feel like there's been at least 10,000 stories per hour uploaded regarding this since it happened. Let's see what S.E. Cupp had to say here on CNN earlier, 2 days ago.
I know Jeff pretty well. He's a very responsible journalist. Thank God he was. And thank God, because some other idiot maybe wouldn't have sat on this and done the responsible thing. But I think, to me, everything Van just said is correct, and I share those concerns. To me, the most alarming part of this is that we are hearing Mike Waltz and Donald Trump say, well, we learned our lesson. He learned a lesson. This is not an internship. No, I mean, I'm serious. The national security of our nation shouldn't be where we're doing on-the-job training.
Yeah, there we go. S.E. Cupp making a very cogent argument in this moment regarding the truly inept and amateurish nature in which national secrets were dealt with during this here month of March. Not an internship, being, director of the CIA or director of DNI, right? What else we got there? The vice president of the United States. Not an internship. Should have some amount of experience leading up to it. What else do we got? Secretary of Defense, perhaps. The The list goes on and on. People with incredibly important jobs, seemingly not knowing how to do that job. Learning on the fly. And I could have sworn, what was it again?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Did everything right. Now, in this case, did the Trump administration do everything right? I feel maybe not. That's just my opinion. But of course, maybe my opinion's wrong, governmentally, at least as decreed. So let's go to the Ministry of Truth, see what Caroline Leavitt had to say. Of course, she is the press secretary, purveyor of the... Oh, did I end the goals? I didn't. I still keep forgetting to end the goal. I literally was saying I'm removing the goal, and I didn't do it. And, come on.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
See, that's why I need Caroline. If I didn't, I would make a lot of mistakes. I might think one thing when I should be thinking something else.
So just for, for American service members who are going to have to carry out these missions in the future, what I guess the message that's coming from the response to all this that we're hearing is that, nothing sensitive happened. And I guess the logical conclusion of that is that if these messages had gone out publicly prior to the launch, that wouldn't have been a risk to service members. I don't know that they're comfortable with that. So can you explain, had these messages been published, would the plans have moved forward? Would the launch have still taken off?
What I can tell you is that the President, as the Commander-in-Chief of our United States Armed Forces, and Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is an incredible man and a warfighter himself, take the lives of our American service members with the utmost responsibility, and they would never do anything intentionally to put their lives at risk. And again, they are...
You're right, I was wrong. I've been wrong this whole time. Caroline is right. Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, who was an incredible man. Is Caroline married? Is she hoping to be wife number 5? Or maybe sexual assault victim number unknown? What is happening? Is she trying to get in there with Pete? An incredible man? Wow. Oh, okay.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Okay, Caroline. Don't be creepy.
Don't be creepy.
Oh, Caroline is married, and her husband, is that true? Is her husband really? That actually checks out. I was like, either she's single or she's got an elderly husband. Elderly and rich. Oh, you don't say. There's no, come on, there's no way. Of course, that all makes perfect sense. But I'm not done having myself corrected by Caroline. Let's go here. Another little Caroline quote. She was working very hard this week. It's truly impressive.
Hardworking Americans. Peter.
Caroline, if I can ask you very quickly about the information we've seen, just to set the predicate to all this. Has the president been briefed and physically seen he's seen all the details of the chat as printed by the Elon?
I just spoke to the president about it, yes.
Then let me ask you if I can very quickly. In the chat, Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, details F-18s, Tomahawks, so some of the weapons that were used. He details the timing involved for this, all of which occurred 31 minutes before, as he says, F-18s would launch. The DOD manual details classified information as significant military plans, saying that is secret, that's classified. So what about, there are no methods, there are no sources, but that's not what determines what's classified. So what is it about what Pete Hegseth wrote that makes you say this is not classified?
Well, it's not just me
Great
saying
question.
that, Peter. It's the Secretary of Defense himself who is saying this as well. And he put out a very strong statement earlier today, listing all of the things that were not included in that message that he sent to the group. And again,
All the
this
things that
message,
weren't
there was no
included.
classified information transmitted. There were no...
How long was that? How long was that press briefing? All of the things that weren't included? How long, what is that? The entire history of the universe? We did not discuss the presidency of James Madison. We did not discuss the invention of the cotton gin. We did not discuss... I mean, like, how long? What? Caroline, she's working her butt off over here trying to make this all make sense for us. Caroline, I'm afraid Ministry of Truth not doing a great job today. Feeling like I understand less than I did before. Now, a little disappointed. But just to recap, you were suggesting that actually Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth would never do anything to put troops in harm. And also Pete Hegseth, incredible man. What was the other? And then that. Okay, all right, great. Good. Thank you. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say. Before we go, we're going to go back to the Ministry of Truth in a second. Like I said, Caroline's been a busy, busy woman. She's like a modern woman. She didn't have horrifying, antiquated beliefs.
Over the leak of U.S. military strike plans, a quote witch hunt.
Yeah, the Atlantic magazine published more of the messages that editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg says were sent to him in a group chat with other top defense officials before airstrikes in Yemen. Now, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, texted when F-18 fighter jets and drones would launch, as well as the timing of their strike window, and also when the first bombs would drop, among other details. But Leon Panetta, who is the former Secretary of Defense and CIA director, says otherwise.
It contains very specific information about targets, about weapons, about platforms, about timing. There's no question that this was an attack plan that should have been protected as highly classified information.
National Security Advisor Mike Waltz says that he created the group chat using the messaging app Signal, and he has taken responsibility for that leak.
Yeah, there we go. Donald Trump claiming it's a witch hunt. Mike Waltz taking credit.
Happen again.
For having... Please hold, Caroline. I'm not done. I guess actually I am. That's fine.
Happen again.
Caitlin, I have two questions. One on a follow-up on something you just said, but since we have these messages released and you said that the president has now personally reviewed them, at the chat at one point Pete Hegseth wrote 1415 strike drones on target, and in all caps he said, this is when the first bombs will definitely drop. Does the president...
And we watched this earlier. I'm just now noticing Caroline does the exact same thing that I do. You know, I give not Caroline, I just call her Caroline, Caitlin. I usually call her Catlin because I just like to make fun of the way she spells her name. But you know, I kind of appreciate her sometimes. She's not the worst CNN journalist. There's worse. There's worse.
All caps, he said, this is when the first bombs will definitely drop. Does the
all
president
caps
feel that he was misled
very
by
nasty
national
bombs.
security advisors, whoever it was that told him there?
What just happened? Oh God. What's going
There
on?
was no classified information in there now that he's seen these messages?
I've now been asked and answered this question 3 times by the both of you, and I've given you my answer. The president feels the same.
I just honestly found Caroline's reaction to be hilarious. Oh God. Oh. Why do you guys keep asking me this question? I don't appreciate it. Donald Trump believes the same thing that he's been saying. Okay, I'm tired of saying the same thing over. I feel like she's starting to lose it a little bit. Starting to lose her what do you want to call it? Her je ne sais quoi. Honestly, her pep, her moxie. I feel like this one's bringing her down. I don't know why. I don't know what's different about this than the rest of what she's been doing. Maybe she genuinely, for the first time ever, sees that the Trump administration made a mistake. I don't know. I think that actually might be it. Because she is, like I said, a true believer. She didn't think Trump could ever do anything wrong.
I did everything right, and they
You guys saw the
indicted
big news
me.
this morning about an MS-13 ringleader who was arrested and will now be removed from that community in Virginia. This is a big win for the American public, and the president is very proud of Attorney General Bondi and the FBI Director Kash Patel, and they worked alongside Governor Youngkin in Virginia, so we applaud the effort of state and local law enforcement. This was a very violent individual who was picked up in a home with 5 children present, so our communities are safer this morning, and it's a good day for our country. I'll take a couple of questions, and then I have my morning meetings.
Do you have an update on the status of the internal investigation that you described yesterday into the
What's that?
Not this morning, but we've been incredibly transparent about this entire situation.
Oh, I love that. I mean, I don't think I've ever agreed with Caroline more. You know, and if you didn't hear, I don't blame you. If you didn't hear the question, the question was, do you have anything new to update us on with the internal investigation you told us about as it relates to the signal fiasco? I actually couldn't hear the whole question, but that was basically the premise of the question. And her answer was, we've been incredibly transparent.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Oh boy, she's right. For the first time, the Ministry of Truth is doing its job in this one instance, truly telling us the truth. This administration has been historically transparent. Some might say, some are alleging too transparent, actually, according to my research.
This story, Signalgate, it's a shorthand. I think this story has a bit of a shelf life because it's of how sloppy they are. How just like they're just this frat house group chat coordinating bombing campaigns. It's just absurd. And also it's the fact that they keep emphasizing how this is about meritocracy, this administration. No more DEI, no more preferential treatment for people who are not deserving of their jobs, who don't do a good job. They're just being hired because they're black or they're gay or they're Latino. Ugh. No, we're just appointing the most qualified people, you know, like a Fox News weekend host to be the Secretary of Defense who decides to eagerly participate in a group chat in which they share war plans on a commercially available texting app, Signal.
Well, I mean, that's significant, less because Signal isn't sort of secure, more in that the devices that you can get Signal on can't be secured the way that actual devices that are meant to be, like what they say, the skiff or those sorts of fancy things.
Right.
Which also...
And also the fact that it deletes automatically all of the messages, all of that stuff. Yeah, 100%. 7th emotional support character is ready. Blast off to the Galactic Cantina for another emotional support character. Your thumbs are working like fire. So hot.
That's hot.
That's another 15. Why are we getting so many double rolls today? And these dice, I swear to God, these dice are loaded. That's a 13. That's a 20. Okay. Got John Wick. Watch a little bit more majority report.
makes it easier to track for the sort of government accountability requirements that sort of they wanted to lock Hillary Clinton up for flouting in 2016.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, they're presumably using their private phone numbers.
Of course.
Because Signal is banned. Politico reported a few days ago that Signal is banned from government phones. And then Der Spiegel, this German paper, found their personal phone numbers on the internet with like ease, meaning that any hacker, anybody, a foreign government, whatever, if they have their phone number, they can presumably install spyware remotely and intercept these communications even with the encryption protection from Signal. So
because what would happen is, like you said, put a bug on the device and it just tracks every sort of keystroke and the display and that sort of stuff.
Exactly. So this is a major problem, but and there seems to be no denying it. They've been caught lying in 4K, but Trump will try.
Should Secretary Hegseth consider his position over the Signal?
Hegseth is doing a great job. He had nothing to do with this.
What?
Hegseth. How do you bring Hegseth into it? He had nothing to do. Look, it's all a witch hunt. Here we are talking about some of the greatest business deals ever made. The greatest companies in the world are moving into the United States, and you want to ask about whether or not Signal works. I don't know that Signal works. I think Signal could be defective.
You know, if this is a witch hunt, I gotta say, we might have for the first time found an actual group of witches and warlocks. Inept ones, to be sure, but witches and warlocks. If this is the analogy we're gonna stick with. You know, call me the Salem witch judge. I think we have a witch. Let's see what Mark Kelly thinks. Witch or no witch?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to comment on some of the comments that my colleague from Missouri made about the Signal chat chain. Talking about war plans. Well, I have planned and conducted strikes off of aircraft carriers, multiple strikes.
This one got me a little bit. That's pretty funny. The witch is coming from inside the house. It's very scary right now in here. It's getting very, very scary and dark.
Winter is coming.
Into harm's way over Iraq and Kuwait. And I would agree with the senator from Missouri, this is not an entire war plan. What this is an operational plan for very risky combat operations off of an aircraft carrier. And it's not all the information, but the most critical information that we have in our government are things like launch time off of a platform, in this case of an aircraft carrier, type of airplane, F-18s, MQ-9s, weapons like Tomahawks, time on target. It is very critical information. Somebody could argue that the piece of paper it came off of, the Signal chat, it did not say secret or top secret. When you have pilots that are about to go feet dry over a foreign nation within an hour or 2 hours, and that information is being shared on a non-secure system, it puts those pilots at great risk.
Mark Kelly seems to think that this is a serious botched incident here, communique, if you will. Why they chose this horrifyingly blunderous route of communicating information to each other, we may never know. Even conservatives seem to think this mistake is pretty funny. At least some conservatives. Not Scott Jennings. He's more concerned about Benghazi.
over on Rumble, Steven Crowder is very timidly beginning to criticize the Trump administration for this absolute boondoggle and F-up by all of these kind of overgrown frat boys that Trump has staffed the administration with. I'm, of course, referring to the fact that Hegseth and Waltz texted a bunch of bombing plans to bomb Yemen, which, by the way, under discussed here, but that included a civilian home, and they killed dozens of people in Yemen.
The building, yeah.
And I wish that would be a little bit more of the focus of the coverage, but the scandal is obviously at the forefront of everybody's minds. And back in the day, old school Republicans used to talk about national security. Not sure how secure it is to be texting war plans on a commercially available app, Signal, and also when you're using your presumably private personal phone number to do so. And that personal phone number is readily available on the internet, as was uncovered by that German paper that found Hegseth and Waltz's phone numbers just on the internet. Their Venmos were still open, that kind of thing. Signal is encrypted, but if they know your phone number, they can put malware, spyware on there, and then they can just, as Matt was saying earlier, transcribe the keystrokes and know what you're doing that way. And so it's just wildly, just completely incompetent. As they say, this is a merit-based administration now, which is why we hired the Fox Weekend host with the drinking problem. And it's the DEI that's causing all of our incompetence. Just so many insane layers to this. And even it seems like Steven Crowder can't deny it anymore.
Yeah, it does almost seem like DEI was not the cause of governmental incompetence. It's very strange. It's very Twilight Zone.
So we were coming in right after he did a "Somebody's Getting Fired" parody that I'd spare us from.
I honestly don't even recognize Steven Crowder when he's not wearing one of his little outfits or like
where's the
sexually
holster?
harassing his staff.
There's no holsters either.
There's no holsters, and he's not teabagging anybody. Who even is this man?
Who is
Come
this
on,
guy?
this is not what I expected from Alex Crowder.
It's true. He should. But it's a little... yeah, he for sure should get fired. Sure should get fired. You know what he should do? You were saying this earlier. He should resign.
Sorry, they're talking about Mike Waltz.
Yep, that was the subject of the "Somebody's Getting Fired."
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, because they need a fall guy here, or at least they seem to think so. But maybe Trump doesn't. We'll see.
Agree with you. Yes. Make it easy on everybody. Let me give you the timeline here a little bit. And to be clear, Tulsi Gabbard, President Trump may not have known. Right. CIA Director John Ratcliffe may not have known. They said that there was no class.
Now that's a little bit of cope, and this is what's funny about this is like.
I just realized that this shirt is Che Guevara wearing a dunce cap. I'm clearly not very smart. I should have noticed that much sooner.
Not have known. They said that there was no class.
Now that's a little bit of cope, and this is what's funny about this is like it's Crowder doing his best. This is damage control 101, and you need. And Tulsi Gabbard is in trouble because she said.
She may have perjured herself.
DNI. She's like, yeah, I don't think there was anything classified on that thing where we're talking about F-18s and went exactly down to the minute they're leaving on bombing raids. And very clearly, and she's actually the one who sort of set along the chain of events that prompted Goldberg to actually publish, because if she's saying like, well, there's nothing in there, then fine, all right. I guess
right.
There's nothing in there, but all right, let's just go a little bit more. But they, of course, knew, and it's a problem with them too. But.
And the problem is that this is likely a broader practice across all agencies because they're trying to avoid oversight
Disclosure,
and the Presidential Records Act, which would require all of these communications to be archived.
And Crowder sort of.
Jeez. Even louder with Crowder thinks that, oh right, there's more of this. I just remember there's way more of this. For a second, yeah, thrown off by the switch.
So that's saying they're trying to avoid the deep state, which didn't work for Hillary Clinton, did it?
Trump was trying to avoid the deep state by hoarding all those secret documents in his bathroom just because of the deep state.
classified info that had been shared. Okay? So did President Trump may not have known. CIA Director John Ratcliffe may not have known. They said that there was no classified info that had been shared. Okay? So did Pete Hegseth, though. The problem here is that he knew because he would have been the one who sent them.
Yes.
So this morning, Jeffrey Goldberg.
Bluff.
Yeah, Jeffrey Goldberg, who I do not like at all. To be clear. And you'll understand in a moment just how much I don't like him. He released more text detailing specific plans. So to give you an idea, here they are. Here's the timeline. References available. Link in the description. 12:15 Eastern. F-18s launched the first strike package at 1:45. Trigger-based F-18 first strike. Window starts at 2:15. There were strikes, drone strikes on a target there as far as we're dealing with the Houthis.
So this matters. This matters. This is definitely when the first bombs will definitely drop.
Yeah.
At a specific time.
In
Not
all
location.
caps.
Oh, gosh. This is the precise moment to take cover.
Hey, there's nothing classified in here.
Fine, I get it.
These are the texts saying this is when the first bombs will definitely drop.
This isn't war plan.
There is no classified information. Is this not? This is definitely when the first bombs will drop.
I mean,
that could be anything.
Yeah.
Okay, but they did drop right here.
This is the first time that I have ever genuinely laughed at anything Stephen Crowder has ever had to say. Totally. He's right.
Right? Yeah, coincidence? At 3:36.
We didn't say what kind of bombs it was going to be or how much, they'd weigh.
You have the F-18, the second strikes begin to start. There was the first sea-based Tomahawks that were launched.
Oh, they did.
And then the texts also show the aftermath. So this is, again, look, you just have to be, people come out and say there was absolutely nothing classified. There were not war plans. And this guy goes, all right. I mean, I just don't understand how you mishandle it like this. And especially when you look at it now and you see Walter like, this is absolutely right. There's nothing classified.
Yes.
Well, he said there was classified. Then
Yeah, and I mean, the fact is that then even after they came out, Pete Hegseth came out and reiterated that they were definitely not war plans, which I found to be the best take. And I think I left that one out of here today, but very blunderous move here.
Missile guy. We had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and it's now collapsed. J.D. Vance, excellent.
It's right after the strike in this text.
Right after.
Yeah, that part, I mean, we should just pause on how heinous that is and how this is just a normal part of the sort of world order that we're supposed to be proud of preserving. That based on half the world away, seeing a guy enter what we think to be his girlfriend's apartment, we just collapsed that entire building, killing dozens and dozens of people. And then just without any sort of further...
Yeah, we destroyed an entire building. There were dozens of people there. It was like 53 people who died. That was the reported number. I think we talked about it like the day after it happened. Most of them were civilians. And there was just that one target they were going for. Really gross. Even Stephen Crowder and the what do you call the crew? The Crowder crew. Even they seem to think that this was quite a mistake made by the national security apparatus. Okay, where are we? All right, let's go here. CBS News from 14 hours ago. And we talked about this. I was real glad to see some sort of confirmation on this one. But you remember earlier this week when we suggested, I know we're not the only people to have suggested it because I got it from somewhere else, but that Trump might be upset about the fact that Mike Waltz, had Jeff Goldberg's number in his phone. Because, of course, Jeff Goldberg has published some very nasty things about the great Donald Trump. And for that reason, it was suggested that maybe Mike Waltz might be trying to, sort of just come up with very weird reasons. Didn't make a lot of sense for how Jeff Goldberg's number got. Because remember, he said that somehow his number just got. You know how just numbers get sucked into signal groups. Well, that's what happened. We have no idea where the number came from, even though I'm the guy who put this whole thing together, and all the inviting of people. He, perhaps maybe wouldn't want Trump, his new boss, to find out that he had been talking to the Atlantic's chief editor, Jeff Goldberg. Let's go here, CBS News. Trump privately irritated about signal texts. Waltz having Goldberg's number, sources say. You don't say.
In Washington, President Trump is publicly backing members of his cabinet, but sources are telling CBS News he's privately fuming over the signal chat that included a journalist. Sources also said after Mike Waltz admitted the authenticity of the Atlantic report, White House officials are debating if he should resign. A federal judge has now ordered all records of the chat be preserved following a lawsuit from a government watchdog. We've got team coverage on this for you this morning. Nicole Killian is following developments from Capitol Hill. But let's begin with Natalie Brand at the White House. Natalie, how is President Trump reacting to this still brewing controversy behind closed doors?
Right, Errol, and it's different than how he's acting publicly, because all week, from President Trump to top administration officials, the White House press secretary, they have maintained that the president maintains full confidence in his national security team. He has defended his national security advisor, Mike Waltz, who was the one who inadvertently invited Atlantic editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg inside that Signal group chat, and also has defended his defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, who we know from the reporting posted sensitive details about the military operation. But as you alluded to, privately, sources tell CBS News that the president is venting an irritation and closely monitoring all of the news coverage that the White House has been trying to downplay this week. One official described this situation as very much still a, quote, hot potato. Now,
hot potato.
That's hot.
Really? Wow. Well, there you go. Hot potato in the White House. People may not be... They may be putting out a different front than is actually going on. Yeah, behind the scenes. Trump privately upset. Who could have guessed?
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Now, Caroline Leavitt, once again, Ministry of Truth. Let's go here for breaking news. She was asked, can you say definitively that no one will lose their jobs over all of this? Let's see what the Ministry of Truth has to say. I need to know what to think. I have no other way of knowing.
Worldwide threats.
Jennifer, go ahead.
Given what you've said about the president's trust in his national security team, can you say definitively that no one will lose their jobs? No one will lose their job at all because of this signal situation?
What I can say definitively is what I just spoke to the president about, and he continues to have confidence in his national security team.
Go ahead.
It's kind of the opposite of definitive. Just going to point that out to you, Carol. But okay. Really leaving things in limbo there. Donald Trump has a great deal of confidence in his legal team. No clear, definitive response on whether or not people will be losing their jobs. Now, new AG, Pam Bondi, was asked about the signal leak. She had this to say, which is sort of the, I would call this the Scott Jennings response.
The off-topic question. In terms of the signals chat controversy that's going on, is DOJ involved at this point? If so, why? If not, why not?
Well, first, it was sensitive information, not classified, and inadvertently released. And what we should be talking about is it was a very successful mission. Our world is now safer because of that mission.
Much
We're
safer,
not going to
you say.
comment any further on that. If you want to talk about classified information, talk about what was at Hillary Clinton's home that she was trying to bleach bit. Talk about the classified documents in Joe Biden's garage.
Trying to bleach bit the COVID. But yeah, so yeah, if you want to talk about the signal thing, let's talk about Hillary Clinton's email server and Joe Biden's garage. Okay, why are we talking about what we're doing? Okay, this is the Trump administration. It's time for us to talk about the non-existent Hillary Clinton administration or the Joe Biden administration. Makes sense. That makes sense. Why? Why would we want to talk about what the Trump administration's doing? They're just the ones in power.
I don't want reality.
Good point, Mark Wayne. Wouldn't want that. Wouldn't want that. All right, let's quickly talk about the state of U.S. education. What do we got here?
There's a good chance I may have committed some light treason.
All right, Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Trump. This is how education will work in states.
Sounds like something I did.
Do you think these auto tariffs are going to be good for Tesla, sir?
Good for who?
Tesla, which makes its cars in the United States.
Well, he is a fantastic Tesla. Will tariff?
He's a fantastic Tesla. Would this be good for Tesla? This would be fantastic. He's got a great Tesla. Tesla is great.
California were to put in place education policies.
I haven't seen a mask in.
Sorry.
Opinion.
Mr. President, you said you want to return education control to the states. How would you handle it if a state like California were to put in place education policies?
I haven't seen a mask in so long. You're wearing a mask.
Wearing a mask.
I haven't seen anybody wearing a mask.
It's so great.
In a long
I just
time.
made those
It's
illegal.
good. You feel more comfortable, right? Yes. Good. That's good.
We're not going to have any more masks.
So go ahead.
You said you want to return education.
There's a rare moment of Donald Trump seemingly supporting masks. I'm sorry I'm getting distracted by this, but what just happened? I thought Donald Trump just said that we're going to have no more masks. And now this lady is wearing a mask and she's like, it makes you more comfortable, right? That's good. That's good. I'm glad. You should wear it. Actually, it's fine.
Control to the states. How would you handle it if a state like California were to put in place education policies you disagree with?
Well, I think that California is going to be tougher because they're doing badly on everything they do. Everything they touch turns bad. So a place like California would be tougher for education. But what I would see with California is you'd have a Los Angeles.
Have it in Los Angeles.
You'd have Riverside. You'd have
Riverside.
You'd go to various places.
It would be much more efficient.
And I think you'd have some great areas in California, and then you'd have some like everything else that doesn't work so well. But ultimately, I think it would be very successful. I think in New York, as an example, you'd go to Long Island, Westchester. They have Nassau County.
They have a Nassau.
You break it up in certain ways. So
he always says the same 3 richest counties in New York. Like, why are those the only counties that he knows in New York? I mean, I think we all know why. Because you'll have a Nassau every single time. It's incredible.
They'd have maybe 5 departments. Because of the size, they'd have 5 departments instead of 1. A state like Iowa, you'd have 1.
Just one for Iowa.
Chomping at the bit to
they don't need
going.
more than 1.
So many states are chomping at the bit to get education, and it's going to happen fast, to get the education brought back to the states.
Going to bring it back to the states where it belongs. It'll be much better. You'll see. It all makes sense. Iowa gets 1. California, maybe 3. And then everybody else can just kind of homeschool their kids. It's going to be great. People are going to love it. Sounds like a very coherent policy from Trump. So yeah, if DOE is completely abolished, we'll just have a bunch of different districts. It'll be good some places, very bad other places, but that's okay. It'll be a period of transition. You have your Manhattans, your Long Islands, your Nassau counties. Now let's go to something else that is, to some degree, educational. Something which oftentimes parents have used to help their children learn things. PBS. That's right. Of course, and NPR, both, are under fire right now in this Senate hearing that's been going on. Wait, sorry, House hearing? Wait, this is a House. No, this is a Senate hearing, right? Wait, no. My brain just broke. Why can't I think? Why can't I think right now? I think it is the House. Yeah. How was I saying Senate? No, definitely the House. All right. Yes. House committee hearing on public journalism, essentially, NPR, PBS. Well, they were under fire. We saw a little snippet of the beginning of this hearing, which is being led by Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course. She hates NPR and PBS. She started off the hearing. We saw this earlier. We're not going to watch it again because of how offensive it was. But she started this off on a 2-minute long diatribe against transgender people, referring to them maybe half a dozen times as being sexual predators, groomers, or otherwise dangerous to society. This is all in reference to a drag queen doing a show on, I believe it was PBS, but I can't remember which one it was, honestly, at this point. It was just horrifying. I've tried to block it out. I can't. Let's go here with this guy first. Is this Tommy Tuberville? Who is this? I can't remember who this was, but let's talk about propaganda. Apparently, Tim Burchett, I think, actually, is who this is.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Thank you, Chair Lady. Ms. Carter, is it true that HBO bought the rights to Sesame Street?
No, it did not. It developed, Sesame Street entered an arrangement with HBO for a number of years.
And it was a paid arrangement, correct?
Yes, which allowed us to get the series for free during the period of that time.
How much money was transacted during that?
I don't know. Sesame Street is a private organization. It is separate from ours.
Okay. Ms. Meyer, what about Lee Greenwood's God Bless
Just
the
moves
USA
on.
as propaganda?
This moves right on.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat the question?
What?
I felt like he had something for that, and then he's like, "Oh, wait, it's private. It's private. Oh, so a businessman made money somewhere. Okay, never mind. That's actually okay."
Follow the rich white man.
About Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA is propaganda.
I don't believe that is propaganda, sir.
Okay, well, in January, North County Public Radio, and that's a subsidiary of NPR, had Daphne Brooks, who apparently is a black feminism scholar, on its show.
Oh, no.
It was hosted by the host.
Not a black feminism scholar. Oh, God. Oh, no. That's not unbiased. That's not unbiased.
Brittany Lowes, and it says, have you ever watched something on TV and thought, okay, now this is propaganda? Have you ever had that moment? To which Daphne Brooks replied, whenever I see Lee Greenwood singing Proud to be an American.
Aww. Aww. Aww. Well, the NPR CEO was incredibly firm in her stance that she didn't believe that it was propaganda, but it was the opinion of one person who came on the show, and it's also the opinion of this spacecaster here. Have you heard the song? Have you ever listened to the song? It's absolutely propaganda. It's a nationalistic song. There's no other way to describe it. I guess you could say it's a song that loves America. Okay?
It's science.
Yeah, okay. Tim Burchett, taking this very seriously. Let's go here, see what the president of PBS, Paula Kerger, actually don't know how she pronounces this, made an impassioned appeal for the continued funding of PBS. Damn.
Kerger for her opening statement.
Chair Taylor Greene, Congressman Lynch, and members of the subcommittee, my name is Paula Kerger, and I'm the president and CEO of PBS, a role that I've held for 19 years. It is my honor to be here on behalf of the 336 PBS stations who serve every community in the United States. There's nothing more American than PBS. As a membership organization, our local service is at the heart of our work. Our job at PBS is to support our stations so that local stations can serve their communities. We've been proudly fulfilling our mission for nearly 60 years using the public airwaves and other technologies to help educate, engage, and inspire the American people. That mission is our guide star and remains just as important today as when the Public Broadcasting Act was signed into law in 1967. PBS stations provide something that cannot be found on commercial networks. This is because PBS stations are focused on the needs and interests of the viewers they serve. Especially in rural areas, PBS stations are the only outlet providing coverage of local events. For example, high school sports, local history and culture content, candidate debates at every level of the election ballot, and specialized agricultural news. Local stations also partner with other community organizations to address issues of concern like veterans affairs and the opioid crisis.
Can you imagine trying to privatize some of that stuff? I don't know, and for instance, school sports, right? This week's, you gotta, what do you do in that way? I'm trying to think, we got Johns Hopkins High School against, Thomas Jefferson today, brought to you by Viagra. What? You gotta use our advertising, to keep the school sporting events on TV. I mean, how else do you make money on something like that? I guess you could partner with. I know, yeah. You could partner with. Hear me out. I know this sounds crazy. But what you could do, you could partner with DraftKings, FanDuel, and you get degenerates across the world to bet on whether or not your child is going to get a concussion in the third, or whatever, and is going to be taken out of the game, or whether whether your sixth grader, that would be perfect. That would bring in a lot of revenue, I'm sure.
Finally, communities depend on the essential public safety information and emergency alerts our local stations provide. Our programming comes from our local stations. For example, Southern Storytellers was produced by Arkansas PBS for our national audience. This program highlighted Southern culture through its literature, music, and film. Across the country, nearly 4 million people watch Southern storytellers, helping Americans learn about our shared history and what brings us together as a people and a nation. Our stations pool resources to invest in programming that will benefit all Americans, ranging from history and science to art and music. For example, Firing Line with Margaret Hoover creates a forum for people with a wide range of views to respectfully share ideas. While programs like Independent Lens's Matter of Mind, My Alzheimer's explores the challenges facing many American families. And we celebrate what makes our country great. A Capitol Fourth and the National Memorial Day concert honor our nation's ideals, our service members, and our veterans. Looking ahead, we will mark our nation's 250th birthday with a landmark initiative headlined by a new major series from Ken Burns, The American Revolution. Our educational programming for children is one of the most important aspects of our service to the American people. I strongly believe that the programming we offer to prepare children for the future is the most essential work that we do.
Yeah. You know, it's more beneficial to society to ensure the kids get a decent, you know, like access to information that might help them, you know, and just to society more broadly than, you know, to try and make it a profitable business. You know, that I would argue is one of the problems with education right now. They keep trying to turn it into a business. It's not. It is not. That's what they're obsessed with. They're obsessed with you know, privatizing it so they can push whatever the fuck they want, even if it's not scientific. Even if they just read it in the Bible, might as well stick it in there. Actually, no. Combining oxygen atoms doesn't get you ozone. God makes the ozone. It's not called the ozone. It's the heavens, stupid.
Jesus, I say that.
All right, let's see one of the things Marjorie Taylor Greene was incredibly upset about. Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. Very concerned about what PBS is funding.
Ms. Kruger, using taxpayer subsidies, PBS funded Independent Lens to make documentaries for part of your programming. In 2016, Real Boy was aired about a trans teen navigating adolescent sobriety and the ramification of his gender identity. In 2022, the same series aired Our League, in which a trans woman comes to her old school Ohio bowling league in a story about transition. Then in 2024, A Racist Trees was aired.
You're telling me trans people go bowling?
Illegal.
That's too much, man!
That is partisan quackery.
A story of how in Palm Springs, a black neighborhood fights to remove a divisive wall of trees. Do you think PBS needs to fund ridiculous material such as this that the taxpayers are having to pay for?
These are documents.
It is pathetic just how just hyper focused these people are on trans people. You know? And I feel like once again, Marjorie Taylor Greene probably never met a trans person. Probably never, you know, actually, I'm sure she got those examples given to her by someone. I highly doubt that, you know, she watched those. I'll bet if she did watch those, she'd actually realize, just like with the Jewish space lasers. Remember that? The Jewish space lasers? And then somebody told her, actually, that's really anti-Semitic, and you shouldn't say that. And then she was like, oh, no, I've been wrong. This, I feel like, is going to be one of those situations, like one day she'll meet a trans person who realize that they're just a human being, and then we'll have to come out and say, actually, I've been wrong all along. sure that'll happen any minute. But they're, she's just outraged that PBS would even mention that trans people exist and that they go through things, right? Like, that is literally too much for her. Did you hear what she objected to? I mean, oh wow, how dare you suggest that trans people go through a transition? Well, that's right. A trans person. Oh, she did meet a trans. God damn it, she did. I guess that wasn't enough. You're right. Yeah. That's right. She met a trans person, or she heard about a trans person coming to Congress before she even showed up. Didn't she put the bathroom ban in Congress, like the bill, in before she ever even got like confirmed? Yeah, I remember now. Wow. All right. Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene was focused on trans people in PBS broadcasting. This next guy has a different concern. A very serious concern. And don't worry, this isn't really old news that he's worried about.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Marr, do you believe that National Public Radio takes a balanced and fair approach to news, politics, culture, etc.?
Mr. Fallon, thank you for the question. I came into National Public Radio with
I apologize. It's just that we have such limited time. Do you believe that to be true?
I believe that we have work to do. We always do in order to improve and to serve all Americans.
More accurate than not that you're fair, or you're either fair or you're unfair. So what do you think you are?
I believe we wake up every day with a desire to be fair, and it is part of why.
You're not claiming that you're fair. You have a desire to be fair. Okay. So you would not describe NPR as objective and nonpartisan?
I would.
You would. Okay. Ms. Kerger, same question for you. Would you believe the PBS is fair and objective and nonpartisan?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the quick answer too. So I found it interesting that the CBP's recent goal was to promote efforts that ensure fact-based journalism that promotes a symphony of ideological viewpoints. You both agree with that goal?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. So, Ms. Kerger, in 2023, when PBS had a program, Washington Week with the Atlantic, and when President Biden's mental acuity was questioned, one of the reporters claimed the GOP was lying. Another reporter, Jeffrey Goldberg, who's been in the news of late, described Biden as, quote, mentally acute. Were you aware if there were any dissenting opinions on that program that day?
I don't know from that day. No.
There were not. But fortunately, there was a debate in, I believe, June of 2024, where the American people and the world found out just who was lying. The Democrats, Jeffrey Goldberg, and PBS. Ms. Marr, I'm sure you're aware that Hunter Biden had a laptop.
That name has been in the news a lot lately. Jeffrey Goldberg, the guy who was blunderously led into a group chat about attack plans in Yemen.
And PBS. Ms. Marr, I'm sure you're aware that Hunter Biden had a laptop.
Here we go.
I am, sir, yes.
Okay. And there were many stories written about said laptop.
Yes, sir.
And in 2020, unfortunately, NPR's managing editor for news refused to cover the story, and he branded it a, quote, waste of time, not a real story, and a distraction. And instead, unfortunately, of NPR investigating.
Why is he asking NPR about this? Steve Bannon never even released the laptop. They never did. Why is this guy so upset that NPR refused to cover a story that the guy with the most to win, to most to gain from actually releasing the evidence contained within never did? I don't understand. I don't understand. It is amazing that he is bringing up the Hunter Biden laptop to fucking NPR right now. Why didn't NPR cover the Hunter Biden laptop? We got a problem with dick pics.
They ran a puff piece that led with experts say attack on Hunter Biden addiction deepens stigma for millions. It's unfortunate that NPR ignored the Hunter Biden laptops.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. Wow, this is the seriousness with which they are taking this fucking committee. Unbelievable. The DOGE committee. Looking to axe NPR and PBS for not doing enough Hunter Biden laptop coverage. They never released it. The people who had it, who had the most to gain from releasing it, never released all of the supposed troves of evidence they had on this laptop. Why? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Would you have liked PBS or NPR to have done a story like that? Why won't they release the laptop? I mean, it's Steve Bannon, if I'm not mistaken, is the last person to have had their hands on this laptop. So why hasn't ask Steve Bannon? Why are you asking NPR? He's got his own podcast. Go on there and ask him if you're so serious about this. Footage not found. All right, let's go to see what one House representative had to say about Elon's plans for PBS and for Elmo. Pobre Elmo.
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Elon Musk spent $277 million supporting Donald Trump's campaign last year. And in return, Trump has done all he can to support Musk's business ventures, awarding billions in potential contracts to Tesla and SpaceX.
Immediately,
Trump even
if
turned the
not
White House
sooner.
lawn into a Tesla showroom to try to boost Tesla sales. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, whose investment firm owns hundreds of millions in Tesla stock, went on national TV to try to increase Tesla's sagging stock price. And our own colleague, Ms. Taylor Greene, spent thousands of dollars buying Tesla stock this year and then tried to weaponize the DOJ to help increase Tesla sales. This is all blatantly unethical, and much of it's illegal. At the same time, Ms. Greene's DOGE subcommittee, following the example of Elon Musk in February, is calling for the defunding of NPR and PBS. Yes, Elon and Marjorie Taylor Greene are trying to kill Elmo. But here's the thing. Public broadcasting receives just a tiny fraction of funding compared to the government contracts Elon stands to gain. In fact, if you take away the new military contract for Cybertrucks alone, you'd pay for all of PBS and NPR. And unlike Cybertrucks, PBS and NPR won't get recalled because they're falling apart. What is happening right now is a pure bait and switch.
It's not just that. I mean, it would if you canceled all of Elon Musk's businesses, if this little graph of his is right, I want to be a little bit more accurate with my language here.
Precision of language, please.
Not just pay for all of it, not for a year, not for 2 years, but if my math is right, close to 88 years, almost an entire century of NPR and PBS funding could be paid for within 1 year of the amount of money Elon Musk gets from the federal government.
Republicans are trying to slash Medicaid and public schools and programs like PBS so they can give billions to Elon Musk and his fellow oligarchs. The corruption we're seeing right now is outrageous, unprecedented, and cannot stand. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refer.
R.I.P. Elmo.
Hi-ho, Kermit the Frog here today to talk to you about the words loud and quiet.
Oh, Mr. Green Frog! Elmo help! Elmo help Mr. Green Frog! Okay? Elmo help Mr. Green Frog!
No.
Elmo help Mr. Green Frog!
No. Elmo, not today. And please don't talk so loud.
So loud?
Yes.
Oh yeah, is that bad for kids? Is that so bad for kids? Really? Is it? Don't want that in our homes? Come on.
Come on!
Okay. Let's go here. A couple more vids on this situation. I'm skipping this one. Yeah, well, no, I'm not. I'm replacing it with this one. We made an editorial decision here. Let's go here. To the historical record, if you will. I think this speech still stays, has staying power to this day, even though it's 60 years ago.
Shut up!
All right, Rogers, you got the floor.
Senator Pastore, this is a philosophical statement and would take about 10 minutes to read, so I'll not do that. One of the first things that a child learns in a healthy family is trust. And I trust what you have said, that you will read this. It's very important to me. I care deeply about children. My first children...
Will it make you happy if you read it?
I'd just like to talk about it, if it's all right.
Sir. Okay.
My first children's program was on WQED 15 years ago, and its budget was $30. Now, with the help of the Sears Roebuck Foundation and National Educational Television, as well as all of the affiliated stations, each station pays to show our program. It's a unique kind of funding in educational television. With this help, now our program has a budget of $6,000. It may sound like quite a difference, but $6,000 pays for less than 2 minutes of cartoons, 2 minutes of animated, what I sometimes say, bombardment. I'm very much concerned, as I know you are, about what's being delivered to our children in this country. And I've worked in the field of child development for 6 years now, trying to understand the inner needs of children. We deal with such things as the inner drama of childhood. We don't have to bop somebody over the head to make him to make drama on the screen. We deal with such things as getting a haircut, or the feelings about brothers and sisters, and the kind of anger that arises in simple family situations. And we speak to it constructively.
How long a program is it?
It's a half hour every day. Most channels schedule it in the noontime as well as in the evening. WETA here has scheduled it in the late afternoon.
Could we get a copy of this so that we can see it? Maybe not today, but I'd like to see the program.
I'd like very much for you
I'd like to see the program itself, or any one of them, you see.
We made 100 programs for EEN, the Eastern Educational Network, and then when the money ran out, people in Boston and Pittsburgh and Chicago all came to the fore and said, we've got to have more of this neighborhood expression of care. And this is what I give. I give an expression of care every day to each child to help him realize that he is unique. I end the program by saying, you've made this day a special day by just your being you. There's no person in the whole world like you, and I like you just the way you are. And I feel that if we in public television can only make it clear that feelings are mentionable and manageable, we will have done a great service for mental health. I think that it's much more dramatic that two men could be working out their feelings of anger, much more dramatic than showing something of gunfire. I'm constantly concerned about what our children are seeing. And for 15 years, I have tried in this country and Canada to present what I feel is a meaningful expression of care.
Do you narrate it?
I'm the host, yes. And I do all the puppets, and I write all the music, and I write all the scripts.
Well, I'm supposed to be a pretty tough guy, and this is the first time I've had goosebumps for the last 2 days.
Well, I'm grateful not only for your goosebumps, but for your interest in our kind of communication. Could I tell you the words of one of the songs which I feel is very important?
Yes.
This has to do with that good feeling of control, which I feel that children need to know is there. And it starts out, what do you do with the mad that you feel? And that first line came straight from a child. I work with children, doing puppets in very personal communication with small groups. What do you do with the mad that you feel? When you feel so mad you could bite. When the whole wide world seems oh so wrong, and nothing you do seems very right. What do you do? Do you punch a bag? Do you pound some clay or some dough? Do you round up friends for a game of tag or see how fast you go? It's great to be able to stop when you've planned a thing that's wrong and be able to do something else instead and think this song. I can stop when I want to, can stop when I wish, can stop, stop, stop anytime. And what a good feeling to feel like this and know that the feeling is really mine. Know that there's something deep inside that helps us become what we can. For a girl can be someday a lady, and a boy can be someday a man.
I think it's wonderful. I think it's wonderful. Looks like you just earned the $20 million.
You know, I grew up watching that show, and it made me a little emotional. I feel like in this moment, we need that kind of thinking more than ever. There seems to be a massive void. All right, let's end this conversation talking about NPR and PBS here at the Majority Report.
Yesterday, there were hearings on basically PBS and NPR funding that the Republicans in the House set up. Trump has said earlier this week that he would, quote, love to see federal funding cut for public broadcasting. It was established in the 60s. Both, I think, PBS and NPR get around $500 million in public money for public broadcasting. And, you know, I saw there was a piece in the Free Press, Barry Weiss's outfit that she was promoting, just around a few weeks ago, backing up this idea that it's inherently corrupt, that there's public financing of media in this country. What right-wingers would prefer is the model that the so-called free press has, which is being funded by venture capitalists like Andreessen Horowitz.
Or Barry Weiss's partner's family, which is the richest family in California. It's nice when you have the connections like that.
They want billionaire-funded media as opposed to media that gets funding in a nonpartisan way from the government. And now, look, it does probably limit the scope of the critique in many ways, maybe of like empire or the deep state that that NPR or PBS is going to engage in, but they still do good work.
Yeah,
they still do.
The BBC is even a more clear example of like that's clearly a public broadcaster funded by compulsory license fee, and it has its huge issues on things like Israel, Palestine, for instance. But ultimately, it's good to have a public option for news.
Right, as opposed to it all being corporately owned. But the right-wing project is to privatize it all. And they want you to think that it's the public broadcasters that are corrupt, not the ones that are owned by, say...
Yeah, not the ones who are owned by billionaires and get most of the revenue from advertisers who want to sell you things. How could those people be corrupt? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. God, it's just a complete contravention of reality that we're living in right now, people. Black is white, up is down. Oh, it's tiresome.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Bezos, who kills total swaths of their opinion pages because he disagrees with it.
Yeah, or insane Zionists like New York Times.
Or you don't see the same thing, honestly, with something like NPR or with PBS. So, but they also just don't even understand what they're talking about. Here's James Comer, who just can't stop being a big dumbass in his position here.
Gomer.
Comer
the Gomer.
He was the guy on the Hunter Biden beat with a laptop from hell, whatever the hell that meant. He doesn't seem to even understand what editorial standards mean. This is him at the hearing yesterday.
Okay. Do you want to dispute anything that I said in the remaining 30 seconds?
Thank you, Congressman. First of all, I want to recognize your concerns. One of the first things that I did in coming in May was to beef up our editorial standards. I directed my editor-in-chief, who, by the way...
Why is NPR even doing editorials?
I'm so sorry.
Do editorials?
I don't mean editorial in terms of opinion editorial.
Do you even need opinion? What does it matter?
Oh, my God.
If you're a federally funded entity that's supposed to provide the news.
These guys are so incompetent. These guys are so incompetent. And you're about to witness a grown woman explain to a grown man who is actually in a position of great power right now some very basic shit about the topic that he's purporting to know a lot about. Should be fun.
Provide the news?
Of course,
fair balance?
Of course, Congressman. I mean, editorial standards for our journalism was to beef up our editorial practices, bringing in more editors to make sure that we have more points of view reflected in every story. I've engaged in a number of actions.
Well, and my time's expired.
My time's expired. Oh, God. Run away! Run away!
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Like a school teacher. She just explained to him the very basics of what the word editorial means.
It's science.
My God, what an idiot that little Louis Gomer is.
It's in public radio. I don't think, Madam Chair, they should get a penny of federal funds.
Oh, he lost confidence. He was a big NPR fan.
Yes, he was. Oh, I know.
Yeah,
now,
but I mean, and when he says radio there, it's betraying it. The reality is they want a Rush Limbaugh on every radio, right? Like the more private radio stations there are, the more right wing and reactionary they can be. And like, there's been.
Yeah, why can't we be teaching kids about what was it again? Let me look at this board. Why can't we be telling kids about the laptop instead of Russia collusion hoax? Or, being anti-Trump instead of loving Trump? Why can't we teach the kids to love Supreme Leader Trump? What's wrong with that? Come on. Is that so much to ask?
That's too much, man!
Ay, ay, ay, ay. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not ending this yet. I'm just moving it back to where we were.
Yeah. Oh, but I mean, and when he says radio there, it's betraying it. The reality is they want a Rush Limbaugh on every radio, right? Like the more private radio stations there are, the more right-wing and reactionary they can be. And like, there's been few things that have been more pernicious in our society than the impact of right-wing talk radio. That's what they want. He doesn't know what editorial standards means. He thought it means that they have opinion, that it's referring to opinion pages.
Editorials, as opposed to like what the standards that editors
hold their journalists,
which is again like the things you said, like if a viewpoint saying, hey, we're doing an article on, say, deporting people. We're going to get not just the ADL and Canary missions perspective on that. We're going to get some student justice for students for Justice in Palestine's view too on it.
Editorial standards means the journalist writes the piece or works on it with other reporters. Then they have an editor who like fact checks it, makes sure that it's.
Yeah, it's almost like that's how journalism has worked for the entire history of time.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Or that, whatever floats your boat. Okay, let's move on to talking a little bit about our economy, I guess. Talk some financial stuff. Talk perhaps, the destruction of the CFPB. Let's go here to what was said by Elizabeth Warren. What was this committee? I cannot remember.
President, I want to thank the senator from Connecticut
this wasn't at the committee.
for his work today in defending the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and highlighting again the importance of this work from the CFPB to help level the playing field just a little between the billionaire banks and our hardworking service members and families that are living paycheck to paycheck. I also want to thank Senator Booker for coming here and talking today about how people from New Jersey have been directly affected by overdraft fee abuses and appreciate his work on this. President Trump and Republicans promised the Americans that they would lower their cost of living. And instead, they are now linking arms with some of the biggest banks in the country to impose billions of dollars in fees on working families. Today, Republicans are voting to overturn a CFPB rule that prevents big banks like Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, and Wells Fargo from saddling customers with hundreds of dollars in overdraft fees when a customer overdraws a checking account by only a few dollars. Let's be clear, this rule covers only the biggest banks, those with more than $10 billion in assets. Community banks are completely exempt from this. All this rule does is ensure that overdraft fees are reasonable. Under the rule, banks are allowed to recoup all of their costs, all of their losses associated with providing overdraft. That is typically under $5, which is why the CFPB's rule generally caps overdraft fees at $5. But if the bank can show that its costs are harder, then they can charge the full amount of their actual costs and losses. What the banks cannot do is play a game of gotcha in which the bank manipulates the customer's account to hit the customers with hundreds of dollars in overdraft charges. Today, a handful of giant banks are charging about $35 a bounced payment, squeezing families for far more than what it typically costs to offer.
Yep. Now that we don't have the CFPB, they can go right back to taking advantage of their customers. It's unfortunate. That's where we're at. Yeah, we have we were able to, perhaps some of us, sleep at night knowing that banks couldn't do these sorts of horrifying things anymore. They couldn't play games trying to, be able to charge us more fees because the CFPB made it illegal. But with Trump back in office and him gutting the CFPB, they feel completely entitled to do just that. Now, let's see what... Now, this is at the House... No, sorry, not this, the Senate Banking Committee, I want to say? Oh, wait, no. No, this is over... No, this is not what that is. This is the Senate Confirmation Hearing Committee for Trump's SEC nomination to chair of SEC. This is also Elizabeth Warren. That's why I got these confused.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Atkins, you served as an SEC commissioner from 2002 to 2008, the lead up to the 2008 financial crash that crashed the markets, cost 10 million families their homes, and cost millions more their jobs. Your job was to spot and head off risks that were building up in financial markets, but you showed staggeringly bad judgment. I just have a few examples since we're limited on time. In 2004, when Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns asked the SEC to allow them to reduce their capital buffer by 40%, you said yes and voted to weaken the rules on investment banks.
Immediately,
in August of
if not
2007, after what was then, quote, the worst week for the American stock market in nearly 50 years, or 5 years, you bragged that, quote, principles of regulatory restraint have been affirmed as the market has continued to demonstrate a capacity to minimize and absorb systemic risk.
I don't want reality.
Worst week, and you said, great, it shows how strong we are. And then days after Bear Stearns' collapse in March of 2008, you made fun of people who thought we needed stronger financial regulations, claiming they were, quote, wallowing in a period of irrational pessimism. And you said that, quote, regulators must not stand in the way of investors and market participants sorting this situation out. Yeah, it sorted itself out with the biggest crash since the Great Depression.
Yeah, so that's the guy who Donald Trump wants to be chair of the SEC, the guy who presided over the last financial catastrophe. Great. He does seem like he's a good guy to have regulating the financial system. That's smart. Get rid of the CFPB and put in charge of the SEC the guy who presided over the last financial collapse. Makes perfect sense. No further questions. My God. Merit only. We're going to bring back merit. No more DEI, nasty DEI. Giving Black people and LGBT people, other ethnic minorities jobs. That is making it very unmeritorious. Now watch me put the guy who was in charge of the last financial collapse in charge, once again, of the SEC. It's a great plan. Now I've thought it through. Don't worry. It's going to be a great opportunity for me and Blackstone to buy up some properties. I do love real estate. All right, let's do one more story before we end this half. We are approaching very nearly the third half of this show. Let's go here now to Mississippi, where GOP governor signed a bill eliminating state income tax in Mississippi. That's a good idea. That's a brilliant idea, actually. Get rid of state income tax. And then Mississippi, since the Department of Education is going to be deleted, they just won't have schools anymore. They just won't have any services whatsoever. Next time anything happens in Mississippi, it will be the apocalypse. Of course, I'm being slightly inflammatory, hyperbolic, but sarcasm aside, I don't think I'm completely off base here. How's that cleanup going after Helene, Florida? Okay, here we go. Who needs state income tax in the worst educated state in the United States of America? Don't need it. Worst health outcomes, too.
Well, good afternoon. I want to welcome all of y'all here today for a truly historic occasion. My friends in the House and in the Senate, members of my administration, and yes, even the press, welcome to the signing of House Bill 1. Today is a day that will be remembered not just for the headlines, not just for the politics, but for the profound generational change it represents.
Yes, profound, indeed.
I must say, it feels like it's been a long time coming.
Has it?
But after many, many, many years of hard work,
how many years? What did it take?
And say that we have accomplished income tax elimination in the state of Mississippi.
Look at him, he's so excited to destroy the state of Mississippi even further than it's already destroyed. That's fine, everything will be fine in Mississippi. Everything will be fine, just like it already is. What's that? No, Mississippi, not everything is fine in Mississippi? Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sure this will solve it. This will solve it. This will fix it. Any sort of budget shortfalls in Mississippi will be solved by a lack of income tax. It's going to help. Don't worry, the businesses will pick up the slack. In the places where they can make money. Otherwise, they probably won't do that. I guess you could go case by case. You could just hand out money that the government of Mississippi doesn't have. And they're already, they're going to be losing a bunch of other federal funds potentially. So, should be interesting to see how they manage to navigate that over the coming years. Everybody who's in chat concerned about Mississippi, I think you're being a little dramatic, don't you think? Mississippi doesn't need services provided by the government. Come on.
Come on!
Big business will handle it. The invisible hand of the free marketplace of ideas and things like that. It'll be good. There is no way that this goes wrong. All right, break time. By the way, if you've noticed the variance in my microphone as of late, it's due to the fact that a member of the Galactic family has died. Don't worry, not a human being. A piece of equipment. Fortunately, my audio interface has ceased to function. So we are currently trying to, get enough funds to replace it. Maybe make it so that this microphone doesn't clip so much, which it has been doing quite a lot of. I've been trying to fix those levels, but it's hard for me to monitor my levels, especially now that I don't have an audio interface. What was I saying? Oh, right. So, do consider one of these many ways I'm about to mention in a second. Help us get there. Help us get back to galactic audio fidelity. All right, everybody. Short space intermission incoming, but before that, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. Make sure you've already hit the like button and subscribed. While you're doing that, consider one of these ways to show your support. YouTube, got the super chats, the super stickers, and the memberships. Of course, more memberships we get, the more emotes we get for Galactic members. See, it sort of builds on itself, right? We got Twitch, bits, and subscriptions. Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to just make sure every single cent of your money goes to work, galactically speaking. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to, of course, become a Galactic patron on Patreon. That's right, a cornucopia of benefits awaits. Go check it out. Link is in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. Alright, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. Okay, I think you know what that sound means, chat. It's time for us to get to the third half of the show. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fams. It's time for us to get going. I know it's a little early to end the break, but we got a lot of content to get through tonight, so I've got to take a shorter break here. Let's keep things moving. Keep talking about the economy, which a lot of things seem to be happening. Let's talk about those tariffs. See what Howard Lutnick had to say in the White House situation, or whatever this thing is called. I always forget what this place with the oval-shaped table is called. But Howard Lutnick, this is on Tuesday, I think, had this to say about tariffs. Because they were serious about that, when they talked, what was the word? The External Revenue Service, that's what it was called. Yeah, about that external part of it.
Do you want to say a couple of words?
Well, what is so exciting is April 2nd is just around the corner, and that's American Liberation Day. That's the day when the rest of the world starts to treat America with respect.
Is it?
And your leadership, understanding how the rest of the world treats us and what balance and what fair trade finally is going to take care of America. It's going to launch the External Revenue Service.
The fact that both of these guys have hedge funds, I feel like it should have always been disqualifying. Now, supposedly, I believe Howard Lutnick handed over leadership to his two sons. No way for that to become a conflict. Or Scott Bessent here, who started Key Square Group. No way for that to be problematic at all.
To start to build the power and prestige of America back. And I'm honored to be helping you on that course.
It's an interesting term, right? The External Revenue Service. We're going to take in a lot of money from the outside, and that's going to keep our taxes low.
We're going to keep our taxes low. With what? Taxes. That's right. That is right. Wait, what is that sound? What is happening? Where's that sound coming from? That was super weird. I've never seen that happen. There was like bleed over from something. But yeah, we're gonna make America rich again by lowering taxes with raised taxes. It all makes sense if you don't know anything about economics. If you do, it sounds completely insane. That's okay. Most of my voters don't really get how economics works. So they're the ones who are going to be paying for the tariffs. Not other countries. Even though we're calling it the External Revenue Service, it's really going to be an internal revenue service. Almost like the IRS, but different. Instead, we'll be taking it immediately upon entry to the United States. Okay. Now, let's talk about some of the tariffs that Donald Trump is enacting. These are not... Okay, now there's been so many back and forth on the tariffs. It is a little complicated talking about it, but if I'm not mistaken, now there's going to be complete tariffs that are put on April 2nd. Those are the Mexico-Canada tariffs that Donald Trump had promised, then put off after a very good phone call with Prime Minister Trudeau and Claudia Sheinbaum. But basically, that was held off for a month. So it was supposed to be March 2nd. Now it's April 2nd. Or was it March 4th? Whatever it was. It was like 30 days. And so those are supposed to come back on Tuesday. In the meanwhile, Donald Trump's been announcing other tariffs, like this one, after he heard about some of the tariffs that have been going into place in other places in response to the tariffs that he's already done. He announced 25% tariffs on all car imports to the United States. Something which I'm sure Elon Musk, who is in government and owns a car company, will not at all benefit from. 80 likes. That's a lot of likes. Hold on. Before we get to this, let me give you your
President Trump has widened the global trade war he started.
Excuse me. Your much deserved emotional support. Galactic Cantina. A roll out of dice. Okay.
President Trump has widened the global trade war he started since retaking the White House. He's announced a 25% tariff on all cars imported into the United States from the 2nd of April. The US president claimed the measures would spur growth in the US car industry and create jobs and investment. The US imports roughly 8 million cars. That was last year's number, accounting for about $240 billion in trade and roughly half of overall sales. Mexico is the top foreign supplier of cars to the US, followed by South Korea, Japan, Canada, and Germany. Analysts estimate that 25% tariffs on car parts from Mexico and Canada could add between $4,000 and $10,000 in costs, depending on the vehicle.
This will continue to spur growth like you haven't seen. Before I was elected, we were losing.
That's right. Charging people more money for things they were buying for less will spur growth. Even though no economist has ever said that, it will definitely do it. It's going to work.
It's science.
All of our plants that were being built in Mexico and Canada and other places. Now those plants largely have stopped and they're moving them to our country.
It's going to be the greatest growth anybody has ever seen. Great, great growth. Of course, it's going to take a serious amount of time for anything even close to what resembles the factories which are outputting all the cars into the United States here in the country. I couldn't even say exactly how long, but quite a while. Unless they all start tomorrow and expedite that shit, this will absolutely raise costs. Like BBC just said, somewhere between $4,000 and $10,000. And I guess Donald Trump, when he's talking about growth, he's just talking about not GDP so much as just the growth of factories. He has some real obsession with factories. I don't know why. I don't know what it is that caused Donald Trump to have this obsession with factories, but he really thinks it's the solution to everything. That and tariffs to make factories appear. All right, let's go here. Forbes breaking news from yesterday. See what Donald Trump had to say about the stock market, which has been going down quite drastically in recent days.
Tariffs next week. Will those be immediately effective April 2nd on all countries, or will you focus on the worst offenders?
No, we're going to make it all countries.
All of them.
And we're going to make
it
very lenient. I think people are going to be very surprised. It's going
to be on absolutely everyone, but it's going to be incredibly lenient. Huh? What is he talking about? Anybody have any idea what that means? Because I am at a complete loss. Boy. Now, yeah, no, I just can't. I thought I had something, then I lost it.
Less than the tariff that they've been charging us for decades. So I think people are going to be very, very.
Oh, I get it. It's lenient because it's less than what they charge us. Even though that's not true, a 25% across the board tariff would be larger than a number of countries. I don't know. I don't have the number in front of me, but there's definitely a few out there. I know that. That's a fact. So yeah, no, not the worst offenders. No, yeah, just everyone, I guess, because it takes more time. This is more efficient. What people don't get is it's much more efficient to just tear everyone to go block by block and figure out which country to tariff. Just threaten everybody for no good reason. Oh wait, I'm not done. Wait, I forgot. I got distracted by the stupidity.
And on these auto tariffs, is there
I think they'll be pleasantly surprised. I don't know. I think we're trying to keep it somewhat conservative.
It's going to be very
on these
good.
auto tariffs, we saw obviously the NASDAQ 100 go down 2% at close, S&P 500 down 1%. What are you concerned about that market reaction?
Today?
Yes, sir.
I didn't say that. I want to see the jobs. I want to see that'll all take care of itself. That could take care of itself in 1 day, 2 days, or 1 week.
It'll fix itself immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Who cares if the stock market's going down? Now, yeah, on a 1 day drop, like she mentioned, NASDAQ lost 2%. Since the all-time high on the NASDAQ, which happened a couple months ago, leading into Donald Trump's presidency, since then, it's down almost 13%. S&P is closer to 10, and same thing for the Dow, if I'm not mistaken. And so, yeah, people's IRAs, 401ks are all taking a hit, all while people's Social Security is being threatened. Anybody seeing a problem with this equation right now? We're about to have 2 legs gone. There's going to be a one-legged stool now. You know, Sam seemed to love talking about the 3-legged stool. I think it's a good analogy because there is supposed to be 3 different legs. And, you know, what are we left with? Savings. Hopefully you got savings. Hopefully just got pure cash sitting around somewhere. You know, just a hefty bank account. Maybe a gold bars, I guess, in your basement. Right? Am I doing that right now? Hold on. Did I just misquote the 3-legged stool? Oh, right. Pension plans. I forgot. It was pension plans. It's not savings. I am such an idiot. I knew that I was wrong. That's why I had to look it up. I was like, dude, that is not the right leg. It's pension plans, something that don't exist. Sorry, chat. Social Security is one leg. Personal savings is another. Pension plans is a third. Something that just doesn't exist for much of America, right? Like a certain generation, it was like a cutoff line. I think it's like Gen X were like basically the very last people to be offered pensions, right? No one in millennials or Gen Z are getting pension plans. A lot of millennials and Gen Zers are on like 1099s and things that don't come with a single benefit whatsoever, right? We're fucked. I'm sorry, chat, for confusing you with those very wrong words.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I try to be as good as I can, but I do make the mistakes sometimes. I try and catch myself when I do. Usually get a feeling, I'm like, something's wrong. I just said something wrong. Or a chatter corrects me. People seem to think of Mr. Rogers' emotional support character would be good. But maybe some point this year, when the news hydrant gets turned off, copyright, there will be an opportunity for us to do something fun like that. Of course, last year's vote, which we did, I think, in April or something like that, March or April, you know, had a lot less going on. You know, Joe Biden wasn't exactly rushing out to give us a whole bunch of, statements all the time. You have very little, well, not very little, but a lot less to do, it feels like. Now I feel like every day I'm having a panic attack looking at my list. looking at my feed like, is this a joke right now? Is this a funny joke?
Give me a joke.
Ha ha ha ha ha ha. You know what? Maybe I'm just once again wrong thinking. I'm doing wrong think right now. I need the Ministry of Truth to correct my bad think. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news. Caroline Leavitt, White House press briefing room. She's got answers for all of this, I'm sure.
They are doing that. On the economy, consumer confidence hit a 4-year low this month. Can you help explain to the American people how tariffs will help them in the long run?
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
Please.
And I'm grateful for the question. The American public will hear later this afternoon from the president directly on the topic of tariffs. And as you all know, April 2nd day, President Trump has proudly dubbed it Liberation Day for our country. What he means by that is it will be a day where the United States of America will no longer be ripped off by nations around this world. It will be a day where Americans finally see free and fair trade practices restored. We are no longer going to allow our allies, our competitors, and our adversaries to take advantage of American workers. And if you think about your hometown and the state that you grew up, Main Street looks a lot different today than it did many years ago. And President Trump wants to restore America as a manufacturing superpower around the globe. He wants products to be made right here in our great country with great, hardworking American hands that will ultimately result in higher wages and more money in the pockets of the American people.
Will it? Okay. How long is it going to take to reverse everything we have about our economy? Because here's the thing. Right now, our economy depends on instantaneous transactions, right? Amazon. Back when Caroline Leavitt was, a child, before Amazon took over, well, actually, honestly, I feel like Caroline wasn't even alive for this. How old is Caroline again? Am I older than Caroline? I think I am. Caroline, 20, yeah, I am fucking older than this one. Yeah. I mean, Walmart started taking over main streets before Caroline was ever even born, if I'm getting my math right now. Walmart was doing it, and then it was Amazon. And like, if we want to go back to a time where, as she just said, Main Street was thriving, or however it was that she put that, we would have to essentially just shutter Amazon, right? Because right now people don't have to leave their homes to get the things they need. Now you want them to all go back to walking down Main Street every fucking day to go get their widgets, to get whatever, socks and pants and shoes, whatever they need, right? That's what we need, is an economy where everybody's just, it takes them longer to get the thing. Or maybe we'll have an American Amazon. It'll only have American goods on it. I guess that, but then what about the Main Street? We're obsessed. I mean, I'm just, wow. Just wow. Okay. Well, I guess we're going back to the 80s. Very exciting. Everything was good during the 80s. I guess technically, in some ways, it was better during the 80s. But we also had a stronger administrative state and other things before Reagan destroyed it all. He didn't destroy all of them. He certainly got to work. Certainly getting to work on it at that point. The fact is technically disparity, wage disparity was better than it was now. But it's not because of tariffs. That's not why. Taxes are higher back then. There's some other things that are going on still. Okay, I'm just going to shut up. All right. So Donald Trump had more to say about
No, I haven't.
Mr. President, can I have you spoken, sir, with the big...
I hope people aren't thinking that I'm pro-Amazon or pro-Walmart, okay? I have a lot of problems with both of those companies. I want to make sure I make that clear. I'm just saying this would be a tremendous upheaval in our economy as it is, right? And they aren't planning on doing either of those things. So I just don't know how they're going to achieve their goals here. That's really what I'm pointing out right now. I'm not, but Walmart is a fucking welfare queen, and Amazon is like literally suppressing workers. I mean, that's only one of my many criticisms of both companies.
Automakers about these tariffs. What was their reaction? What was their reaction?
Very excited.
Depends on whether or not they have factories here. I can tell you, if they have factories here, they're thrilled. If you don't have factories here...
That's all we needed, that one. If they have factories here, they're thrilled. If they don't, they're very, very sad. They're very sad. They're like, hey, you're not being very nice. I'm like, well, that's too bad. You should have had a factory here. And now you can't. Now you're going to have to come and build one if you want to sell us cars. By the way, there is exactly zero way in which this doesn't cost people more money. Just want to point that out. At least people buying cars. People selling cars, they might be doing okay. Let's see what Roger Williams has to say. Not about tariffs, but about the CFPB. Wait. Am I in the wrong? Oh, wait. No, let's go here first. Sorry. Reuters, 1 day ago. Auto stocks slide.
Shares in some of the world's largest auto companies tumbled on Thursday. The reaction comes after President Donald Trump put a wall of tariffs around the US vehicle sector. He said 25% tariffs on imported cars and light trucks would begin on April the 3rd. And although the duties have been well flagged, shares in automakers from Frankfurt to Seoul fell. As European markets opened, shares in Volkswagen, Europe's top car maker, dropped 3.4%, while those in luxury brands BMW and Mercedes-Benz fell 4%. In Japan...
Yeah, all the car makers all over the place, all over the world, all their stocks hit hard. Tesla was hit hard today, by the way. And over the last 3 months, it's down 37%. Even more so if you go back to December of last year. Over just the last day, if you include the aftermarket, Tesla was down 5% and on Friday. Getting hit hard, everyone, by these tariffs. So I guess it doesn't matter. I guess it doesn't matter if you have car factories in the United States. Okay. Now let's go to hear what this congressman had to say about the CFPBs being gutted. He's actually excited. Why? Let's find out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. And I must say, listening to all this, that under a Trump administration, my business, my family, my friends, and my bank are much better off today with the diluted CFPB.
Huh. I wonder what that statement meant. Does that seem confusing to anybody? Well, I looked up Roger Williams, and it took me a minute to figure out what he was talking about. But he apparently owns a very, very large, I think it's a chain of car dealerships. I could be wrong on the fact that it's a chain or whether it's one single location, but supposedly its revenue from 2024 was in the tens of millions of dollars. If my research was correct. But this guy owns a car dealership. He sells cars. And so, of course, now that he doesn't have to stick to what the CFPB wants and he can do whatever he wants, his bank and him can get into whatever sort of shady deals they want. They can jack up your interest rates for no good reason. They can charge you exorbitant fees without any explanation. Now they're doing much better. That makes a lot of sense. Him, his friends, his family, and his bank are all doing much better now that the CFPB is gone. makes sense. So the wealthy, the owner class, people who are doing all of the selling to consumers like us, they're doing great. And I'm so glad to hear that they're doing so much better without the CFPB, while banks like mine do sketchy shit when I overdraft. It's so good and so great. I love it. Figured I'd throw that one, even though we were talking about CFPB earlier, in here while we're talking about cars in the wake of Trump's new tariffs. Let's go back to talking about the cost of tariffs on consumers.
Loretta Acosta is shopping for a new car at the Chevrolet dealership in Michigan. She's heard suggestions that Donald Trump's 25% tariffs on auto imports could drive prices higher, but she's willing to give the president the benefit of the doubt.
Feels like the end game is bring industry back to America. So, I mean, that's great for jobs.
Economists and the auto industry aren't so sanguine. Researchers at Cox Automotive estimate tariffs on parts could add $3,000 to the cost of a U.S.-made vehicle, and cars made in Canada and Mexico could go up by $6,000. If so, that's likely to put a dent in sales. S&P Global Mobility predicts total shipments could fall by 1 million or more units. And even if some automakers do move production to the U.S., that's not...
I wonder, is that good or bad, economics-wise? Huh. Less sales better than more sales? I always forget. You have a lot of relatives in the car business? Well, you're not in our country, okay? Well, actually, this will affect you too, I guess. Well, I guess maybe. I don't know. What? I guess I don't understand what this comment means. All right, let's go to a different situation that happened with a car. Now, this one, I think, could be a problem for many of us out here. Might espouse leftist ideologies. Let's talk about Tesla real quick. Apparently, Las Vegas police have a suspect in custody now who they say was responsible for vandalizing Teslas. And they spent much of this next press conference talking about this man's ideology. I wonder what that could be. Maybe he was a capitalist, fingers crossed.
His vehicle. As of now, a preliminary assessment, and we have a lot of data to go through and a lot of investigative work that needs to be followed up on, but a preliminary assessment of the suspect's social media activity indicates some very loose but self-proclaimed ties to the Communist Party USA social media group, as well as social media groups called Revolutionary Communist International, Hidden Palestine, Palestine Action, and a variety of other social media groups. That is part of our investigation, is to dig further into it and to be able to determine additional motive and other potential concerns. At this point in time, the suspect was placed immediately on 24/7 surveillance by our specialized units.
So yeah, if you didn't catch that one, I'm not going to watch this whole thing. But this guy was allegedly pro-Palestinian and a communist, an espoused communist. So yeah, I don't know if that's going to be used to justify a bunch more stuff in the future. But when I heard that, I had some concerns, considering what's being justified already based upon almost nothing. I have some serious concerns about what people like Marco Rubio, Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, and otherwise are going to use, Tom Homan, all of them combined. But their powers combined, I'm fairly certain they could use this to their advantage, potentially. Well, not advantage, but like It's just to their own purposes, right? Of just getting rid of anybody they don't like. Just saying, they've been calling peaceful protesters pro-Hamas supporters. Okay, let's go to the Associated Press now. 16 hours ago, as this was a video, that press conference was just them confirming they had a suspect. About 12 hours later, after that video was posted, 16 hours ago on the Associated Press, the Las Vegas police was claiming to have that man in custody.
This event involved an attack on the Tesla Collision and Sales Center on Tuesday, March 18th at approximately 02:45. The suspect used a firearm and Molotov cocktails to damage the center and destroy multiple vehicles that were parked on site. We were able to identify and arrest the suspect involved in this attack. There's a couple social media photos that that have been circulated out there already. The suspect's name is Paul Kim, K-I-M. He's an Asian male adult, and he is 36 years of age.
He attempted to mask his identity by wearing black attire, concealing his face, and wearing gloves. The suspect then began shooting the surveillance cameras with what appeared to be a rifle. You can see an image here of the suspect pointing the rifle towards a camera. At least 2 surveillance cameras were damaged by gunfire. And then upon shooting the cameras, the suspect proceeded to the front doors of the Tesla, and he began spray painting the words "resist" across the doors.
This guy really planned this shit out.
Working alongside the FBI to determine if there's any links between this incident and others.
Yeah, this was not a great plan from this guy. I mean, he clearly did plan it out, but maybe you should have thought about it a little bit longer. Now, there's been more Tesla vandalism. People do seem very upset at Elon right now. They are showing it in a myriad of ways.
This morning, police in Brooklyn are searching for the vandals who carved a swastika on a parked Tesla in Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's a part of a growing number of attacks against Teslas aimed at Tesla CEO Elon Musk over his role in the Trump administration and, of course, the Department of Government Efficiency, slashing thousands of federal jobs. Let's get out to Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo, live for us in Bed-Stuy. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning. Well, the FBI has created a task force to crack.
They did. It's hilarious. Oh my God. Look at this poor Cybertruck back here.
On violent Tesla attacks in
Violent?
particular that the FBI is designating as domestic terrorism. But
you can't, I don't think you can you be violent against an inanimate object? I don't think you can.
Violence and vandalism against Elon Musk's car manufacturer have.
So what is violence? If you kick it, that's violence. But if you spray paint it, that's vandalism. Is that how it works? It's confusing to me still, I guess.
On the rise in recent months. I want to show you some images that the police sent out of these 2 suspected vandals now wanted for carving a swastika and the word Nazi onto the door of a Tesla Cybertruck in Brooklyn. It happened on Monroe Street early yesterday morning. The NYPD's Hate Crimes Task Force is now fully involved and investigating. Across
Well, hate crimes don't count as hating one man. Okay, hate crimes are about it's about attacking marginalized group. Elon's not marginalized. This is not a hate crime. Just being angry doesn't make it a hate crime. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay, Mono, that's a good point. They're dehumanizing the cars. This car's civil rights have been violated.
Illegal.
This is a complete abuse of words. Words mean nothing anymore. Criticizing Israel is anti-Semitism. Vandalizing a car is a violent hate crime and terrorism. Because you're oppressing Elon Musk, a marginalized group of one man. What do words even mean anymore?
Precision of language. Please.
No, can't do it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay. Let's see what else has been going on in the economy. 6 ABC Philadelphia from 18 hours ago. Kohl's to close 27 underperforming stores this weekend, including in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Wait, what? I thought we were going to revitalize Main Street. I thought Donald Trump was saving the retail store. I thought he was going to... What? What are we talking about? Oh, no. Donald Trump didn't save Kohl's?
Come on!
New details about Kohl's stores closing nationwide. 27 underperforming locations will shut down tomorrow. Those include the Kohl's on the 300 block of West Schuylkill Road in Pottstown and the Kohl's at 72 Princeton Highway in East Windsor Township, New Jersey, is also closing. The store closures were first made public by the retailer in January.
Strange. A great American business shuttering its doors. I thought Trump was bringing back America.
Trade tensions continue to weigh on the markets.
Oops.
Stock indices around the world continue to struggle as President Trump ramped up his tariff plans this week. But worries are increasing that his policies are starting to hurt the US economy. Well, Paul Flood is head of mixed asset investments at Newton Investment Management. Paul, what have you made of the US's plans this week on tariffs? Are we getting in a situation where we could be heading for a full-scale global trade war?
Well, I think there is a bit of a risk of that. I mean, it's pretty clear from the Trump administration that they want to rewire the global economy. Globalization has really pushed a lot of the middle class or lower end jobs across to China. And whilst globalization was great for productivity and led to a big deflationary force that benefited much of the West, we have seen China upskill, and that has led to a lot of the lower end jobs in the United States going away. And that's a bit of a risk, and the Trump administration is very clear they want to fix that. And so whilst a lot of the discussion was...
So yeah, I guess we still think that the jobs are all going to come back to the United States. Reuters seems convinced it's going to work. It's going to work. All the jobs are going to come back immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Those jobs, they're coming back. We're going to rewire the entire global economy. There will be no negative repercussions, aside from a brief transitional period. Some would call it a recession. Others would call it a great period in history. Great history. I will win the probably the Nobel Prize in Economics for fixing this great wrong. How are we doing? Okay, we're doing good here. Okay, let's go to Canada. What do you say? Here's our segue from the United States to Canada. American author and fascism expert has decided to flee from the United States to Canada. Here's the Rational National from yesterday. David Dowell. David. David.
I'm leaving because the political climate for the universities and the political climate for freedom looks grim in this country. We face a fascist regime.
A Yale professor and an author of a book on fascism has announced that he is now leaving the U.S. for Canada, citing Trump's attacks on free speech and the move towards fascism as the reason. So in this video, I'm going to get to a couple of clips from a recent interview that he gave where he announced this, as well as a couple of comments from his recent piece in The Guardian and what has led to all of this. So let me first start with...
Okay, hold on. I am going to skip past some of this because we've already covered it today and certainly during this week. Let's go to this part. Let's go where? Here? Yeah, about here.
More than 300 at this point. This gets to Jason Stanley. This is the professor of philosophy at Yale, who has announced that he is now leaving the U.S. to go work in Canada.
Colombia is completely bending to an authoritarian regime. And what we're seeing across universities, Michelle, is we're seeing this culture of fear, this idea that if we just do what they say, everything will be okay. But I'm seeing this everywhere. And it's one reason that I am probably leaving the United States to the University of Toronto.
Really? Is that, I was going to ask, what are your thoughts about your own course here? So you feel strongly enough about this that you are going to leave the country?
Yes, because I would not do this if I saw all of our universities banding together. But it's not just the universities, Michelle, it's the law firms. It's all of our American institutions. When Paul and Weiss capitulated, the part of the reason they capitulated is other law firms, instead of defending them, were going after their clients. Now, we see universities saying things, including my university, like, we're going to keep our head down so we're not targeted. As soon as I heard that vocabulary, I knew sort of, it might be that the game is over. Because you're not banding together if you say, we're going to keep our head down.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll get to another clip from him in a second here, but this is the author of How Fascism Works, the Politics of...
Yeah. They bravely ran away from the peril. That's what they did, right? They're like, oh, the peril, we must gather together as we run. And it's pretty pathetic.
And them. If anybody understands how fascism works, it's the guy that wrote a book on how fascism works. The moves on education in particular, this is directly impacting his ability to do his job. He is unable to be a professor discussing actual history because of the directives being given by the Trump administration. So he goes into more detail in his piece in The Guardian. Trump is setting the U.S. on a path to educational authoritarianism. While we watch students getting handcuffed, vague new guidelines create a culture of fear over teaching our history. So he goes into a lot of detail in this piece. I will link to it below the video in the description box under sources. But essentially, there was a directive from the Department of Education, the Office of Civil Rights, with their new interpretation of federal civil rights law, which goes into protecting essentially white people as a protected class of citizen.
Help! I'm
Meaning,
being repressed!
Because of how vague all of this is written, if you discuss the history of slavery or the history of what was done to indigenous people, you risk losing your job. You risk being reported by other people within the university or students and risk losing your job because of your discussion of history, because of how it may make white people feel. In this case, white racists, I assume, or people that don't care about actual literal history. So he goes into a lot more detail in this piece, but he summarized a bit of it here, saying the guidelines create a culture of fear and intimidation around history. If one discusses Black history, one immediately risks endorsing the view that the U.S. is, quote, built upon systemic and structural racism.
I don't
The
want
guidelines
reality.
invite students to report their teachers and their school administrators for not adhering to a state-imposed ideology about history, as well as state-imposed
That's
ideology
fascism right
about
there.
gender, which threatens to make...
That's fascism. This is absolutely fascism. State-imposed ideology. And that is what we're getting right now. And it is terrifying. They're trying to enforce it everywhere. Colleges and universities, too. Yep. So, one author, expert on fascism, American, bound for Canada. And at this point, I really do kind of need this, so we're going to do this real quick. Sorry for this brief. I will forget. If I will. Right now, I'm so far behind my lists. I'm scared of adding things to it. So we're going to do this right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I've been saying for a while, actually, that we probably need one of these, considering everything going on. So I need a new sound shot. That's right. I need a new sound shot, people. Let me just get this going here. That's right, you're witnessing history right now. Galactic history of the epic variety. Let's move this along. What do you say? Stop taking so long to load. Holy God. All right, here we go. New sound shot incoming. Okay, I think that's probably enough of that. Just gonna grab the O Canada part of that. Turn this puppy into a sound shot. Okay. Let's see if I did this right. Please hold. Oh, I cut it off right at the end. Son of a... I'll just do O Canada. I'll just do the O Canada part. Great, thank you. All right. There we go. Oh, Canada. Our home and native land. Canada bound. A Yukon adventure. Okay. All right, let's keep talking about Canada here. This is, let's see. Yeah, let's go here to Buffalo, New York, Ellicottville. Uptick in listings. Canadians selling vacation properties. Oh.
Our Canadian friends some of them are very upset. We need to tie this up soon.
For sale sign after for sale sign. You don't have to go far in Ellicottville to see what appears to be the start of a trend.
We have seen an uptick in listings from Canadians.
Canadian homeowners selling their vacation properties in and around Ellicottville. Real estate agents Kathleen and Melanie Pritchard tell me this all stems from a strained relationship with our neighbors to the north caused by the tariff tug-of-war and talks by President Trump of making Canada the 51st state.
They're just feeling like they're not being loved. So they're wondering why this is happening, as are we.
Caitlin Croft also sells real estate in ski country. She tells me she has 3 active property listings, all 3 being sold by Canadians.
There are some Canadians that are starting to consider selling due to the strained relations.
And the trend isn't just limited to selling. It's also putting a pin in buying and developing.
I had a couple Canadians looking for properties and they decided to pause.
We also have a developer who's Canadian who decided to pause mostly because of the impact of the tariff costs on building.
A trend.
Yeesh. Seems like every industry is being hit by these tariffs Donald Trump is imposing. Now let's go here. If you missed this, we covered this yesterday, but we talked about this story a couple of times in the past. That being allegations being made that Elon Musk had illegally chosen to use a environmental credit for EVs, Canada, a program that had been available. He had faked a bunch of sales at Tesla to get a huge windfall. $43 million to be exact. And in the recent days, earlier this week, I think it was Thursday, Canada has chosen to freeze all $43 million in subsidies claimed by Tesla following its very suspicious surge in sales. Here's CTV News from 3 days ago.
Transport Canada is freezing rebate payments for Tesla until each claim is individually investigated. The move comes after revelations the EV maker suspiciously filed for rebates. As CTV News reported, 4 Tesla locations in Canada submitted paperwork for the sale of 8,600 vehicles over a 72-hour period in the final days of the rebate program in January, amounting to more than $40 million in claims. The automaker has also been barred from future programs. Transport Minister Christopher Freeland said today, quote, so long as the illegitimate and illegal U.S. tariffs are imposed against Canada.
Well, that's one reason to do it. But, I think they should probably be barred until they answer for and do some sort of restitutional effort, I would say. I think that doesn't go far enough. Honestly, just doing it based upon the tariff seems silly to me. I'd like this move from Canada. I really do. Why would you let Elon steal from you, Canada? Why would you? Stand up for yourself, goddammit. And, these tariffs are hitting people all across Canada as layoffs are now hitting car plants as well. Here's CTV news from... oh, we got a bunch of CTV today. CTV from yesterday. Layoffs at Ingersoll car plant loom due to U.S. tariffs.
At Ingersoll's Cami Automotive plant, there is little doubt layoffs are on the way, according to Unifor representative Mike Van Boekel.
Almost for sure, I would think potentially the entire Canadian industry could shut down in a couple weeks, depending how this shakes out.
He was reacting to U.S. President Trump's latest economic offense against Canada, a 25% tariff on all autos made outside the U.S. The GM-owned Cami plant produces the Bright Drop electric delivery van for the North American market. With Unifor representing 1,300 workers at the plant, Van Boekel says the tariff escalation is unsettling.
There's a lot of anxiety right now. People are obviously worried. We just need some time right now to figure out exactly what's going to happen with the tariffs and how it's going to break down.
Unifor's national president vowing to fight back.
We have had an auto industry in this country for well over 100 years, long before we traded with the United States. And our union is going to fight to make sure that we have an auto industry employing Canadians for 100 more years to come.
Non-unionized.
Yeesh. Canadians still standing strong together, attempting to deal with this incredibly idiotic trade war Donald Trump seems to just be completely in love with for no good reason, aside from one time told somebody gave him a McKinley biography or something, and he read the first chapter. That's enough. I don't need the whole book. That first chapter was super great. All those very rich people living the dream. Those robber barons seem like really good guys.
Follow the rich white man.
Now, apparently, a phone call between Mark Carney and Donald Trump has been put on the books. Another CTV news story here from yesterday as well. A lot of CTV today.
Almost 2 weeks after he was sworn in as prime minister, there appears to be progress on a first conversation with the U.S. president, though we still don't know a date. Talk to us about the stakes, not just for the country, but for Mark Carney's campaign, too.
Yeah, I think, Omar, the stakes for both are actually very high. I listened with great interest over the past 3 weeks or so to the number of questions posed to Mark Carney. Are you going to take that call? Are you going to make that call? And he didn't really want to wade in, right? He said not until basically our sovereignty is respected. Well, things changed last night. And I can tell you from talking to people behind the scenes, they had felt up until last night that there was a lot of risk involved for Mark Carney in embarking on this call. Like I said, though, that changed with the threat of the imposition of these tariffs.
It has been a fascinating and dynamic race so far, and we are just 5 days in. What early insights are we learning?
Well, we're definitely getting some really interesting data from Nick Nanos, our pollster of record in Nanos Research, which shows that seat projections have dramatically changed as of last Friday compared to 2 months before. So when Justin Trudeau left and Donald Trump started taking aim, the Liberals started benefiting in a big way. And now we see what was going to be a blue wave across the country. Even when it came to translating popular vote to seat efficiency, to the number of seats, has turned into something dramatically different. And it could be even more for the Liberals in the coming days, because, again, those numbers are as of Friday.
Okay. Cut her off right in the middle of that. Good editing. Good editing, CTV. Okay. Got a little bit more to talk about with Mark Carney.
So shady financial sites are already using the Canadian election to lure people in with fake news articles that send you to sites designed to take your money. And people are noticing. They're even using AI-generated fakes, like this clip of Mark Carney.
All you need is to invest $350 and start making profit.
He never said that. After we contacted the companies keeping these ads and websites online, some of them were taken down. But the problem isn't going away.
There is not going to be a decline in the number of these soon, particularly with the election.
So how do they keep getting away with this? And how does this election scheme work?
Illegal.
Let's go down the rabbit hole. Take this ad. When you click on it, it takes you to a fake CBC News article about a tariff relief plan that's infuriated Donald Trump. The thing is, on March 21st, Carney really did announce a relief package for people and companies impacted by the tariffs. The fake article says it was published March 23rd, and it looks pretty realistic. But read a little further, and it promotes a zero-risk digital currency. So yeah, Carney never promoted a get-rich-quick crypto scheme. Now follow that link and you end up at a convincing-looking trading platform for something called Grayscale Group. The New Brunswick securities regulator is warning that Grayscale Group isn't registered to sell securities.
They're not registered to do the type of business with you that they're trying to do, and that is illegal. A major red flag.
Now, by the way, there is a real company called Grayscale, but this isn't their website. It gets weirder. The same fake article took us to different shady sites. For example, this one, Northern Markets. Once you register, it tells you to contact an account manager. That's the same tactic used by scams we've seen before, like Quantum AI, which flooded X with ads earlier this year. It also said to contact an account manager. To try and find out where these websites...
Yeesh. These scams are getting way too complicated out there. They are putting so much effort into all this. It's almost like they could get a real job.
Come from, we took a snapshot of their connections with internet infrastructure around the world. Grayscale Group is hosted and registered with Cloudflare, a San Francisco-based internet company. Northern Markets is also hosted with Cloudflare, but its domain is registered with Two Cows, a Canadian firm based in Toronto. After we alerted Two Cows, the company suspended the website's domain. Cloudflare didn't respond to our request for comment. So what about Meta in all this? The company has an ad library that shows you all of the ads running on all Meta platforms. We could see a number of fake ads live on Meta. At the same time, Meta bans real news links in Canada. The company seems to know there's a problem. We could actually see them taking down fake ads while we were investigating this. We flagged the ads that were still online to Meta. In response, the company removed the ads and disabled the accounts. The spokesperson said it's an ongoing industry-wide challenge. These schemes keep evolving, so you're sure to keep seeing them on social media.
Geez. Well, it looks like at least reporting them for CBC was effective. But, this is the kind of stuff that's going to take your grandma's money away from her or whomever, who is, perhaps not savvy enough to see that they're being duped. All right, last Canada story, at least in this North America half, news-wise. Let's go here to global news from 16 hours ago. Mark Carney had this to say in the run-up to his and Donald Trump's phone call, which is supposed to be happening soon.
Last night, the President of the United States reached out to schedule a call. I appreciate this opportunity to discuss how we can protect our workers and build our economies. I will make clear to the President that those interests are best served by cooperation and mutual respect, including of our sovereignty. I reject any attempts to weaken Canada, to wear us down, to break us so that America can own us. That will never happen. And our response to these latest tariffs is to fight, is to protect, and to build. We will fight the U.S. tariffs with retaliatory trade actions of our own that will have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impacts here in Canada. The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperation, is over. In the past week,
Whoops. There we go. Here's Mark Carney suggesting that the United States and Canada's old relationship is over. Donald Trump has ruined it in 2 months. A century of cooperation. More than that. Really, in many ways. All over in a flash. Okay, let's the first part of the environmental half is going to be also filled with more US politics, sorry to say. Yeah, let's move into the environmental discussions. Let's start it off with this. I feel like these guys always give me shit, don't they? I'm not going to do two. I'm going to skip this one. I just remembered this. This channel is always copyright claiming me. I'm sorry, chat. You deserve this video. But I think this channel is always copyright claiming me. It's like this Guardian YouTube like offshoot channel. And every time I watch one of these, I keep forgetting. I should unsubscribe to this channel. Well, no, actually, I like the videos. I like the videos. I just can't use them. I guess I could. That's something I need to start doing is disputing copyright claims. Because I feel like I do enough commentary on most of these things to justify fair use. I don't know. The process just seems so annoying to me. Okay, yeah, let's go to Sheldon Whitehouse. He was in the Senate hearing over the EPA nominees of Donald Trump. I'm sure all these people will want to protect us from environmental things. Oh, wait, sorry. Protect us from environmental regulations. Sorry, I misspoke.
I now recognize my ranking member, Senator Whitehouse, and I would like to welcome Senator Barrasso when he'll give him a chance here to introduce the general shortly. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'd like to take my time this morning to discuss something that's going on with the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which is a fund that was appropriated by Congress, obligated, and the funds disbursed to a private fiscal agent, Citibank. But because it relates to climate, and because the president insists falsely that climate change is a hoax, illegal, people who are subordinate to him feel obliged to go after this greenhouse gas reduction fund. The problem is that the manner in which they have gone after it reflects the actual weaponization of the Department of Justice in ways that the prosecutions of President Trump never saw. So it begins with the interim United States attorney saying publicly, before he's even in office, that this fund is total graft and needs to be stopped.
Jesus Christ.
So he's already announced his predilections about that. This fund includes nefarious actors like Habitat for Humanity. The veto clock had run, so there was no role to undo the funding. It was even disbursed, as I mentioned. So what they had to do was to try to cook up a way to freeze the fund. And the way they tried to cook up to freeze the fund was to create a pretend criminal investigation.
I don't want
and
reality.
Then they could point to the criminal investigation and tell Citibank to freeze the funds pending the criminal investigation. The problem was there's no evidence of any crime. And that became apparent when the ask went from interim U.S. Attorney Martin to the chief of the criminal division in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, and was told by the chief, there's no crime here, I cannot do that. Rather than stop, what he did was force the resignation, fired the career criminal chief. This is a guy who's never been a prosecutor before, and he's firing his criminal chief.
Makes sense.
So that's a pretty big red flag when you get an answer from the career staff saying, boss, there's no crime here, and then you fire them for telling you that. Then he tried to shop this notion around the office, and no career U.S. attorney would sign. I've been a U.S. attorney. It's almost unfathomable for a U.S. attorney's office to send out a pleading without a career attorney being involved. So he couldn't get a career attorney. Another big red flag. So then he went forward himself. Again, this is not an experienced prosecutor. This is not somebody who brings a lot of game with him. He just wanted to do it. So with no support from the career people in the office, he went forward alone. The alone bid is another very strong signal that something is very badly amiss in what's going on. So then, going ahead solo, as the interim U.S. attorney, he went before a magistrate judge who said, no dice, you got nothing here, and he shot him down. For a U.S. attorney's office to be shot down over a warrant application is like a hospital never event. If that ever happened in Rhode Island when I was the U.S. attorney, there would be after-action investigations, reports, what the hell went on here? Because you never want to put your federal judges in a position where they have to shoot down a warrant application of yours. You want to make sure that they are ironclad. So this...
Yeah, I mean, it's a very long list of red flags that Sheldon Whitehouse seems to have here at the Senate hearing over these EPA nominees. The EPA basically was, you know, targeted by the DOJ for crimes that aren't crimes. So it's being gutted and it's being attacked by the DOJ. For some reason, I don't know, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. I guess it's a crime to protect the environment from big oil companies and things like that, or polluters, like with people, forever chemicals, I suppose. Speaking of forever chemicals, let's go here. So Mark Kelly had to ask this one EPA nom on that particular topic.
Kelly, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today. I want to start with Ms. Kramer. So, Ms. Kramer, thank you for being here. I want to start with the PFAS. As I've spoken about a lot in this committee, PFAS contamination is having a big impact on our groundwater aquifers in Arizona. In both Phoenix and Tucson, but especially in Tucson, we've banked groundwater for decades to create resiliency if we have to in dealing with this long-term drought. But the problem we now have is that there's PFAS contamination in our groundwater aquifers, making it hard to access our backup groundwater. So, Ms. Kramer, when you worked in the Senate, I know you helped write the water cleanup provisions included in the bipartisan infrastructure law. Do you think the programs created in that law to address PFAS contamination have been successful?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. That is a great question. I think defining success with relation to PFAS is a tough and a bit of a moving target. And I say that simply because it seems that every year that goes by, we learn more. And we also have a better understanding of the impacts that have occurred to groundwater systems and the impacts that are facing drinking water and wastewater systems as they work towards addressing these challenges. I think incremental progress is progress. Every step in the right direction is a good one, but there is a lot of work yet to be done in this space.
Is it fair to say that because of these programs, we have been able to remove some PFAS from drinking water?
Absolutely, Senator.
So after those programs expire in 2026, what are the next steps that Congress and EPA should take to continue to address PFAS contamination?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I have to be mindful of the fact that I know I am not allowed to lobby in front of you to tell you what I would recommend Congress does. However, what I can tell you is two things. One is that EPA is going to be evaluating all of its tools to address PFAS. The second thing I will tell you is that along the way, if I am confirmed in this position, we will have conversations that will involve Senate staff and House staff to provide information as to what those actions are that we have, what the limitations are of the law for us to be able to go further or to address things with a finer point. And hopefully that will provide a sound basis for you, Senator, for your colleagues, for your staff, to be able to see the challenges that we face and address those head on should you choose to do so.
Right. It was a shockingly coherent answer from this EPA nominee. I'm not gonna lie. I was actually somewhat shocked to even hear a reasonable answer from an EPA nom here.
Thank you. And Mr. Donahue. Mr. Donahue, do you support the
I think one of the I could be wrong about this. I think one of the reasons why maybe these nominees are taking that particular aspect of things more seriously may be due to the fact that a lot of red states have been affected by forever. Not that everyone hasn't, but there has been, I think more contamination by PFAS in red states. And it's a big issue in red states. And well, like West Virginia, places like that have been utterly decimated. I could be completely wrong on whether or not that was a calculation made here. Hard to say. Okay. Now let's see what she had to say in regards to the funding freeze, which still is technically going on, even though they were told to by a federal judge to unfreeze the funds, even though fairly soon the Supreme Court also told them to unfreeze the funds. The Trump administration has been still resisting that order. Let's see what this EPA nominee had to say to Senator Lisa Blunt Rochester about what it is the EPA is going to do about that funding freeze.
Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Ranking Member Whitehouse, and also want to welcome the nominees and your families. I'd like to start off by thanking Ms. Kramer for your work on Chairwoman Capito's staff in crafting the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, otherwise known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. I was proud to be a part of that as well on the Energy and Commerce Committee in the House. And the issue of clean drinking water is just paramount. It was before the pandemic. I think it became even more so after the pandemic. And then the issue of water affordability was also very important to us. And so I want to thank you for that. These programs, as you know, are vital, particularly for rural communities like in Delaware, also disadvantaged communities. And I'm concerned about some of the executive orders that the president has put forward and how they may jeopardize some of these programs. As a matter of fact, we've been learning of pauses to the funding. And so I would love it if you could just spend a minute talking about, first of all, are you aware of some of these freezes or blocking of the funding for these water quality programs? And if so, how would you in your role really live up to the work that you helped to create?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Senator. So first and foremost, I think to address more of the back end of your question, there was a pause to review the funding that was rolling out the door initially at the beginning of the administration. I was not at the administration during the time of that pause, during the time of that review. When I joined as a senior advisor to the administrator's office, all of the funding through, especially I think about the SRFs, state revolving funds, I think about WIFIA, all of that was back and being implemented. I did learn yesterday of one state that had not been receiving money for lead replacement service lines. That was a surprise for me to learn about. The Office of Water promptly acted on that. The office, our principal deputy assistant administrator, promptly acted on that to clear.
This woman seems like one of the most reasonable and intelligent people. It's been seemingly the most. This is maybe like this is a first. So this might be the most competent person that's been nominated so far by Donald Trump. She seems to actually know her shit. Like she seems to actually understand how the agency functions. Seems to actually be taking the job seriously. Maybe. I don't know. It's very strange.
Communicate the expectation that that money should be going out to the states, and there should not have been a reason that it was withheld. And so anything like that if I'm in this role, anything like that were to come across my desk would receive prompt attention and action. As you talked about this funding, especially as it relates to the state revolving fund and the WIFIA program, I think sometimes there's a little bit of confusion about those as grant programs. They're not grant programs. They are loan programs. And so one of the great things, and I think why they've been so fundamental for so many years in this space, is that it gives the opportunities for communities to access those funds and then repay them in a way that does not put them out of business. But I do think if I was confirmed, one of the areas that I would specifically focus on is our provision of technical assistance to those small and rural communities.
She was picked by accidental competence. That's actually the best explanation. That's the best accidental competence. Yup. She won't last long. Not with Lee Zeldin in charge. Get her right out of there. Okay. Let's go on. I still have to unpack that whole hearing. I didn't manage to listen to the whole thing. It was like an hour and a half, at least this one, the first hearing. I think there may be more hearings to come. They seemed, from what I could tell, mostly focused on water quality and access to water in this particular hearing. I'd be fascinated to hear what these nominees have to say about climate change. I'm just always waiting for the other shoe to drop when I hear anything good these days come out of any Trump. And usually that shoe comes immediately, if not sooner. It was shocking to hear confidence for such an extended period of time out of any of these people. Really bucks the trend. Let's go to North Carolina. Talk about those wildfires that have been going on over this last week. Start here with WKYC from Tuesday. North Carolina's biggest wildfires remain 0% contained at this time. I think they're still working on them right now.
The race is on to contain multiple wildfires now that are burning along the East Coast and forcing evacuations in several states.
Yeah, usually we talk about this on the West Coast, but it's the East Coast, unfortunately. NBC's Kathy Park is in South Carolina, where crews are battling the flames.
Race to contain wildfires from New Jersey to the Carolinas is being hampered by dry conditions and strong winds.
This has been going all the time, you know.
Overnight, a blaze burning at Table Rock State Park in South Carolina, growing to more than 1,000 acres. As crews tackle the tough terrain with critical water drops from the air.
This is an unusually high fire occurrence fire season than we've had in quite a while.
In neighboring North Carolina, 3 active wildfires are burning, triggering mandatory evacuations in the western part of the state.
We called in multiple fire departments to come assist us.
Officials warning residents living close to the flames to leave now or risk being trapped, even killed. Those fires hitting areas still recovering from Hurricane Helene 6 months ago. Farther up the East Coast in New Jersey, a wildfire that
Now, I am happy to report that this wildfire in New Jersey is now 100% contained. As of the latest on this, I don't think I have a video for that confirmation, but I did see this earlier. I think it was either yesterday or something like that. All right, this is the latest on the Carolina wildfires. ABC News from 15 hours ago. Thousands of acres
Let's get more from
scorched.
Faith Abube on the scene in Pickens, South Carolina. Faith, that smoke is heavy, and we need to let people know they shouldn't be breathing it in this morning.
Yeah, and in fact, once you land here in Asheville, they're giving you masks at the airport. That is how serious it is. And take a look behind me, just behind me, through the trees there, the ominous orange glow of the Table Rock fire expanding dramatically, over 600% in just the last several days, and now threatening to jump the border into North Carolina. This morning, millions on high alert as wildfires rage in parts of the Carolinas.
There was ashes falling on us, and the helicopters were hovering over.
30 miles southeast of Asheville, the Black Cove complex now deemed the highest priority fire across the entire country. Nearly 7,000 acres scorched.
The fire did come right here and burnt one house plumb to the ground.
So do you feel you're still in danger?
Yes, for sure, until it rains.
The concern is until they're contained, we have to be on alert. So the fire, they're out there fighting the fires today.
This as the Table Rock complex in South Carolina grew significantly Thursday. So far, more than 1,400 homes and businesses evacuated. And with the Table Rock fire is 0% contained right now, but officials tell me some of the containment lines appear to be holding, especially in those critical areas where there are many homes and lives on the line.
Yeah, still so many on alert there. Faith Abube, thank you.
Okay, yeah, so those fires are continuing in the Carolinas, seemingly spreading back and forth between one state and another
Thanks for joining
state.
us. Is it a little better this morning?
Okay. Now, let's go all the way up. Well, not all the way up. Let's go quite a ways up from the Carolinas. To, what is this, Manitoba? Sorry, Alberta. Yeah. Yeah, let's go to Alberta, Canada, to Edmonton, where they were hit by some unseasonable weather. Over 30 centimeters of snow.
Winter is coming.
Winter's coming. No, spring is here. Very confusing.
We were looking at some of the images from last night.
Yeah, the commute's getting a little bit better this morning. However, snow is still coming down. I myself was driving on the way here and visibility was quite low. And drivers are definitely taking their time this morning. Last night was sort of the worst of this snowstorm, with cars being bumper to bumper on this major road behind me, which is White Mud Drive. It's a major artery for commuters in this city. And so drivers are definitely taking this time this morning. There was a lot of accidents last night, according to the Edmonton Collision Reporting Center. Just by yesterday, by 3:30, there was 93 collisions. Now that number has definitely gone up. We don't have updated numbers quite yet, but with more snow falling throughout the day, that number is expected to go higher. And so drivers taking their time. There's even some tow trucks behind me right now that are picking up some cars that were left behind on the roads just because the snow was so bad that some drivers decided it was just better and faster to get home by leaving
Those geese looked confused.
vehicles and walking.
Wow. So was it just a really, really heavy snowfall? Was there ice mixed in with it? What made it so difficult to drive?
Yeah, well, at the start of the morning yesterday, about 24 hours ago, it started off with rain, and that sort of made the ice a little, or excuse me, the roads a little bit slick. And so with that snow.
Well, there we go. Alberta, Canada, getting hit with unseasonable winter storms in the middle of spring. Speaking of cold things, let's talk about those glaciers. Here's France 24 English from 2 days ago. World's glaciers melting faster than ever, according to experts. Glad to see fire season's getting started off to such a great start.
And from fires to ice on today's Perspective, because the world's glaciers are losing an average of 273 billion tonnes of ice per year. And they've been doing that since the year 2000. And it's also a problem that is accelerating. Well, how much is 273 billion tonnes of ice per year? Well, it's equivalent, very roughly, to around 3 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Not every hour, not every minute, per second. It's all the findings of a huge international study involving 35 research teams. And joining us now is Michael Zemp, who's director of the World Glacier Monitoring Service. I mean, those figures sound astounding, don't they? Tell us more about this loss, just how huge it is.
Good morning. Great pleasure to be here. Yes, the glaciers are losing ice. That's probably not a new message, but what is rather alarming is the acceleration and the increasing amount of ice we lose. So at present, glaciers lose the amount of mass that you just mentioned with the Olympic pools per second. You could also say at the moment, every year, glaciers are rising sea levels by about 1 millimeter. Now, you might say, well, 1 millimeter is not exactly a lot, but it's a small number with a huge impact. So every millimeter in increasing sea level will expose an additional 200,000 to 300,000 people to annual flooding. So a small change has a big impact.
Yeah, we're seeing some of the images from your report there. I mean, just what does it mean for us as human beings? I mean, as you said there, that difference means flooding, of course, but what else does it mean?
Yeah, the point is that what happens on the glacier doesn't stay on a glacier. So it's really all the downstream impacts that we have to worry, right? You could summarize it on 3 levels. At the local scale, it's the hazards that we are worried. At the regional scale, it's the water availability. And at global levels, as mentioned before, sea level rise. So retreating.
Yeah, and people maybe don't think about it, but the glaciers are what feed all of our rivers, streams, etc. And if there's no ice on these, it's bad. It is bad. They will dry up. We will be in trouble. But it's not just glaciers melting. It's also the ice that's in the sea. Here's Reuters from 18 hours ago. This year's Arctic sea ice hit a record low. Ay, ay, ay.
A new report this week indicates that Arctic sea ice has likely hit its lowest point in 47 years of satellite records. According to the U.S. National Snow and Ice Data Center, this year's maximum sea ice extent is a little over 500,000 square miles below the average between 1981 and 2010.
So yeah, I want to point something out to everybody. Those glacier figures that we just heard about, in terms of the amount of sea level rise per year, there was 1 millimeter per year getting added. That does not account for sea ice melting, right? So you add in the effects of sea ice melting at an even faster pace, hitting record lows. Where's that ice going when it melts? Oh, it goes into the ocean and raises the water level even more. So I don't even know how we, I'm not capable of making that calculation. But I'm assuming that does increase that figure by some amount. Probably
Julian
bad.
Struve is a senior scientist at the center and says sea ice will continue to decline.
I think that the really important thing to me is that we're not returning to conditions we saw, a few decades ago. We're continuing on this path towards less overall sea ice. And of course, a record year will make the news, and it should. But then again, we're just keeping on this path, and eventually we will lose the ice in the Arctic Ocean in summer.
Struve told Reuters that melting sea ice contributes to heat waves, droughts, and flooding worldwide.
If one part of the climate system and one part of the Earth is changing faster than anywhere else, the rest of the system has to respond. And so there are a lot of studies, of course, that have linked what's going on in the Arctic to changes in extreme weather events. And usually it has to do more with these blocking patterns where you get, weather that patterns that get stuck in one place for longer periods of time, which can lead to either extreme heat waves or droughts or flooding.
She's also concerned that U.S. climate policies under Trump will hinder the global fight against climate change.
I don't feel a lot of hope. Part of it is the new administration, of course, is going to roll back a lot of our environmental protections and greenhouse gas emissions. So that's, of course, concerning, as the U.S. is a key player. And, it could make arguments then for other countries saying, well, look, the U.S. isn't doing anything. Why should we? So that's a concern, because you really need all countries to get on board and to dramatically reduce.
Yeah, because we're all on one planet. We're one human race, one species, and we are intrinsically linked. Little lines don't change anything, right? And just a horrifying situation to think that the U.S. is going to be the domino to knock over all the other dominoes potentially. But I mean, she's got a good point, and hopefully governments see past that and choose not to accelerate their emissions just because the United States might. Hopefully we can stop the United States from doing that. But, it's a fair point. It's going to be difficult. We have Donald Trump in power, promising to drill, baby, drill, and roll back environmental regulations. Okay, this is crazy. We usually don't do this, but I gotta pee. We're also super close to taking a break. I feel like we should maybe just break now. Actually, no, I'm gonna pee and I'll be right back. It's not gonna take that long. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Let's get on to talking about the Earth. And no, I don't mean the Earth half. I mean the Earth and what it's been up to. The ground beneath our feet, so to speak. Let's start in Canada, where we already kind of were moments ago. CTV News from a day ago. Massive sinkhole forces Highway 11 closure in Muskoka.
Major road in Muskoka is closed after a sinkhole opened up this afternoon. This is what it looked like in the northbound lanes of Highway 11 in Gravenhurst. OBP saying multiple vehicles were affected by the sinkhole and the northbound lanes are closed at Rainbow Circle. The Ministry of Transportation says one southbound lane remains open. There's no word on when the road might fully reopen.
Now let's talk about another Earth opening thing that happened all the way across the planet in Thailand, where a 7.7 magnitude earthquake struck literally while we were streaming yesterday. Friday morning we were streaming, and this happened at the very end of the stream. Here's BBC News from 21 hours ago on that story. Oops, I just clicked. Oh, why did I do that? Go back. Don't do that. Here we go.
A reminder of our breaking news this hour. There have been 2 large earthquakes in central Myanmar. The first recorded at 06:20 GMT with a magnitude of 7.7. 10 minutes later, an aftershock with a magnitude of 6.4 was recorded. Both were near Mandalay. Tremors have also been reported more than 1,000 miles away in Thailand and China. These are the latest pictures coming into us from Myanmar. We can see damage there to a main road, quite substantial damage. We haven't yet got reports of any casualties. I'm going to bring in Nikki Schiller, who's with me here. So, Nikki, we're seeing those pictures, they're kind of roads broken up, but so far we haven't got much of an indication of the impact of this.
No, absolutely. We know that this tremor, the epicenter, was in a city in Burma called Sagayan in Mandalay in Myanmar, the Burmese city there. It is about 100 kilometres north of the capital, Naypyidaw. And as you said, this was a 7.7 magnitude earthquake. And it struck at 12:50 local time, so in the afternoon, about 6:50 GMT. And it was a shallow earthquake, so it was about 10 kilometres is what they describe as shallow. And these tremors were felt across the region in China and Thailand. We've seen footage on social media in Bangkok of people gathering in the streets, and I'm just seeing the AFP news agency is reporting that at least 43 workers are trapped in a Bangkok skyscraper collapse. That coming in on both the AFP and the Reuters news agency at the moment. And we have seen pictures from Bangkok of buildings shaking. There's one particular video that shows a big skyscraper that has a swimming pool on the top, and the water is pouring over the side like a waterfall because of the tremors that have come from there. So Bangkok, people have been gathering in the streets. We can see that there are live pictures. And
yeah, I think I saw the NCC was in Thailand. Channel must be doing well to be taking Thailand vacations. That's pretty awesome. Glad she's okay. Yeah, but we're going through this chronologically. This was the initial report. And this is the footage has been coming out ever since this was reported. This BBC was just on it first in my recommends. Let's see some of the footage that's come out since then. This is Associated Press from 20 hours ago. This is that footage he was talking about with water just plummeting to the ground from a skyscraper pool on the roof. It's a permanent move. NCC moved permanently to Thailand? That's crazy. Wild. I had no idea. I assumed it was a vacation. It's a fascinating decision for NCC. Wasn't expecting that one. What's happening? Here's more footage of this. I think this is the moment that skyscraper they mentioned collapsed, which had dozens of people inside, apparently working on it. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's like 9/11. It's like the Earth just did a 9/11 on Thailand. Jesus Christ, that footage is wild. People being consumed in the dust cloud created by this implosion. And that's a huge freaking tower. I mean, look how big it was. Look at how big that was. It's got to be 30 stories. This is pretty wild. Now here was footage after the earthquake at a religious Buddhist, I believe it's a Buddhist temple here. Would make sense. Oh wait. Sorry, that's wrong. Clearly. It's my bad. This footage is horrifying. Wild. Alright, now let's go to that temple, which really isn't so much of a temple anymore. Just a pile of bricks, really. And I'm honestly not familiar with what this looks like usually, but I was actually going to Google this right now, see if I can find it before this collapsed. Get out. Is this really what it looked like before? I am not sure if this is what we were just looking at, but if it was, wow. I just want to go back. Hold on. This might actually be this. I don't know. I can't. It's hard to tell. It is hard to tell. But I believe that's this. I just searched the location and temple, and this is what came up. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's oh my god, it's an amazing structure. Now it's all gone? Oh my god. Wow. I don't have a new mic. Nope. Well, I don't know. When's the last time you were here, Izzy? Because, well, we're using a downgraded mic. We're using my computer's pre-installed mic, a crap piece of hardware. My audio interface broke recently, last Friday, before the week-ending report last week. And I still have not managed to replace that audio interface yet, although we're getting very close to doing so. But wow, unbelievable. The devastation. Oh, I'm sorry, we have more. I just got thrown off by looking at that photo. Holy shit. Alright, here's South China Morning Post. I've actually got a bunch of these. We're just, like I said, going through chronological order, basically, on all of these. This is, yeah, SCMP from 19 hours ago. A 30-story building under construction collapsed at Bangkok. Oh my god. A powerful 7.7 magnitude earthquake, holy fuck, rocked the Thai capital, causing buildings to sway. Yeah, I mean, that was more than a freaking sway. They just leaned into each other. I don't know what the hell that was, but holy shit. Looks like a rooftop garden or something. Oh my god. Rooftop swimming pools were seen spilling water to the ground below. I was on the road with a... Oh.
We started seeing the car swinging from left to right. We didn't understand at first that it could be an earthquake, but then we quickly realized when we heard about the news from Bangkok downtown that it was actually a real earthquake. It was quite impressive. The cars front of us were shaking a lot. A pickup truck has hit the car that was front of them because of that.
The quake struck at around 1:30 p.m. local time, sparking mass evacuations from buildings.
Here you can see people standing outside. No one has the right to go back to their building yet. It's quite a mess at the moment in Bangkok.
The epicenter was about 17.2 kilometers from Mandalay in neighboring Myanmar. The U.S. Geological Survey said the quake had a depth of 10 kilometers, or 6.2 miles. It was followed by a powerful aftershock. Jesus Christ. Scores of construction workers appeared trapped in the rubble of the collapsed building in Bangkok. The greater Bangkok area is home to over 17 million people. Many residents living in high-rise flats. The quake is the strongest tremor in living memory to hit Bangkok. But yeah, the death toll in this thing has climbed tremendously since this was first reported. Hold on, I gotta refresh this. I just realized I'm putting on an old list. I've added a couple of things here. There's been updates made in the last couple of hours during the stream that I added. I'm always trying to bring you all the latest possible news that I can possibly do as one man. A fake space news network of one man. Well, technically, Space Fams help out from time to time with your suggestions in the old Discord. By the way, if you're not in the Discord, you should probably be in there. Just saying, just an idea for you to think about. Be a little bit more galactic, get involved in the space community after streams, in between streams, if you will. Where am I on my freaking list right now? Oh boy. I mean, this event is just utterly wild. I mean, I don't know if you know, but 7.7 on the Richter scale is really big, really powerful. You know, well, I mean, I'm just referring to the word network, right, Mono? I mean, I'm real, technically. I mean, technically speaking. I'm a man. I'm a real man. I'm a real boy. But the word network usually refers to a group of people, right? And it's really just, I mean, technically, I mean, I guess we can count the mods. You're part of the network, right? I mean, good thing it wasn't in the sea. Well, I'd hold off on that, Jerry. But I get what you're saying. You're talking about a tsunami. But yeah, let's hold off on saying good thing for now. Because this is honestly an incredibly tragic fucking event. I'm not sure I'm prepared to start counting my blessings or, earthly blessings at this point.
The effects of the 7.7 magnitude earthquake centered in Myanmar were felt in the Thai capital, Bangkok, where authorities have declared a state of emergency after tremors led to buildings collapsing and evacuations. At least 43 workers are reportedly trapped in a Bangkok skyscraper following the earthquake, as the search for casualties and damage is underway, according to the Myanmar Fire Department. For more on this story, we have our Thailand correspondent, Matt Hunt, with us. Matt, we are receiving the first images out of Myanmar, where search efforts are underway, also in Bangkok. What is happening on the ground?
So here in Bangkok, there is a general sense of panic and fear, to be honest. About 1:30 p.m. when the earthquake first happened, that was very obvious right in my vicinity. I was actually at a local convenience store when I started to feel quite disoriented. I thought maybe I was passing out because it's very hot, but then I looked around and saw people just basically running. And Thailand is not necessarily expecting earthquakes. So people really didn't know what was going on, perhaps a crash. But then once I made it to the street, people were expressing a lot of fear about the fact that an earthquake had just happened. They were talking about
Joe, good question. The earthquake hit Myanmar but destroyed a Thailand building. Technically, I believe the epicenter of the quake was in Myanmar, but it stretched for 17 miles. So it hit both Myanmar and Thailand, basically simultaneously.
trauma from the tsunami from before. They weren't sure about aftershocks, and they began to talk about the things that they were seeing online, which is quite a lot. So as you mentioned, there is a large construction project in the center of Bangkok that collapsed with at least 40 people that were working on that project today. And then in addition, there's been lots of videos and images shared of these high-rise buildings on the skyline of Bangkok with like rooftop pools with the water overflowing onto the streets and construction materials like cranes collapsing. So this is why the city was put under emergency. And I think that currently we are still in a state of panic, trying to figure out if there will be more aftershocks, what happens next. People are really uncertain.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely was aftershocks, like we just heard. Let's go and talk about those construction workers who were in that building that we witnessed collapse on itself.
I just want to bring you a line of breaking news on this story. The AFP news agency now quoting the Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand saying that at least 3 people are now confirmed to have died in the building collapse that you heard being described by Butu, our colleague from BBC Thai. And these are the live pictures from the scene of the collapse of this 30-storey building that was under construction in the Thai capital, Bangkok. The Deputy Prime Minister, according to the AFP news agency, saying that at least 3 people have been confirmed to be killed in this building collapse. We knew from the authorities that 7 people had managed to get out and that at the time 43 were still missing. But in the last couple of moments, the Thai Deputy Prime Minister, according to the AFP news agency, saying 3 have died. The scene in Bangkok, but the actual epicenter was in Myanmar and very near to Mandalay. And we've just got some pictures in from the airport in Mandalay. And I just want to listen to the sound on these pictures that we're now going to play you. So there you can see people crouched on the ground at Mandalay Airport. You can see one of the jets in the background, people down. We know that voices in this video were heard to be saying, "Sit down, don't run," and that people were screaming. But obviously, this very close to the epicenter in Myanmar, Mandalay, about 18 kilometers from the city of Sagaing, which is where the epicenter was. But those pictures just into us from Mandalay Airport. There are a lot.
Now, I'm afraid that death toll has increased dramatically since that story. Let's go to CNN. This is going to be the last of the older stories, but I have one from about an hour ago that I added in here. Before we take our next break, which I just blew through, still got more environmental stories to get through before we get to the Earth news. Although we're already technically talking about Earth news, some days I think about just combining all the halves into one. Doesn't even make sense anymore. What does a half mean exactly? All right, here's CNN 20 hours ago on this here quake.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And you are watching CNN Newsroom. I'm Rahel Solomon, where we are following breaking news this hour. A major 7.7 magnitude earthquake has rocked Myanmar and Thailand. Officials in Bangkok say that 1 person is dead, 50 others are hurt in a collapsed building in the capital. And the prime minister there declaring the capital city an emergency zone. CNN photojournalist Mark Phillips in Bangkok says that the tremors were violent. A resident of the city shot this video, and you can see water splashing out of a rooftop pool there on the high-rise apartment building next door. The USGS says that the quake had a depth of 10 kilometers or 6 miles. A large aftershock of 6.4 magnitude happened about 12 miles after the initial quake. Let's bring in CNN's Hanako Montgomery, who joins us live this hour in Osaka, Japan. Hanako, give us a sense of what's the latest you're hearing. What are you learning?
Hi, Rahel. As you just described, a very large earthquake hit Myanmar, one that measured about 7.7 in magnitude. And the earthquake was so powerful that it was felt in neighboring Thailand and also China. Now, as you just described, at least 1 person has died in Thailand, and at least 50 people we know have been injured. And we actually don't know how many are actually currently missing. Now, of those people who died and also were injured, they were all victims of this very large building that came tumbling down. Now, I think you just saw that video, but this video shows there's a building under construction, very, very tall, and as soon as that very powerful earthquake hits, this building comes crashing down with dust billowing out, construction workers literally running for their lives in the opposite direction as the ground below them is trembling. Very, very frightening for these individuals. Now, in another video, we saw that a very tall skyscraper, a very tall building with a swimming pool on top, had the water coming down as though it was a waterfall. Again, a very, very frightening experience for those residents in Bangkok. Now, in terms terms of Myanmar, where the earthquake's epicenter is actually located, we know that it occurred and it was hit in the city of Mandalay. Now, Mandalay is actually the historical and religious capital of Myanmar. There are about 1 million residents there, and it is home to many temples, and it really has a very rich history. But of course, we don't actually know how many of those buildings are still intact because, again, of this very powerful earthquake. And Rahel, of course, it's important to note that there is a civil war going on in Myanmar right now, so the information coming in and out of the country is very limited. We don't know how many people have died. We don't know how many people have fallen victim to this very powerful earthquake and also the aftershock that happened after it. But we do know, according to one resident who was there, and the earthquake hit about 1 p.m., they said that the electricity went out and it was very frightening and it felt as though they were going to die. Now, also important to note, Rahel, is that Myanmar is one of the poorest countries in Asia, and they don't actually have the infrastructure to withstand these sorts of very powerful earthquakes. So there's a lot of fear here, Rahel, that there could be a lot more injured and potentially a lot more dead. Now, the fire brigade has been dispatched.
Yeah, and as it turns out, those fears were confirmed not that much longer after this fucking video. Alright, let's go here. NBC LA from an hour ago. Death toll rises to over 1,000 in powerful Myanmar, Thailand earthquake. This is why I said I was not prepared to start counting blessings due to lack of tsunami. And I'm guessing this death toll may increase, considering
many of them, Karma. And now to the devastation in Southeast Asia. A powerful 7.7 earthquake centered in Myanmar caused widespread damage, even rocking neighboring Thailand. At least 1,000 people are now reported dead, and that number is steadily climbing. NBC4's Robert Kovacic joins us now with the latest on this disaster. Robert.
Carolyn, and consider Myanmar is a country already embroiled in a civil war, already dealing with millions of people displaced, already facing a shortage of food and health care at crisis levels, and now this. The USGS estimating that the death toll could exceed 10,000 as search and rescue operations continue right now at this hour here at home. Relatives tell us they know the clock is running to find survivors.
Tonight on Hollywood Boulevard in the heart of Thai town, waiting for word.
It did happen in central of Thailand, and I have a lot of family members and friends still in Thailand right now.
The earthquake is caused a lot of issues, structures on the building and everything, so it's a big mess right now in Thailand.
Moments of terror as the earth shook. Crumbling buildings reduced to dust and rubble, sending people fleeing for their lives. The 7.7 magnitude earthquake striking at the heart of Myanmar felt as far away as Bangkok, Thailand, where this building's swimming pool turned into waterfall, spilling onto the street.
Well, there we go. That's what I've got for you on this earthquake. Over 1,000 people dead. The footage almost equally shocking. Wow. Hey, at least we're talking about Myanmar, right? Sorry, dark humor today. I mean, we've been talking about Myanmar like a ton around here, but I feel like hasn't been exactly the main focus of the news for quite a while. I wonder if they'll go back to ignoring that civil war they mentioned, or the ethnic cleansing, any of that maybe. Although they didn't refer to it as ethnic cleansing for some reason. Just displaced people. Okay, space break time. Here we go. By the way, we are still working to get enough funds here to make sure that we can get ourselves a new audio interface. If you've noticed the lack of audio quality in my microphone, it's due to the fact that my microphone is no longer connected to my computer, having to use this internal microphone that sucks. So, do consider using one of the many ways I'm about to describe here to help us fund That new audio interface. All right. Yeah. All right. Little intergalactic intermission here, people. Hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both very important. While you're doing that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. You pick YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, like Izzy Sanchez just did here. You could also get a membership or gift a membership. Fact is, the more members that we have, the more emotes Space Fams get. Of course, we got Twitch, bits, and subscriptions, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer, that money go directly to us rather than being directed through the pipeline of YouTube and Twitch, where they take their cut and hold on to that money for over a month. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to, of course, become a Galactic patron on Patreon. Only $3 US a month. And you could be swimming in space bennies, avatar, shout out, and so much more. You could be hanging out here poolside with me. Who doesn't want that? Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, I do believe you know what that sound means, chat. It's time for us to get back to the show. Fourth half, about to begin. Still have some environmental news here for us to talk about, so I guess we better get right to it. We're not going to leave Asia. Let's go to South Korea, or if you missed it, South Korea has been on fire all week. At least southern South Korea has been, really south central east, eastern southern central South Korea on fire. It's really bad. Let's start here. Guardian News from a few days ago. Get us caught up on what's been happening here. Oh wait, I just realized we are still in the streets. Back in the space station, sir. At least 18 are dead in southern South Korea after wildfires have ravaged the region for days. Firefighters have struggled to contain multiple blazes fueled by dry winds, which burned more than 17,400 hectares, or 43,000 acres of land and multiple structures, including a 1,300-year-old Buddhist temple. Jesus Christ. Our Buddhist followers are very proud of our temple because it is such an old temple. It is so regrettable and heartbreaking that it has been burned down. At first I didn't expect the temple to catch fire. And it took less than sorry. I got distracted trying to read chats. Took less than a half an hour to catch fire. From that mountain, it became a sea of fire. More than 5,500 people were forced to evacuate their homes in the worst affected areas. As you can see what I mean. So it's like, it's not just southeast, right? It's like, you know, this is practically in the middle of South Korea. And the fact that 3 sprung up in this way, in the middle, like in the very beginning of spring in South Korea, they don't get that many wildfires in this country. And we're a week into spring in the northern hemisphere, and this is happening right after winter when snow should still basically be on the ground melting. But no, unfortunately conditions are very dry in South Korea. My heart is pounding, and I don't know what can be done now that our beautiful mountain is all burnt. It just feels so bad. Life is just so unpredictable. My heart goes out to the firefighters who were injured while fighting the fire. That is how I feel. Nearly 9,000 firefighters, along with more than 130 helicopters and hundreds of vehicles, have been deployed to fight the flames. They're pretty wild. It's already been a real fucked up fire season in 2025. Starting with Los Angeles, now going to here, South Korea. Ongoing wildfires also in the Carolinas, like we just talked about. Oklahoma got hit by some earlier. New Jersey. First week, and it goes until September. Supposedly. Even though we got one before fire season even started this year in Los Angeles. Okay, Associated Press. Oh, and this footage is disturbing, if I recall correctly. Massive wildfires that broke out simultaneously have spread to Andong, Cheongsong, Yeongyang, and Yeongdeok. and are rewriting the record for the worst wildfires in history. As of now, a total of 18 people have lost their lives, including 4 who perished during the firefighting efforts. Residents have been urgently evacuated. The government prioritizes wildfire suppression above all else and will mobilize all available personnel and equipment to break the chain of wildfire spread. Furthermore, to ensure the swift recovery of those affected by the fires, we will spare no effort in providing emergency relief as well as administrative and financial support. That was Han Duck-soo, current Prime Minister, acting Prime Minister of South Korea. All right, let's go to Reuters now.
At least 18 people have died as multiple wildfires rage across South Korea's southeastern region. The fires, some of the worst there in decades, have spread rapidly and forced more than 27,000 people to flee their homes. The country's acting president, Han Duck-soo, said Wednesday that raging winds were making containment difficult. He vowed to mobilize all available support, including receiving air assistance from the U.S. military stationed in South Korea. In response to criticism about a lack of equipment in the firefighting efforts, a spokesperson for the Korea Forest Service said the agency planned to secure more helicopters. He added that nearly 5,000 firefighting personnel were being deployed on Wednesday, as well as 87 firefighting helicopters. However, the agency later said the choppers had been grounded after one crashed on Wednesday, killing the pilot, according to media reports.
Yeah, well, they've been flying in adverse conditions. It's been quite windy here. It's a combination of the wind and the dry ground, dry fuel. And yeah, it's hard to fly a helicopter in adverse conditions, resulting in fatalities. Not that shocking that it happened. Still horrifying, nonetheless. By the way, are my mic levels better today? I listened back to yesterday's stream and was utterly horrified by how bad they were. Hoping that at least what I did on my stream software is maybe helping a little bit with the clipping. Because I listened to yesterday, I was just genuinely horrified by how bad the mic sound was. Not having a functional, decent microphone right now is very frustrating. Very frustrating indeed. Okay, let's go back to the Associated Press now. Sounds good? Okay, great. And this is the footage I actually meant was horrifying. I mean, this looks like a fucking volcano. Okay, there's no other way to put it. A forest, a mountain, has suddenly decided to cosplay as a volcano.
That's hot.
Oh, attempted comedy in the midst of a horrifying tragedy. Very sorry, chat. It's very rude.
How rude.
I gotta keep people's spirits up somehow here. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, stop that. There we go. Okay, not clipping anymore. Good. Thank you everyone for your feedback. It's honestly pretty important. Knowing what you're thinking, what's happening. Look, honestly, as long as it's not clipping, I get it. Like, if there's some problems with it, it's just due to the fact that I'm either not yelling. Like, I used to be able to speak directly into the microphone, right? I have like a static guard on the front of it. I mean, it's a much better microphone than whatever's installed inside of this computer. It must be tiny. And Yeah, you know, I didn't have to raise my voice or like crane my neck and lean my back all the way into the computer to affect the volume. I could just speak closer to the microphone. Yeah, there was video from above of this massive wildfire that's been taking over South Korea, as well as the firefighting efforts going on there, trying to prevent. God, can't say words right now. Prevent these the spread of these fires. Here's the last video we have on this topic. Let's go to Guardian News from yesterday. Experts say that climate change is what's behind South Korea's wildfires. The worst on record. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we need this explained to us. Tens of thousands of people have been evacuated as the deadly fires spread through South Korea. At least 26 people have died, including the pilot of a firefighting helicopter. It completely exploded, and I couldn't even tell which part was the propeller or what color it was. It turned black. That was one of the pilots, suggesting that while flying, he couldn't make out the difference between his propeller, which I assume was painted a bright color, and the smoke he was flying in, because of how black it was. It turned from the ash cloud that he was flying through. Experts say ultra-dry conditions and strong winds were to blame for the fast spreading of this fire. One characteristic of climate change here is the rapid increase in temperature. Prolonged dryness and stronger winds. These factors are all dangerous in terms of wildfires. For this reason, wildfires in our country are bound to become more frequent and spread on a larger scale. One additional factor is that our country has dense forests, which means there's a lot of fuel. So once a wildfire starts, there's a lot to burn. Yeah, but we need that forest to be big. Okay, we need as much forest as we can get. You know, we're running out of carbon sinks. You know, and the more of it that burns, the worse it gets. Do we get our 8th emotional? I think we got it. Don't we have 8? Let me count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8. We definitely have 8. Did someone lie to me and tell us we had 80 before we actually had 80? Who was it that told me we had 80? Was it Vincent? I can't remember who told me now. Okay, where are we at? 635. Let's go. Let's go here. Space news. Let's talk about a rare occurrence which happened in our skies. The crossing of Venus and the Sun. From our vantage point here, this tiny blue dot in this ever-expanding galaxy of ours. Which happened earlier this week. No, we need volume. No, excuse me. Excuse me, sir. We need volume. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Oh, whoa, I just went one too far. Aw, damn it. Go back. Why would you do this to me?
A conjunction in astronomy just means something is near something else in the sky. So it could be a conjunction of planets, maybe Mars and Venus. They're not physically near each other. One is much more distant than the other, but in our sky, as seen from Earth, you might see the two very close to each other in the sky. And in this particular case, we have the inferior, and I'll talk more about that, conjunction of Venus. And in this case, it really means Venus with the sun. And in this particular case, inferior means an object is inside Earth's orbit in the solar system, and Venus is getting in between Earth and the sun.
Oh God, the volume is low. Oh, this is horrifying. You're not getting proper space news. It's okay, it was only a minute. You can do this again. It's incredibly rude. I'm very sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I'm always making huge, tiny mistakes.
A conjunction in astronomy just means something is near something else in the sky. So it could be a conjunction of planets, maybe Mars and Venus. They're not physically near each other. One is much more distant than the other, but in our sky, as seen from Earth, you might see the two very close to each other in the sky. And in this particular case, we have the inferior, and I'll talk more about that, conjunction of
Sounds fancy.
Venus. And in this case, it really means Venus with the sun.
Ah.
And in this particular case, inferior means an object is
Between
inside Earth's orbit
yes,
in
right.
the solar system,
Mhm.
and Venus is getting in between Earth and the sun.
Exactly. It's all very cool. Very, very cool. Getting a rare glimpse at Venus through some unusual means.
When Venus passes between the Earth and the Sun, some people call that a Venus kiss because we're extremely close together. That happens 5 times in 8 years, like exactly. Like if you take 584 days and you multiply it by 5, that comes out to be exactly 8 years. So Venus gives the Earth a little kiss 5 times every
Science.
8 years.
Now, well, it's too late now, so I can say this. You shouldn't just generally not look at the sun directly. These people are using specialized telescopes with specific lens filters intended to block out the harmful aspects of the sun's rays. Do not look directly into the sun.
So the
There's a galactic PSA for you. Don't do it. It's bad. Okay. Now let's move it along to the Earth news, of which we've got plenty to discuss. It's been a busy week, not just in America, but for the rest of the countries too. Although the U.S. has tried to make itself involved practically everywhere. Oh yeah. No, no, why? Why did you do it? No. It's terrible for your eyes. Cannot go doing that. Alright, let's go to the Associated Press from a day ago. Kristi Noem. Oh wait, no, before that. Well, not before that. Some journalists were allowed to come with Kristi Noem. I assume she hand-selected them to get out her message. Let's see what this photographer had to say about his tour of the El Salvadorian prison with Kristi.
We toured an armory with rows of rifles and loaded magazines at the ready. We saw the riot gear that would be used, shields and PR-24 batons, ready to go should there be some sort of uprising. And then we loaded in some vehicles for a brief ride to a cell block. We toured 2 cell blocks. There were 32.
Why is this guy carrying a goddamn machine gun? You see this right here? This is... whoa. Why? Why do you need an automatic... What?
Brief ride to a cell block. We toured 2 cell blocks.
That is unnecessary, sir.
There were 32 cells with racks.
Jesus Christ. Wow. It's a fucked up place for people to be getting sent without any due process, I would say. But hey, maybe they'll get some other places to be sent. I don't know. Maybe Colombia is going to get involved. Kristi Noem visited Colombia. In fact, the whole sort of, not the whole apparatus, but some part of the apparatus of our executive branch was making the rounds in South America this week. Kristi Noem first in El Salvador. She then decided to go to Colombia. Marco was also making a couple of trips down south.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Let's start with Kristi in Colombia. And then head south from there. Here it is. Quick clip from the Associated Press. Wow, the sound for this is really bad.
We're going to strengthen our regional security systems and make sure that we're disrupting the movement of threatening actors that perpetuate illegal activity and also facilitate illegal trafficking of migrants across the Western Hemisphere.
Today, we signed a letter of intent to strengthen cooperation in the area of migration information. This is one more step towards establishing specific, realistic, and effective measures that guarantee both the consolidation of our friendly relationship with the United States and the guarantee that the human rights and dignity of migrants are effectively respected.
La señora ministra de Relaciones Exteriores de Colombia, Laura Sarabia Torres, y a la secretaria.
There you go. Secretary Puppy Killer, R.I.P. Cricket. Moment of silence. Going down to Colombia. Not that far from El Salvador. Just a little hop and a skip. And yeah, apparently Colombia is all on board with trying to limit migration. What that means, I do not know. And I'm sure we'll find out any minute now. I mean, not literally, I don't have another story for you on that. I'm sure, considering everything, the unprecedented transparency, I'm sure we'll get a signal chat at any point. Okay, let's go now to Forbes Breaking News, where Marco Rubio held a meeting, press conference, if you will, with the president of Suriname. That's right, I told you we'd get more South America. Here we go. We never talk about Suriname.
Good afternoon.
I think this might be...
the Republic of Suriname, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi.
I gotta say, Marco Rubio is really making inroads in the South right now. We never talk, I will say this, we do not talk about Suriname. And what the fuck we want with Suriname, I genuinely do not know. I cannot imagine. It is one of the, if I'm not mistaken, one of the poorer countries in South America. And I don't think we've ever even mentioned this country. I mean, maybe that's my fault. But they're just not in the news all that much, you know? I don't think I've seen a single story on Suriname in the time I've been doing this stream, 13 plus months.
His Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs of the United States of America, Mr. Marco Rubio. Welcome, everybody, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen of the press. All a warm welcome to this press moment in the context of the visit of the Secretary of State of America, President Santoki. I give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon to all of you. May I once again extend my warm welcome to the Secretary of State, His Excellency.
His Excellency? That's too far.
And I wish to acknowledge
Excellency.
The company,
maybe
media,
his mediocrity
USA and also
at best.
The Surinamese and other international media. Thank you for being here for opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, I have warmly welcomed the Secretary of State of the United States of America, Marco Rubio, and his delegation to the Republic of Suriname. And I may add that this is his first visit to the Caribbean, specifically Jamaica, Guyana, Suriname, and within a very short time after taking office.
Interesting, I was unaware of that. Big business, very large. Once bigger, I think they've technically, if I'm not mistaken, I think Alcoa has shrank in recent years, but big American business in Suriname on aluminum. I wonder if we're paying them fairly for that aluminum. Thank you, Jerry, for the quick Suriname fact.
Secretary of State Rubio, your visit provides a good momentum and opportunity on the way forward for our bilateral relations. Suriname has a long-standing and strategic partnership with the United States of America. During our meeting, we have discussed opportunities for strengthening and expanding our bilateral relation and cooperation and furtherance of our partnership regionally. In the interest of further...
I know we don't talk about this place a lot, and I see a lot of questions about where Suriname is. This is not Aruba. This is in South America. It's one of the small countries that are shoved between Brazil and Venezuela, right? They were like drawn up back during colonial times. They're sort of stuck there on the Gulf of Mexico. I think it's Guyana. I could be reversing this in my head. I think Guyana, at least the three countries that I know are there, like Guyana, I think French Guiana, and Suriname. There may be a fourth one, actually. Hold on. I'm just going to look it up on my maps. It'll be easier. No, I was right. Thank you, Maps app. Okay.
Expanding the relationship mainly in the field of trade and investment, we will work together to attract American investors to Suriname. After all, cooperation with America and the American business dates back to the beginning of the 19th century, and we currently have significant investment from the American companies, particularly in the oil and gas industry, but also in the gold sector.
And the gold.
And I look forward.
The oil and the gold. It's always the oil and the gold, isn't it? All right, hold on. I'm going to move past the president here and go over to see what Marco had to say.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Come on, little Marco. Where are you? Ah, there you are. I found you. Very important little guy.
My gratitude for the invitation, for the hospitality, and for the chance to interact with you, such a close partner the country is, and you in particular have been for the United States, and that's a partnership we want to build on. Let me begin by extending my congratulations to your Minister of Foreign Affairs, who will also be our Secretary General at the Organization of American States. It's an important organization that we want to see take on new vibrancy and new energy, and we look forward to working with you, and something that the country should be very proud of. I think it signals the growing importance, relevance, the growing presence that as a nation you have on the regional stage and beyond.
I see what's happening. I see what's going on. We are in Suriname because we are hoping to extract some resources around here, huh? I see. Because of all the stuff Trump is doing, we're hoping we can install some American companies to extract the rest of the resources from the area. Makes sense.
And so I wanted to extend that congratulations. I also want to acknowledge, look, the foreign policy of the United States, I think over the last 20 years needs revision. It has largely ignored opportunities when we have found close partners. We have often in our foreign policy
Oh, Marco. Really? Are we really going to talk about ignoring our close neighbors? You know who's closer than Suriname? I'm just going to point this one out to you. Canada and Mexico. The people who we're waging a trade war against right now. It seems like we're doing that thing that you're saying that we've too often done. Are we also talking about right now? Oh, little Marco. Okay, let's move along from Marco. Talk about Greenland, a place that we have been talking a hell of a lot about recently. More than I ever thought we would. This was not on my list of things we were going to be talking about this year. I had sort of a mental idea. That mental idea has been completely shattered over the last few months on what, in terms of expectations, if you will. All right, let's start off in here. France 24, yesterday. Trump says, we have to have Greenland. We gotta have it. The world needs us to have it.
The highlight of Usher Vance's trip to Greenland was meant to be a dog sled race. But now her husband JD is leading the delegation, and they'll be confined to the Pituffik military base, where there's not much sightseeing to be done. Having criticised the visit, the Danish government welcomed the change of plan. But if you ask people on the island, they'd rather the Americans weren't coming at all.
I'm not very happy about them coming here.
They just show up spontaneously without asking. It's too much. Greenland is not for sale.
US President Donald Trump continues to insist on annexing their land.
We need Greenland for national security and international security. So I think we'll go as far as we have to go.
Nearly all Greenlanders oppose becoming part of the United States, and the threats aren't helping.
Trump has scared most Greenlanders away from this idea about a closer relationship to the United States because they don't trust him, because they see how he treats Denmark, how he treats Canada, so on and so forth. And do you really want a friend like that?
Greenland has massive...
Yeah. Seems like Greenlanders want nothing to do with Donald Trump, the United States, or the Vances. All right, let's go here.
It looks like the Trump administration isn't exactly getting the hero's welcome they were hoping for in Greenland. Among other U.S. officials, Usha Vance, J.D. Vance's wife, joined the delegation for what was being billed as a cultural visit, which I suppose is what the British told the Native Americans when they first arrived in America. No worries, guys. We're just here to appreciate your culture, definitely not to eliminate it.
Give me a joke.
Well, that went over a about as well as you'd imagine. According to one Danish broadcaster from TV2, representatives from the US have been going door to door in Nuuk over the past few days to find Greenlanders who wanted to be visited by Usha Vance. After they failed to find anyone, the visit was canceled. In fact, far from getting a warm welcome, this was the reality on the ground. And if you take a look right here, you can see a sign reading...
Yes, you can see that sign. Yankee, go home. That seems pretty, pretty aggressive.
How rude.
Pretty clear message there being said by the Greenlandic people. Get the fuck out. Now, I was shocked to hear this guy have anything to say about territorial aggression or expansionist desires, but this choice story came out from South China Morning Post yesterday. This is a clip of Vladimir Putin speaking at some strange conference. Everybody knows very well about the U.S. plans to take over Greenland. Though it can be surprising at first sight, it would be a huge mistake to think it is just extravagant talk from the new U.S. administration. Would it? Huh. Yeah, not even close. In fact, the U.S. had such plans as far back as in the 1860s. Huh. We're getting historical. Even then, the U.S. administration thought about possibly annexing Greenland and Iceland. But the idea was not supported by the U.S. Congress. So, the U.S. has really serious plans about Greenland. Huh, okay. These plans, have already said, have old, historic origins. And it is obvious that the U.S. will further systemically promote their geostrategic, military, political, and economic interests in the Arctic. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, well, I would say, that does seem to be what Donald Trump is trying to do. Somehow Putin, correct about this. I found it fascinating. There's some parallels here I'm struggling to think of right now. Where have I heard stuff like this before? All right. Let's go back to what Greenlanders have been up to. Here's France 24 English from 21 hours ago. Greenlanders outraged by J.D. Vance's controversial visit.
Nestled deep in the snow off Greenland's capital, a sign reads, "Our land, our future." It's a message that resonates for many across the Arctic island, where locals are saying no to the Trump administration.
He's not welcome to Greenland and his administration because he wants to buy us. I am a human. Humans are not for sale.
At the heart of renewed diplomatic tensions this week is an unsolicited visit from US Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife Usha. The Second Lady had planned to spend a few days on the island, but after facing hostility, she will now just join her husband for a one-day visit to this remote US military base. Given President Trump's broader campaign to acquire the territory, Greenlandic and Danish officials viewed the trip as a provocation and unacceptable pressure.
Greenland belongs to the Greenlandic people, and Greenland is part of the Danish kingdom, and that is not going to change.
Greenland currently has an interim government and is in a period of political flux following recent elections. However, one cause unites all of its parties. They oppose joining the United States. as do the vast majority of Greenlanders, according to recent polls.
Yep.
But the mineral-rich and geographically strategic island remains firmly in Trump's sights.
Yeah, that poll, can't remember if she said it during there, but it was 9 out of 10 people said. 90% of people asked. It's an overwhelming majority. If you were to ask me,
We need Greenland for national security and international security. So I think we'll go as far as we have to go.
On Thursday, Russian President Vladimir Putin also weighed in on the topic, saying America's plans to acquire Greenland have long-standing historical roots.
okay. Now, one thing that I hadn't thought about this whole time, actually, oh God, I don't want to do 2 of these in one day. It's going to get me in trouble. I don't want to do it. It's too much. It's going to get me a copyright claim for this one. No. You're always making me clip this out. It screws everything up. No, I won't do it. I am going to try and dispute the first one, because we definitely within our rights, I think. All right, let's go here. CNN, 19 hours ago. Going in a very bad direction. Danish lawmaker on American foreign policy. Sorry, chat. I'm just skipping over. I had a Daily Show one on this, and it's honestly really funny. You should probably watch it. I just got to stop watching these, because they're always dinging me for these. It's very annoying. They're just, ugh. Okay, here we go.
The White House has had to scale back a U.S. delegation's trip to another target of its ambitions, Greenland, now that that trip has become highly contentious, to say the least. Vice President J.D. Vance and Second Lady Usha Vance are planning to visit the semi-autonomous Danish territory on Friday. Denmark's prime minister is accusing the U.S. of putting, quote, unacceptable pressure on the island. President Trump has said repeatedly he wants to make Greenland part of the U.S., claiming it is vital to U.S. national security interests and somehow that the people of Greenland support that idea. Polls say otherwise. Joining me now, Rasmus Jarlov. He's a conservative member of the Danish parliament and the head of Denmark's Defense Committee. He's also the spokesperson on Greenlandic affairs for the Conservatives. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
First, let me ask you this question. How do you react? How do your colleagues in Parliament react to hear the leader, the president of a treaty ally, the United States, saying, with a smile at times, that the U.S. is going to take over Greenland? How do you respond to that?
We're not happy with that. It's unheard of that you have allied countries that want to annex part of another country. Greenland is a fully integrated part of Denmark. They are citizens of Denmark, and there's absolutely no way that we will agree to hand them over to become Americans against their will. And they don't want to become Americans. It's very, very clear. They had an election 2 weeks ago, and there wasn't a single out of the 31 members elected for the local Greenlandic parliament, not one wants to become part of the United States. So this is a hostile attempt of taking over, annexing people, subjugating people that do not want to become part of the United States.
There are those in this country who will often say about Donald Trump, that's just talk. He's not serious. It's bluster. It's part of a negotiation. I wonder how Denmark hears those comments. Are your colleagues in government there taking the threat to take Greenland seriously?
Yes, we are taking it seriously. It has been repeated so many times by now that it would be weird not to take it seriously. I have no doubt, and we have.
It would be weird not to take it seriously. He said it about 24 times at this point. How you could just be like, yeah, no, he's just talking. You know, that Trump does. You know, he loves talking out of his ass. You know, he shoots from the hip, if you will. No, that would be sort of ignoring reality.
I don't want reality.
Okay, let's go here now. Most recent events on all of this. That visit. Well, it's a start. BBC News first, 19 hours ago. Greenland prepares for visit from U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance and wife Usha.
The US Vice President J.D. Vance is travelling to Greenland today, where he'll receive a briefing on Arctic security issues. You'll know that President Trump has repeated his claims that he wants the US to control Greenland for national security reasons. Russia's President Vladimir Putin says he thinks Mr. Trump is being serious. Well, my colleague, our chief presenter, Mariam Mashiri, has flown to Greenland and can join us now from the capital, Nuuk. Mariam, it looks quite cold there. When are we expecting J.D. Vance to arrive, and what has been the reaction to his trip there?
It is cold, Nikki. It's about minus 13 degrees Celsius, or it feels like minus 13 degrees Celsius. And the temperature is not the only frosty thing about Greenland this morning. There has been a lot of controversy and a lot of attention on this visit by J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, and his wife, Usha Vance. Now, remember, when she first announced this visit, she wanted to come here for a bit of fun, a cultural tour, some dog sledding, things like that. Nothing too serious, or so she thought. There was a lot of pushback, Nikki, against that visit. People here not happy about the Trump administration, which has made it very clear that it wants, one way or another, to annex this island, to annex Greenland, to make Greenland part of the United States of America. Well, that pressure then led to the Vice President announcing that he was going to join his wife on this trip, but it was going to be a much scaled back affair. The couple are arriving later on this afternoon, local time, and they'll be leaving.
I feel like Usha's a little disappointed, you know? She was about to have a girls' weekend in Greenland, get to watch some dog sledding, maybe cheat on JD, and now JD's got to come and ruin that for her? That's incredibly rude.
How rude.
You know, she could have gotten some... Alright, I'm not gonna keep going. Alright. Hey, what's going on? Why is Nadia in pain? What's happening? Are you okay? Is there something that we can do galactically to help with this situation? Is it the pain of having to watch these, or is this a physical ailment? Okay, let's go here. Forbes breaking news. Oh, breaking. Oh, very breaking. 16 hours ago. Breaking news. Vice President J.D. Vance and Second Lady Usha Vance arrive at Putufuk Space Base in Greenland. I'm sorry you're having a rough time over there, Nadia. Hope you feel better soon. Not sure what else I can do to make you feel better, but keep on casting over here. This sound is killing me. Look at Usha. Oh, they have matching jackets. Oh, look how cute that is. Look at that. Matching jackets from the happy couple. It feels like we're kind of invading Greenland right now. Okay, so yeah. There's JD and Usha landing in Greenland at the Space Force Space Base in Pitifuk, Greenland. German doctors are not doing anything? What's your coding? Wait, like on a computer? Oh, wait, do you mean like dying? Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought Germany had a better healthcare system than that. Yeah, I know it's a U.S. Yeah, was that not clear? It's a U.S. base. It's a Space Force base. Who else has a Space Force? I thought we were the only ones with Space Force. Yeah, it's a U.S. Space Force base. Where, in fact, J.D. Vance shared a message from Trump to space troops stationed in Greenland. Spacemen? Space troopers? Whatever they're called. First breaking news from an hour ago. That's right, this happened midstream. And I've brought it to you here. That's how we do it. See, we're getting space news during Earth Half. See how weird things are? Does China have Space Force too? That makes sense. Wow, it's a lot of clapping. This is too much clapping, actually. It's all settled down. It's all settled down.
Have a seat. We're going to be talking for a long time. I heard you guys love speeches, so I've got about 90 minutes of prepared remarks here. I want to thank you all for being here.
USA!
There we
USA! USA! USA! USA!
Doesn't this mean that the Vances entered the country illegally?
Illegal?
You're right. They should be sent to an El Salvadorian prison. I agree.
I want to thank our guardians, our airmen, and everyone else for the warm reception in a very, very cold place. I think it's probably the coldest place I've ever been, but you guys managed to do a great job despite the weather. I want to bring a message for President Trump. He's grateful for your service, grateful for what you do up here, and just wanted me to tell you that he's proud of you and he thinks about you. And of course, the same is true for everybody that's flanking me up here. We're thrilled to be here because the mission that you guys do is so important for the United States. It's important for our national security. And today, everybody that I met, to a person, was professional, was kind, was knowledgeable, and was dedicated to our country.
Sweet.
Great credit to the United States of America, even though you are very, very far from home. I met some Texans and some Floridians today, and I thought to myself, man, you guys have really signed up for tough duty here in Greenland, but it's a beautiful place. It's a striking place, a very harsh place. The Colonel showed me around, but a very beautiful place. Even in right now, I guess we're still, at least here in Greenland, in the heart of what is winter, because winter, I guess, lasts about 9 months here in Greenland. So
winter is coming.
Our reporters for following us around today and covering what we're doing. We'll take some questions from the reporters, but before we did that, I wanted to give some of my special guests an opportunity to say a few words. So we, of course, are thrilled to be joined by Juliet, our National Security Advisor's wife, and by my wife, our Second Lady, Usha. And flanking me here on my left is Chris Ryder, Secretary of Energy, Mike Walter, National Security Advisor, and my dear friend Senator Mike Lee from the great state of Utah, who I joked earlier, I told him we were riding to Utah and we ended up in Greenland. But
why is Mike Lee there?
Because each of them care about this, this
territory
and care about the mission of the American military here in Greenland, for various reasons, touching each of the areas that they focus on, I thought it would be worth hearing from each of them for a little while. So, Chris, if you would say a few words about the importance of energy. Thanks, Chris. Here we are. I will.
Here we go. A message from Trump vicariously through JD. I didn't quite pick up on what exactly that message was. I guess just keep doing that great job you're doing up there in the freezing cold in a different country, who we're currently threatening. All right, that's the last we got on Greenland. We've still got more space news. Not space well, I mean, technically space news to talk about, as all the news we talk about here is space news. But no, Earth news, I mean. Now let's go to Italy. Well, technically not Italy. Let's go to Rome, to the Vatican. Am I wrong that the Vatican's technically not in Italy, even though they're clearly within the geography? Like, it's its own state, isn't it? I always forget how that works. It's a little confusing to me. Okay, yeah. If you missed it, apparently the woke Pope's condition improved recently after multiple weeks of him being in a Roman hospital at the papal suite. People were very concerned about his condition with the pneumonia and the bronchitis or whatever it was. But apparently, earlier this week, he finally left that hospital in stable condition. Is it a Fiat Popemobile? There we go. The Pope. Fiat Popemobile, guarded by half a dozen dudes in suits. Gotta have dudes in suits to protect the Pope. Alright, Pope. Keep being woke. You know, as woke as you can be. Alright, let's go to Lithuania. Here's a story that didn't get a whole lot of coverage this week. No, he's not looking great. He's not looking great. And I get the sense we're going to be seeing white smoke at some point in the future. I don't know if it's going to be 2025, but dude seems to be on his last leg. But yeah, let's go to Lithuania, because apparently 4 American soldiers have gone missing in the country, with a U.S. Army vehicle recovered. The location of these soldiers is, well, it's certainly a mystery.
Four US soldiers are missing tonight after an incident during a training mission in Eastern Europe. The armoured vehicle they were operating discovered submerged in a body of water. This was a tactical exercise in Lithuania on the border with Belarus.
It is still early news, so we do not know the details, but obviously this is really terrible news, and our thoughts are with the families and loved ones.
An official confirming to ABC News soldiers from Fort Stewart in Georgia went missing Tuesday, riding in a 70-ton M88 armoured vehicle, which was sent to recover another vehicle that had broken down during an exercise. The US and Lithuanian military at the scene. The Lithuanian defence minister calling this a complicated rescue operation that will take some time. Hundreds of American soldiers are stationed in Lithuania as part of NATO. They were first deployed in 2014 after Vladimir Putin annexed Crimea. Their presence even...
Yeah, they've been there for a minute. Quite a hot minute. Whoops.
That's hot.
That's what I meant to hit. But yeah, this is an ongoing situation right now, and I don't know what to think about this. I mean, I could opine on the situation. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is that somehow, Belarusian soldiers captured these American soldiers. For what reason, I don't know, unless for whatever reason Russia wants American soldiers for the negotiations. That would seem to be a horrifying decision to do. Yeah, I am at a loss for what this. I mean, none of it makes sense. as to why these guys are suddenly missing. So I'm not going to suggest that I have any real determination on any of this. I'm really at a loss. What is going on here? But Donald Trump pretended he had no idea about this, suggesting that he just doesn't want to acknowledge it, or that he didn't get a briefing. Either one. It's very strange. We heard him say this earlier today. Now let's go to here. If you missed this, I left this in here today because we're still doing week-ending report, trying to recap the week. We were, of course, keeping up with the Serbian protests that were going on all week, that have been going on now for months, ever since that train station collapsed. The Serbian government has now been accused of using illegal sonic weapons against peaceful protesters. Here's the Associated Press from 3 days ago.
Ja idem na proteste preko 30
I have been going to protests for 30 years. I've never heard anything like this. It was a sound like a whiz. Like an invisible rolling ball that was moving towards us. It lasted for 2 or 3 seconds. People fell over each other. I've never heard anything like it.
There was this extraordinary film of people gathering, protesting in the streets peacefully, the demonstration, and suddenly an almost kind of biblical passing of a huge number of people in a very panicked rush, a very sudden and very panicked movement, the likes of which I must confess I've never seen before, and I found it absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, no, it really is a very strange phenomenon. I had never seen anything like that before in my life. Just an entire group, seemingly unprompted, all doing the exact same fucking thing, trying to get away from something completely invisible. It's terrifying. Someone get Nadia some goddamn medicine already. What are these German doctors doing over there? Oh, good God.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
All right, now let's go to the Middle East, where we got plenty to talk about there. And one person is no longer, it would seem, going to be going to the Middle East or the UN. Trump's original UN special envoy to the Middle East, Elise Stefanik. Or was it to the Middle? Whatever. I can't remember all these people's freaking jobs off by hand. There you go. That's right. Trump has pulled his nomination of Elise Stefanik. I don't know why.
As Speaker Mike Johnson tries to navigate a razor-thin majority in the House. Today, President Trump making a...
He said one thing. I honestly don't know if this is the actual case. It's hard to say for sure why she was actually pulled. Maybe, I mean, this could be real. They may be seeing things I'm not seeing yet in the polls or whatever else. But he's, yeah, he has you'll see. He has an explanation for why.
Speaker Mike Johnson tries to navigate a razor-thin majority in the House. Today, President Trump making a surprise announcement that he's pulling Congresswoman Elise Stefanik's nomination to be his ambassador to the United Nations. In a post on Truth Social, President Trump defended his decision to pull the nomination, writing, quote, "With a very tight majority, I don't want to take a chance on anyone else running for Elise's seat." He went on to...
Yeah, so that was his explanation. Here, I'll read the whole thing. As we advance our America First agenda, it is essential that we maintain, all caps, every Republican seat in Congress. We must be unified to accomplish our capital M mission and Elise Stefanik has been a vital part of our efforts from the beginning. I've asked Elise, as one of my biggest capital A allies, to remain in Congress to help me deliver capital H historic, capital T tax, capital C cuts, all caps great, capital J jobs, capital R record, capital E economic, capital G growth, a capital S secure border, capital I can't even do it. Oh my god, Grandpa is fucking losing it right now. The grammar has truly gone out the window. Energy dominance, capital P peace, capital T through, capital S strength, and much more. So we can all caps make America great again. With a very tight capital M majority, I don't want to take a chance on anyone else running for Elise's seat. The people love Elise, and with her, we have nothing to worry about come capital E election, capital E day. There are others that can do a good job at the UN. Therefore, Elise will stay in Congress, rejoin the House capital L leadership capital team, and continue to fight our amazing American capital P people. Speaker Johnson is thrilled. I look forward to the day when Elise is able to join my capital A administration in the future. She is absolutely, all caps, fantastic. Thank you, Elise, for your great, great service to this country. Now, I don't know whether or not to be excited or sad about this. I mean, Elise is a horrible, horrible representative for a country at the UN. She's a horrible anti-Semite. That meaning she hates Arabic-speaking people, which is one of the things that falls under the definition of anti-Semitism. She doesn't believe that the West Bank exists, much like Mike Huckabee. She thinks it's just Judea and Samaria. Her understanding of geopolitics is based on the Bible, that being the Torah. And yeah, she's not a great person. But having her back in Congress also concerns me. And, because I was hoping we'd be able to, because we talked about it earlier, but Elise's seat was held up, the election for it was held up by Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York. And I think, from what I can tell, she was using her power as governor to hold off until poll numbers looked better, and then she was going to call a snap election on that shit. At least that was my estimation of it. She was not as explicit about her intentions with it, but that was my estimation. Having her back, and I don't know how much longer does she have? I'm going to look this up. I'll watch this next one on this. I don't know how long her term goes for. CNN's on the story too. Let's go here.
There is a groundswell of excitement with Democrats. You can judge one special election against another. It's not the November election, and Donald Trump won. Donald Trump carried all the battleground states, but two things can be right at the same time. And that is right now, 2 nights ago in Pennsylvania, there was a special election for a state Senate seat that Donald Trump carried by 15 points that the Democrats won in a special election. That's just one election. There's a Florida election coming up.
Okay, so yeah, if I'm hold on, let me go.
Tuesday night, and a Wisconsin Supreme Court coming up, and you're going to see a groundswell there as well. The Stefanik race is a 60-40 Trump race. She won it handily, he won it handily. And if they're worried about that congressional race, because they have a slim margin, so they don't want to give it up, and they think she can strongly carry it instead of somebody new, if she's there, think about all the other races that didn't perform as good as hers, and there's 128 races that didn't perform as good as hers that you have to get to before you even get to her, so there's an opportunity there if they're worried about this safe red seat.
I'll tell you what has surprised me in the reporting is they're not just concerned about keeping that slim majority in Congress if she vacates the seat, if the seat is open, that they are actually nervous about, in a special election, losing that race.
Right, and
there does seem to be...
Yeah, and so I just looked it up. Elise's seat is up this year. Like, even if she is left there, right? The election's happening. She's been in office for 4 years. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens in that race. Hopefully we can unseat this horrible woman. God. Got a lot of work to do around here just to get things to be even kind of reasonable. Okay, let's go to Turkey. This is a place we were talking about a lot this week as well. As there have been protests that went on literally all week. Over the last weekend, the current Istanbul mayor was jailed amidst poll numbers showing that he was potentially able to challenge President Erdogan, as there is a presidential election that's happening. And Erdogan put him in jail.
Illegal.
People didn't like that. Here's AP archive from 21 hours ago. Turkish voters say Istanbul mayor's formal arrest is an injustice.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. Oh shit, I forgot.
İmamoğlu tutmasında bir haksızlık var. Adaletli hukuksuzluk var. Adam gayet çalışıyor fakat trollerin ve Cumhurbaşkanı...
These also. I think I have subtitles in this, but I think they're in the AP archive description on this video. Sorry, chat. I want to make sure I get you all the info. Where is this? Right? Yes, okay. Yes, I do. Volume. Take 2. There is an injustice, lawlessness in the arrest of Imamoglu. The man works well, but this incident happened because of the jealousy of the government trolls and the president, and they brought Imamoglu to this level. But I believe that Imamoglu will be our president in the future. He will govern Turkey well. He will be on the side of law and justice, on the side of workers, pensioners, on the side of humanity. There's nothing else to say. That's what I have to say. I am very upset. This is no longer just a problem of the opposition, but a problem of Turkish democracy. We do not accept our rights being so easily usurped. We will fight until the end. Imamoglu trusted by us, and we are with him. This shows us that there is great lawlessness and injustice in Turkey. Okay. Every single person that was interviewed said very similar things. Okay. Now let's go here because if you've been watching this stream all week, the number of people arrested amidst all these protests going on just keeps going up and up. The last time we checked, it was at like 1,900 people have been arrested. Here's France 24 English from 21 hours ago. More arrests as Turkey escalates its crackdown over protesters.
Chanting slogans and holding banners, Turkish youth again took to the streets of Istanbul, defying a protest ban. It marks the 8th day of demonstrations, which erupted following the arrest of Istanbul's mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, President Tayyip Erdogan's biggest political rival. Both rights groups and protesters have accused police of using excessive force in dispersing crowds.
This latest situation we are in is really uncomfortable. The government's attitude and the police violence.
We came here today because there are some serious illegalities in our country. Young people have been beaten for days. We are here right now and the police are not letting us pass without covering our faces. Many politicians are being detained unlawfully in our country.
Illegal.
According to the Interior Minister, more than 1,800 people have been detained since the demonstrations broke out. Meanwhile, Turkey has cracked down on media coverage of the protests. It has deported BBC News correspondent Mark Lowen, accusing him of being a threat to public order, and has hit the opposition Soju TV channel with a 10-day broadcast ban.
Wow.
The channel's editor-in-chief denounced the move.
We are being punished for reporting, for trying to make the voices of the people on the streets heard, for broadcasting the recent large public gatherings that are taking place in Turkey. I don't think it makes any sense.
On Thursday, the country's justice minister said the decision to arrest Imamoglu was based on criminal reports, insisting it was not related to the timing of his nomination as the opposition CHP party's presidential candidate. But the opposition party is determined to keep up the pressure and has announced it is planning a mass rally.
Yeah, people in Turkey are not giving up on this one. They seem quite resolute. All right, now let's go from Turkey to Palestine. France 24 English from 2 days ago. We've been talking about this story for multiple days. I think he was the director, or at least one of the filmmakers involved in the Oscar-winning documentary No Other Land, was attacked by Israeli settlers and then detained by IDF soldiers. He was released 2 days ago. Here's France 24 with that story. Oops, I muted it again.
After a rough night spent in prison, Israel set free Hamdan Balal. The Palestinian Oscar-winning filmmaker says he was beaten, blindfolded and kept handcuffed under an air conditioner during his stay. With bruises on his face and blood on his clothes, Balal told journalists about the attack that led to his arrest.
The settler attacked my neighbor house. I went there to document what's happened there. And then when I saw the settlers, it's like become more and attack, throw stones and destroyed everything.
According to several Jewish activists and Palestinian residents on the spot, more than a dozen settlers attacked the village of Susia in the occupied West Bank. Balal's wife said he was beaten in front of his home by 3 men wearing Israeli army uniforms, while another filmed the attack. As he was evacuated by an ambulance, soldiers stopped the vehicle and arrested Balal.
And I down on the ground, and my phone's like thrown on the ground also. And then the soldiers starts like tell me, it's like stand up, put the gun in my leg.
The Israeli Defense Forces insisted that none of their soldiers were present and that Palestinians were behind the attack.
Hey, no! Oh, I see. Palestinians attacked themselves. That makes sense. No further questions. Of course it was Israeli settlers and fucking IDF. The IDF goes around protecting settlers all the time. It's practically one of their main jobs right now. Looks like Benjamin Netanyahu needed protection this week from peaceful protests outside of his residence in Jerusalem. All right, let's go to this. Talk about Palestine a little bit more. Well, let's go back to the Senate. See what Bernie Sanders had to say about Benjamin Netanyahu. Forbes breaking news from 20 hours ago.
Of this committee and saying that hate and discrimination of any kind is beyond acceptable and has no place in our society. In the United States of America in the year 2025, it should not be a controversial statement to say that anti-Semitism is horrific and must not be tolerated any place in our country. Let us never forget that anti-Semitism has plagued Jewish people for many, many, many centuries, culminating in the slaughter of some 6 million Jews during the Holocaust. Mr. Chairman, a number of years ago, my wife and I visited Auschwitz. I don't know if you have ever done that, but I would recommend that anybody here who goes to Europe drop by, and it's certainly something that you will never forget. A number of years ago, I happened to be in Pittsburgh, and I spoke with the rabbi at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. As you recall, it was the worst slaughter of Jews in American history. 7 Jews were killed by somebody at a synagogue. So let me be very clear. Anti-Semitism on college campuses or any place else must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. But today we should also be clear that we, and again, I hope I speak for every member of this committee, condemn all forms of bigotry. Vile hatred is not something that should exist in the United States, whether it is racism against the African American community, whether it's sexism, whether it's homophobia, whether it is xenophobia, or whether it is Islamophobia. Today in America, we have Asian Americans who are walking the streets and getting harassed. We have Muslims who are walking the streets and getting harassed. We continue to see people who are African American and Latino face prejudice of all kinds. And in fact, we have seen a rise in hate crimes against the transgender community as well. And I want to remind people, because this is kind of a little bit personal, in my city of Burlington, Vermont, just a couple of years ago, 3 miles from where I live, 10 minutes away, 3 young Palestinian students, wonderful kids, because I ended up talking to them. They were shot in cold blood, shot because they were Palestinians. So, Mr. Chairman, I applaud you for holding this hearing, but I hope when we look about prejudice and bigotry in America, we may want to expand it. Anti-Semitism, unacceptable, so is Islamophobia and other forms of bigotry.
Illegal.
Now, the other thing, and you touched on it a moment ago, Mr. Chairman, there is a great dispute and debate in this country about what's going on in Gaza right now. No great secret about that. As you indicated, Mr. Chairman, in October of a year and a half ago, Hamas, a terrorist organization, launched a horrific attack against Israel. It killed 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, took several hundred people hostage. I don't think there's anybody on this committee who does not believe that Israel had the right to defend itself and go after Hamas, terrorist organization. But, Mr. Chairman, there are very serious disagreements about what the Netanyahu government has done in Gaza. And some of us think that Netanyahu has not just gone after Hamas, they've gone after the Palestinian people. And in a nation or group of 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza, over 50,000 of them have been killed, over half of whom, 2/3 of them, are women and children. Over 100,000 people have been wounded because of the incessant bombing on civilian areas. The entire infrastructure of Gaza, their entire healthcare system, their educational system, their water system has been completely destroyed. And according to international law, and in my view, what Netanyahu has done is criminal. So we can agree that anti-Semitism is unacceptable in all forms. But some of us happen to believe that the response of the Netanyahu government to the Hamas attack is also unacceptable. And if anyone wants to suggest that I or anybody else who speaks out on that issue, whether you're on a college campus or in the United States Senate, is anti-Semitic because we think that what Netanyahu is doing is outrageous, we can have that debate. If I attack the Italian government for doing what they may or may not be doing, I'm not anti-Italian, or the Irish government. To attack the Netanyahu government for their outrageous activities in Gaza does not make one an anti-Semite. So with that, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I would yield the floor.
There we go, Bernie, telling it like it is on the Senate floor, well, at least in the Senate Committee on Anti-Semitism. The Trump administration, the government seems to be refusing to look inward at themselves, people like Elon. Donald Trump himself. Very good people on both sides, even the guys saying the Jews won't replace us. Now, Israel's been pretty busy lately. I don't know if you know about that. And you know what? They've gone back to, of course, striking Gaza, which we've been keeping track of. But they've also decided to, I guess, end the ceasefire formally in Lebanon because they've ordered the evacuation of Beirut. Now, you might be confused. Beirut's not in Israel. That's right. It's in a different country. It's in Lebanon. But from a different country, they ordered the evacuation of another city. That's right. In a sovereign territory, they ordered the evacuation of the capital of that country. It would be like Canada ordering the evacuation of Washington, D.C.
But we're getting some breaking news actually from Lebanon. The Israeli army has issued forced displacements for the residents of a suburb of southern Beirut. That's a suburb of southern Beirut, forced evacuation orders from the Israelis. This is probably off the back of 2 rockets that had been fired from Lebanon earlier today into Israel, and Israel had retaliated. We're just looking to see if we are able to go to our reporter. Zaina Khodr is live for us on the phone. Zaina, can you tell us what's the latest on these evacuation orders?
Well, Sarah, there is chaos and panic in the Lebanese capital, in particular in the southern suburbs of Beirut. The Israeli army issuing this evacuation order for one suburb, the Hadath neighborhood. This is a densely populated neighborhood. This is the first time since a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah came into force in late November that the Israeli army has issued an evacuation order for a location in the capital, Beirut. You mentioned those 2 rockets that were launched from Lebanese territory toward northern Israel. One fell in Lebanese territory, the other was intercepted. This is the second time there's been rocket fire from Lebanese territory in the past week.
They just ordered the evacuation of a heavily populated civilian area, just full of apartment buildings, so they could bomb them. With U.S. bombs, which we are supplying them. Just wow. This stuff is becoming way too normalized. After 13 months of this, I catch myself for feeling like this is all just normal. It's like, no, don't be stupid. Don't be fucking insane. General Robert Ross, Canada's greatest hero. Thank you for the super chat, Nadia. Give me the opportunity to use that sound shot. Hold on, I gotta do something real quick. Okay. I'm back. All right, here's France 24 from 18 hours ago. Israel strikes southern Beirut suburb. First since the ceasefire. Israel just wants peace. It's all these nasty border countries always causing problems.
Correspondent with us, Rawad Taha, waiting for us. Rawad, fresh strikes in a southern Beirut district. Tell us what's happening on the ground.
Indeed. So in particular, earlier this morning at around 7 a.m. Beirut time, a number of rockets were fired from southern Lebanon into northern Israel. Hezbollah officially did not claim any responsibility for those rockets, and as well as issued a statement mentioning that it is not behind those rocket attacks against Israel.
You know, it really feels like it is very strange, right? Because up until this point, Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for every attack against Israel. And now suddenly in the middle of a ceasefire, rockets are being fired off and they're not taking responsibility for it. And Israel's the one who's been violating all of the terms of the ceasefire throughout the thing. I gotta say, this feels a little, very weird. A little very weird. You know, a very Twilight Zone. Almost like there's something else going on here.
Earlier this morning, shortly afterwards, Israel launched a number of airstrikes, mostly on southern Lebanon initially, targeting different villages and towns across southern Lebanon as a retaliation to those rockets fired into northern Israel earlier this morning. Despite the fact that these only two rockets were intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome, and despite that Hezbollah...
Chat seems to think it's a false flag, and it certainly gives off those vibes, doesn't it? Very much so. The fact is, Israel doesn't seem to have ever wanted to commit to any of the ceasefires it's agreed to. They seem to have, you know, expansionist sort of aspirations here. You know? Every single one of his neighbors seems to be under threat. And this shit is getting wildly out of control. I'm sure the United States will not question Israel's justification here. I don't anticipate the Trump administration stopping them from doing anything. After what we've seen up to this point, no. I think, if anything, we are going to see redrawing of the map in the Middle East. Israel will be doing the redrawing, and the United States will be doing the supplying of weapons. And I guess aerial support, too. Well, it looks like we are at another break. 4 halves done. 5th half still lingering in the distance right now, but we gotta take a moment for some galactic messages. Moment of respite for me and chat. Okay. I mean, am I wrong about that? It seems like General Robert Ross burned down the White House, 1812. Thank you, Nadia, for the historical lessons emblazoned in Super Chats. Really appreciate it. Truly do. I gotta say, I do love that sound shot a lot. I'm glad I did it. Really giving it a lot of use here today. More than expected. I thought I was like, oh, we're not going to get to hear that again after we finish the Canada half. No, I was wrong. Nadia's helping me use that sound shot more. Okay. Yeah, let's take a quick galactic intermission here, people. Space break, if you will. Alright, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far, and if you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon as well so you get the latest galactic notifications. While you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So if you're enjoying the stream, maybe pick one of these ways in which I'm about to describe to you to help support this show, which you're currently enjoying. Perhaps a YouTube super chat, super sticker, maybe even a membership. All good ideas, I think. Of course, the more memberships we have, the more galactic emotes we have for our space fams. We got Twitch, bits, and subscriptions, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer, I didn't wait a full month to see that money. And for YouTube or Twitch to take their cut. Instead, that money can come directly to me. And I can use it immediately, if not sooner. Keeping this galactic space station afloat in low Earth orbit. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, of course, to become a galactic patron on Patreon. Only $3 get you access to a cornucopia of space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Anyway, chat, I won't bore you with the details, just go onto the website and find out. Enjoy this short space break. I'll be right back. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. Well, I think you know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. Oh shit. Need a drink before we get started. Run out of hydration. Talking for 8 hours really takes it out of your old talk box. Alrighty, chap. Let's quickly go here to Al Jazeera to start off the fifth half of the show. From 3 days ago, U.S. airstrikes hit northwestern Yemen again. That's right, not the first strike, which was completely telegraphed to journalists by the Trump administration. This was a second one that happened.
In Yemen, Houthi-affiliated media are reporting more U.S. attacks in the northwest. They say 17 airstrikes targeted the Seder province near the border with Saudi Arabia. Houthi fighters have been targeting ships linked to Israel and its allies in the Red Sea. They say it's in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Al-Assad is joining us now from Sana'a. Just bring us up to date with what we know about the latest, Mohammed.
Yes, U.S. airstrikes continue in Yemen as Ansarullah retaliates amid escalating conflict. In the early hours of today, U.S. warplanes launched a series of airstrikes targeting various areas in northern Yemen, indicating that at least 17 airstrikes have been conducted, according to media affiliated with Ansarullah. The airstrikes, including 7 air raids on the outskirts of Sa'ada, conducted also in 2 attack waves, along with the 3 airstrikes on Salim in Al-Kitaf, and also other 2 air raids on Harf Sufyan in Amran province, bordering Sa'ada. Additionally, U.S. fighter jets carried out also 5 airstrikes late last night in 2 waves, targeting Sahar district west of Sa'ada. In response, Ansarullah's military spokesperson Yahya Sari announced that their forces had conducted joint military operations against U.S. warships in the Red Sea, including an attack on the aircraft carrier USS Harry Truman. He stated that these engagements lasted for hours and were still ongoing at the time of his statement. Amid these attacks, Ansarullah also reaffirmed its commitment to supporting Israel, stating that its drone also has launched a drone attack on Tel Aviv, achieving its direct attack.
Yep. United States continuing to bombard Yemen. Well, I think he misspoke. I'm not sure if he said what I think he said, but I'm pretty sure the Houthis don't support Israel. All right. Now, today was the last Friday of Ramadan, and Muslims gathered in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, to gather for last Friday prayers.
ذلك سبيلا أولئك
A little bit of Ramadan prayer chanting for you as this holiday comes to a close on, I think, Tuesday. Now, let's go to France 24, where we shockingly have Royals news, something we rarely do. But here it is. Don't worry, it's not royal intrigue. Apparently, Prince Harry has resigned from an African charity which he co-founded. Here's France 24 from yesterday. Quick clip for this story.
Prince Harry and co-founder Prince Seeiso of Lesotho have both stepped down as patrons of the Sentabale charity until further notice. Sentabale means forget-me-not in Sesotho, and the charity was co-founded by Harry in 2006 in memory of his mother, the late Princess Diana, following him working at an orphanage in Lesotho during a gap year. The organization helps especially youth living with poverty and AIDS in the Lesotho and Botswana nations. The joint statement by the two princes says they are devastated by having reached this decision but see no other way forward after the relationship between the charity chair and trustees broke down. This amid allegations of misconduct, abuse of power, racism and more. Sentabale Chair Dr. Sophie Chandauka was asked to step down by the trustees but refused and reported the trustees to the UK Charity Board as Sentabale is registered there. Appointed in 2023, Chandauka told media that she is a whistleblower and is exposing issues of poor governance, bullying, harassment and misogyny. The UK Charity Commission has confirmed that it is aware of governance concerns at Sentabale and that it is assessing the issues to determine the appropriate regulatory steps.
Interesting. Shocking turn of events, royally speaking. Prince Harry pulling out amidst disputes in this leadership, excuse me, I can't talk. Leadership in an African charity which he helped found will now not be part of anymore, it would seem. What that means for the future of this charity, I do not know. I figured I'd sneak that in here amidst the rest of the news. Let's now go back to Ukraine. He's talking about Ukraine. First here, let's go to Reuters from 2 days ago. If you didn't hear, supposedly Moscow agreed to a truce. The United States in the recent talks in Riyadh
The United States reached deals on Tuesday with Ukraine and Russia to pause attacks in the Black Sea and against energy facilities. The U.S. agreement with Russia goes further than the deal with Ukraine, as the Trump administration agreed to help seek the lifting of international sanctions on Russia, something Vladimir Putin has long sought. The separate agreements are the first formal commitments by the warring sides since the inauguration of Donald Trump.
We are making a lot of progress.
Trump is pushing for an end to the war and also a reconciliation with Moscow that has alarmed Kyiv and European countries.
Yeah, well, you know, I think that just makes sense because Donald Trump has been doing all of this negotiating in an incredibly haphazard way. I mean, the fact that Europe wasn't there, the fact that all sides weren't at the table at the same time talking about this, incredibly inefficient. It's causing, us to alienate parties in this ceasefire negotiation. I mean, the fact that Europe wasn't consulted about removing sanctions from Russia, that they weren't even there to negotiate that. It's going to be weird when that doesn't happen. I mean, maybe Europe agrees to it, but it would have been a lot more efficient, something that we were promised to have around here, to have everybody there. Could have had this done pretty quick. supposedly. I mean, immediately, if not sooner, right? Day one.
We're in deep discussions with Russia and Ukraine, and I would say it's going well, but it's a situation we should have never had to even think about. Should have never happened.
The Kremlin said the Black Sea agreements would not come into effect unless links between some Russian banks and the international financial system were restored. Ukrainian President.
Yeah, and they actually attacked a port city on the Black Sea after agreeing to this supposed ceasefire. Now, of course, it's only one piece of it, because technically, I don't think it's not even in place yet, because it leaves completely open, this idea of removing sanctions from all Russian exports, something that wasn't pre-negotiated with Europe. So they're just still indiscriminately striking different areas in Ukraine. They hit the Black Sea, like I said, even though they said they wouldn't. And then they did this. They attacked Kharkiv as well. This is from yesterday. Forbes breaking news with the footage of this here. Well, there you go. Doesn't seem like a ceasefire to me. We were told day one by Donald Trump. I'm starting to think that was never a possibility. Let's go here to Reuters from 21 hours ago. Putin suggests temporary administration for Ukraine to end war. What the fuck does that mean exactly? Let's find out. Jesus Christ. Special administration. We just got done with peace talks. What was the point of the peace talks? Well, it was an administration. What does that even mean?
Russian President Vladimir Putin suggested Ukraine be placed under a form of temporary administration. Those remarks were carried by Russian news agencies on Friday. Putin says the administration would allow for new elections in Ukraine and for talks with a new government on a peace treaty. That suggestion appeared to address his long-held complaint that Ukraine's authorities are not a legitimate negotiating partner. He says this because President Volodymyr Zelensky has stayed in power beyond the May 2024 end of his mandate. There was no immediate comment from Ukraine.
I mean, yeah, he stayed president because they can't hold elections because there's millions of Ukrainian citizens now who have fled Ukraine to other countries. Hard to hold elections and everybody's not home. Not everyone, but you get what I'm saying. There's a lot of Ukrainian immigrants abroad right now, and it makes it tough to hold legitimate elections. And they're also at war, so polling sites probably are, in some cases, piles of rubble. It'll make things a little difficult. But I mean, of course, Zelensky's already said that he's willing to do an election once the war is over. But I just love how it seems like Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump are just sort of best friends now, doing the same thing, attempting to, dictate politics, in foreign countries, just sort of picking which territory they want, even if it's someone else's. It's all such a great time. Really good stuff.
However, Zelensky has repeatedly rejected this notion, saying Ukraine is legally barred from holding elections while under martial law, adding that holding a poll in wartime conditions would prove impossible.
Yeah, no kidding. It'd be a little tough while you're getting bombed, don't you think? All right, now let's go to China.
China.
Okay. So light. I approve. I approve. Yeah, you do that. You definitely should do that. It's only fair. Where are we? Yes, China. Distracted by that comment. Oh, God. That's a fucked up situation, dude. Fucked up situation. Why don't you get your own hotel room? That's my question. What's up with that? Let's go. Yes, China. 2 Forbes breaking news from a day ago. Tulsi Gabbard questioned about Chinese crypto mining. Chinese crypto mining, eh?
China!
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attendance and your service to national security for our country. I'm going to start with Director Patel and then go to Director Gabbard. I'm concerned, like many Americans, about the wide-scale purchase of land, real estate, et cetera, by the Chinese Communist Party or those sanctioned by the party in America, especially those lands proximate to sensitive military sites or sensitive national security sites. Director Patel, I think we can all understand that that could lead to the ease of nefarious activities of numerous sorts. What do you think should be our posture or our policy from a national security standpoint regarding the purchases of these land and the ownership, occupation, utilization, et cetera, by the Communist Party sanctioned?
Maybe we should, yeah, I don't know, huh? You know what this makes me think of, though? Maybe we should apply this sort of thinking to people like Elon Musk, you know, Peter Thiel, who I think is also a foreigner. Who else? Who else should we consider? I mean, you know, there's got to be, I'm trying to think. There's definitely a list I could come up with. Yeah, maybe we should apply this thinking to things that Elon owns.
Well, Congressman, I appreciate the question, and I'm not going to shape foreign or national policy, but from the FBI perspective, if we had federal statutes to enact criminal allegations and pursue those relating to these matters, we would do so. I agree with you that having CCP actors purchasing large swaths of land next to military installations is a national security issue, a major one. And I would highlight to the American public, we're not allowed to buy farmland in mainland China or in Russia. So I don't know why we let that happen here, but that's a personal matter for me. If I were given more legislation on it, I would love to act on it.
Thank you. Director Gabbard, I'm going to look at, keeping with the same theme, crypto mining by the sanction. Well, you can't crypto mine in China, right? It's outlawed in China. However, illegal. Of course, we're supportive of crypto, I am, in the United States of America, but China's mining in America where they can't mine in China.
Wait,
and
what?
in particular,
China's
I'm thinking
doing?
about one site
Or is it just
where
people
the
who are
mining was
Chinese?
occurring close to.
So I feel like what he's really saying is Chinese people are here, and they're very scary. Those nasty, nasty China people, they're here, and they're buying things. And should we allow them? Should we allow Chinese people in the United States to buy things or do business? I feel like that's what this is really about. But Cash seems incredibly concerned about it. He wants to do something. I don't know what the FBI would do. Seize land? Is that what we're going to do?
Intercontinental ballistic missiles. And CFIUS was tipped off by Microsoft. And, of course, there are actions ongoing. Should the Chinese Communist Party sanctioned individuals or interests be allowed to crypto mine near sensitive military or national security sites in the United States of America? And if not, what should we be doing about it?
Thank you for your question, Congressman. I'm not fully aware and up to date on the specific example that you've mentioned, and I'll go and look into that and get back to you further.
Oh.
Absolutely. Look forward to having the
Sounds super serious. Tulsi doesn't even know about it. Head of the DNI. All right, let's go here. Forbes breaking news once again from yesterday. Trump quote, "Maybe I'll give China a little reduction in tariff." For what? What would he give China a little reduction in tariff for?
I have to have my China.
And it's already happened.
Mr. President, we're coming up on the deadline for the TikTok sale. Will you extend that deadline if you don't have a deal? Do you support Oracle?
Well, we will have a form of a deal. TikTok is very popular, very successful, very good. We're going to have a form of a deal, but if it's not finished, it's not a big deal. We'll just extend it. I have the right to have the deal and to extend it if I want. So we'll see whether or not we have a deal. We have a lot of interest in TikTok.
Is there a way for a U.S. company to operate it and ByteDance to still have a share of the algorithm without putting
there are numerous ways you can buy TikTok, and we will find the one that's best for the country, for our country. I'm worried about our country more than anything else with respect to TikTok. And China is going to have to play a role in that, possibly, in the form of an approval, maybe. And I think they'll do that. Maybe I'll give them a little reduction in tariffs or something to get it done, you know, because every point in tariff is more money than TikTok.
What? Every point in tariff to get more money? What?
Give them a little reduction in tariffs or something to get it done, you know, because every point in tariff is worth more money than TikTok, if you think. Every point.
It's worth more than every point in tariff is worth more than TikTok. Fascinating. But I think the thing that I found most fascinating about this is that Donald Trump doesn't seem at all concerned. That we were told that TikTok having American youths watching TikTok was a national security concern. The Chinese Communist Party was monitoring what our kids were doing. And all the Senate got all bipartisan on that motherfucker right there. And now we're being told by Donald Trump, actually, I mean, is it that big of a concern? We'll just wait. You know, we can wait as long as we need to. You know, no big deal. They can keep operating in the United States, you know, until we buy it. He seems more focused on the buying of TikTok, like as a business deal, than at all about any of the purported reasons for why TikTok was banned in the first place. So it's technically banned, but it's not really banned right now. And it looks like that might go on forever. Yeah, I guess that's where we're at. Oh God, we're getting close to the end of this stream very, very quickly here, chat. Last China story. All right, little Marco. He's got some stuff to say about China.
China! Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Absolutely.
Thank you, and I'll feed a question from Ghana.
Thank you. Kurt Congo, Newsroom. President Ali, you've already spoken about how President Trump's tariff plans for Chinese ships could affect regional trade. I just wanted to know if in your trade talks today, if that issue was specifically discussed.
Yes.
For Secretary of State Rubio.
Yeah, I can tell you. Oh, you were asking him. I'm sorry.
It's for both of you. What assurances can you give Guyana and this hemisphere in terms of stemming indirect consequences?
Yes. Well, look, the goal the president has in doing so is we need to have an ability to build ships in this world that don't just come from China. Okay, I think it's just dangerous to have one country in the world building all the ships. I assure you that, and we don't want a war, but I mean, they're not going to build ships for us if we get in trouble, right? So we need to have alternatives to Chinese shipping. We're trying to create a market and a demand for alternatives to Chinese shipping construction. And I'm the first one to admit that the United States made a terrible mistake when we deindustrialized and we allowed all these industries to leave our country and go to other places. Now we're paying the consequences, but we have to fix it. So I do believe, I can't speak, the trade portfolio does not belong to the Department of State, but I do believe that we will take this back because we've heard this not just here, Mr. President, we've heard it throughout our visits.
There we go. This was actually in Guyana, right next to Suriname, where we just saw Rubio moments ago talking to the president of Suriname. But instead talking not about Guyana, but talking about China. And I guess, is that their plan, is to have Guyana start building ships? That's what it sounds like. Why can't the United States build its own ships? I thought we were making America great again. We're going to have Guyana build the ships? Weird. I thought we were bringing back all the manufacturing jobs. What happened to that? Okay. Let's go now way far southeast to Australia, where Prime Minister Albanese has called a national election May 3rd. Coming up pretty quick. France 24 English from 21 hours ago.
It's an announcement from the Australian Prime Minister that launches a 5-week campaign, with cost of living pressures expected to take centre stage.
This morning I visited the Governor-General and Her Excellency has accepted my advice that an election be held on Saturday, 3rd of May 2025. Our government has chosen to face global challenges the Australian way, helping people under cost of living pressure while building for the future. You choose the way forward. Most importantly,
Albanese's Labour Party clinched a majority at the last federal election back in 2022. He vowed action on climate change and delivered on pledges including increasing childcare funding. However, his popularity dropped amid a struggling economy and after a failed referendum that sought to recognise Indigenous peoples in the Constitution. The 62-year-old's main rival is right-leaning Peter Dutton, the Defence Minister in the last Liberal National Government. Dutton has promised to cut back on immigration and lift a ban on nuclear power, among other pledges.
We will run our economy more efficiently, we'll help families get their lives back on track, we'll address the cost of living pressures, we'll help Australians realise the dream of home ownership again, we'll keep our country safer and we'll make our community.
Let's hope the opposition wins in Australia. But not the other opposition that we talked about. I don't have a video on this, but do you remember earlier, I think it was earlier this year, a few months ago back, the Trump of Australia emerged, a billionaire businessman, threw his hat into the ring. I don't know if he's still in this election or if he's still trying to get elected. Let's hope that guy isn't the one who wins. Or honestly, Prime Minister Albanese. Okay. Actually, oh shit, this was our final, second to last video. Actually, you know, I take that back. I guess I take that back. Because, you know, I'm actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think he might be better than some of the other alternatives. Even, I don't know. I take that back. I'm just remembering that this guy is more conservative than Albanese. Sorry, my Australian politics are wobbly tonight. But here's a situation that could happen. And, sounds strange, but what if nobody wins? Is that possible? Tell me, SBS News. Explain.
The major parties want to win outright. To do that, they must secure a majority of seats in the lower house, the House of Representatives. There's 150 of them. So if they fall short of winning 76 seats, they can seek support from the crossbench. That's the minor parties or independents to form a minority government.
It normally involves an agreement that there'll be support for what's called confidence and supply, which basically means in any want of confidence motion, the minority party will support the government, and on any budget or budgetary matters, the minority party will support the government.
It doesn't mean the minors will automatically support all government policies, so ongoing negotiation is needed. Now, the last time we had a federal minority government was in 2010, when the election delivered a hung parliament.
We're going to have to talk a lot. We're going to have to impress each other.
In no way should my support be taken as support for any of their policies.
It demonstrates that the quest for power is now the only principle that the Labor Party holds dear.
The then opposition promised chaos, and it was a turbulent political time. But in terms of passing legislation, it was a very successful period for the Gillard-led government, with a higher pass rate of its agenda than most of the Howard terms. And analysts say that can be a feature of a minority, not in spite of it. And given the collapse of primary vote support for the major parties over the past couple of decades, we should get used to them.
Certainly the statistics show us that younger voters, or younger cohorts of voters in particular, are much more ready to shop around.
Confidence is the issue. You don't need a formal alliance with the Greens or with anyone else. That is the big lesson that Anthony Albanese has drawn from the Gillard experience.
Add to that major funding boost to some independents. For example, Climate 200 backing candidates in dozens of electorates. So Labor and the coalition aren't just trying to steal seats from each other, but play defence of seats once considered unlosable.
If it's a Labor minority government, then clearly that would be a government supported by some of the Teals and the Greens as a political party. That would essentially shift the government to the left. Whether that works for the government in terms of the wider electorate, I would very much doubt.
A lot of people actually want to...
And that would, I think, maybe be the best outcome. Unless the Greens were able to overcome Labor. But yeah, at least a coalition government of left-leaning parties would probably be for the best in Australia. Okay, well, I guess that's it for tonight. Well, looks like we got through another stream, chat. It was quite long, and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmeckley, BB, Midi, Afroponics, Are All By Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brading, D-Cypher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moinoa, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Omegastar, Tracy, Eva. Whoopsies. Mrs. Jen, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, and Becky. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Okay. There's 1 week done. Another 198 to go. Wait, no. Yeah. Okay. Actually, it's double. 200. Wait. No. Whatever it is. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed this week-ending report. Now, enjoy a little bit of galactic decompression with this super secret late-night after-hours galactic chill stream. YouTube censorship screwed me, but history is about explaining how the way the world is and as it came to be as it is. It's publicly falsified, and the truth a state secret. WRT, CIA ops, etc. I recommend diving into it. Thank you for the super chat, Nadia. I noticed you've been super chatting in euros recently. See what that has to do with your Exodus. Great way to end the stream.